Amid a ruined secret realm, corpses of monsters piled like a mountain, a lone figure stood silently. The scene before him ignited a fierce blaze of anger in his chest. Van Triet squinted, looked down at the one below, and ground his teeth as he snarled. "La Oi, weren't we brothers who'd die for each other? Why would you do this to me?" La Oi just snorted coldly and answered quietly. "Do you still remember the situation when the catastrophe first began? Monsters from bizarre dimensions poured out, destroying everything. Later, people called those spaces secret realms. Anyone who touched a secret realm could gain a mysterious power called an occupation. So they formed occupation legions, conquering the secret realms and advancing like a storm. This time they even breached an SSS-grade secret realm, the most dangerous tier. But because of that, La Oi was forced to eliminate Van Triet, for he had become an uncontrollable threat. Powerful occupation users could easily shatter the Empire's order, and Van Triet, having surpassed SSS rank, was the greatest danger. Supreme power was only allowed to remain in the royal hands to ensure stability. After all, it was just the greed for power and fear of the talented. Hearing this, Van Triet grew even more furious and roared. "So this is why you killed my family and teammates? For the Empire's stability." La Oi felt no remorse and replied coldly. Van Triet was now swallowed by rage and shouted loudly. Immediately, a surge of energy burst from him, but only 3 seconds later, Van Triet's body was engulfed by an explosion, and he fell to the ground, powerless. La Oi looked at this and sneered with contempt. "I already tampered with your armor. Along with the explosion, there's a synthesized toxin that will seep into your wounds." Van Triet, exhausted after the SSS battle, no longer able to resist, La Oi curled his lip in a cold smile. "I even prepared an entire squad. Consider this my gift to you." Van Triet lay on the ground, only able to lift his eyes to look at the traitor. Recalling old days, he sneered. What brotherhood for life? Fake feelings and fake loyalties. At that moment, a hidden skill called Mirror World activated, pulling Van Triet's soul away from the living world. Decades later, by a small pond, a gang of unruly kids were hanging a boy upside down from a tree. The fierce ringleader punched the boy hard in the stomach, cursing non-stop. "Let's see if you enjoy dying like this." He immediately ordered them to drop him again, causing the boy to panic and scream, "I'm not faking." But before he could finish, the boy was pushed under the water. The kids on the bank laughed gleefully, paying no heed to the boy struggling beneath the line between life and death. He didn't understand why he was being treated this way. Just then, a wandering soul suddenly appeared, startled awake by the cries for help. Nearby, a boy with some compassion trembled and said, "If this keeps up, he'll really die." The words made the ringleader startle. Then he scoffed coldly. "If he dies for real, just let him use his healing art. Doesn't he have the incantation occupation?" Saying that, he slung his arm over the other boy's shoulder, smirking. "Next is you, you're just as fake." He bluntly accused him of leading them here to trap the victim. If the boy died, wouldn't he be the one to blame? Hearing this, the bespectacled youth trembled as he protested. "I was..." Before he could finish, the ringleader cut him off coldly. "Even a punching bag has its own thoughts? Not bad at all." As soon as he finished, he tightened his grip on the bespectacled boy's shoulder, then swung a fist at him. But at that moment, an anomaly surfaced on the pond, startling him. The kids immediately turned around and saw something rising from the water. Seeing it, they screamed in panic. "It's a secret realm. How can there be a secret realm here?" The whole group hurriedly fled. The bespectacled youth was no exception, but after a few steps he looked back, his expression showing a flicker of hesitation. Then, without much thought, he dashed toward the pond to save the boy. The bespectacled youth hurried to the tied boy, but at the same time a monster emerged from the secret realm. He frantically tried to untie the ropes but couldn't. The monster drew closer and closer, and without hesitation attacked them both. In that hair-raising moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the bespectacled boy's collar. The boy who had been tied somehow freed himself and pulled the other aside, facing the charging monster alone. A small block of ice appeared in his hand, enveloping the monster in a burst of energy. Seeing this, the bespectacled youth shouted in panic. "What are you doing? Why are you healing it? Immediately after, he tried to use his skills to fend off the monster's attack, while the other youth quickly checked his status. It turned out this boy was also named Van Triet, with the incantation occupation. Recognizing this, Van Triet froze, standing stunned. Wasn't this his original body? It turned out he was Van Triet from decades ago, the one betrayed to death. In principle, anyone who touched a secret realm is bound by the system, receiving an unchangeable starting occupation. Then, through repeated battles in secret realms, they could continuously grow stronger and acquire additional occupations suited to their abilities. Van Triet had once reached the pinnacle as a warrior occupation. Recalling this, perhaps he had used the skill Mirror World and become trapped there until the cries for help from the namesake boy awakened him. Thanks to that body, Van Triet was reborn. Thinking this, excitement surged in him as he silently thanked fate for granting him a chance at revenge. Lost in thought, a shout cut through. Van Triet, all the monsters are being drawn here. Come help. I can only handle up to 3 at most. Hearing the call, Van Triet glanced over, contemplative. This body was too weak. It couldn't stand against even these small monsters. At their speed, he wouldn't even have a chance to run away, and his skills were of no use. The incantation occupation was truly useless. Only supportive abilities, nothing comparable to combat occupations. Because of that, he was always despised and ostracized by those people. Relying on some skill, Van Triet managed to hold out for a while, but he had to find a way to escape this danger. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly noticed the skill Mirror World. Perhaps he had to rely on it, but how to use it remained a mystery. There was no more time to hesitate, so he decided to try it on the monster in front of him. The system announced failure, conditions not met. Van Triet frowned slightly. Was it because his rank wasn't high enough? Or did it require a mirror like the surface of the lake earlier? Lost in thought, the monster lunged. He hurriedly dodged and tried the Mirror World skill again, but it still failed due to insufficient rank. It seemed the skill really needed a mirror to activate. Stumped on rank for the moment, he decided to change targets. Thinking quickly, Van Triet applied the skill to the small monster's knife, but the result was still a failure. The bespectacled boy next to him screamed in panic. Don't use those useless support skills anymore. I can't take it much longer. Van Triet didn't bother with them. He glared at the monsters charging forward. Among them was an elite high-rank monster. Seeing this, the bespectacled youth trembled. We're dead. That elite monster must be at least level 10 to deal with. But as soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly filled with powerful energy. He stared wide-eyed at the stream of energy dancing in the air. When it dissipated, the scene that appeared made him reel. A horde of monsters as numerous as an army was closing in on both of them. Van Triet grew urgent. He tried using Mirror World on a roadside rock, but the system still reported failure. He frowned. Even a rock wouldn't work. Could it really be because his rank was too low? Thinking that, he unconsciously glanced at the trembling, bespectacled youth on the ground. He tried applying the skill to Kyochi's simple ability, but the system reported failure again. You cannot reverse another person's skill. Seeing that message, an idea suddenly lit up in Van Triet's mind. If it couldn't be used on others, maybe it could be used on himself. To test it, he tried activating Mirror World on himself. Sure enough, it succeeded. His vine control skill was reversed. Immediately, vines shot up from the ground and pierced through the monsters. Not stopping there, Van Triet used the skill repeatedly, causing the monster attacking Kyochi to suddenly falter. Powerful punch landed and sent it sprawling. Kyochi stared, bewildered and not understanding what had happened. Van Triet paid no attention to the boy's reaction, lost in thought about Mirror World. Now he understood. The skill completely reverses effects. From constraining a target, it became inducing chaos in the target. That was the true power. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. A skill once deemed useless became miraculous when reversed. What would happen if other skills were reversed? No wonder Mirror World is a hidden SSS rank skill. It not only reverses effects but also amplifies every aspect. If you use the normal binding skill, The success rate is low and the duration lasts only a mere 2 seconds, certainly nowhere near as effective as now. So what if you reverse other skills? Thinking it through, Van Triet applied Mirror World to the regular blade attack skill, then proceeded to reverse the destructive blade skill as well. In the blink of an eye, a sword appeared in his hand. He curled his lip in a sneer. This skill increases base attack power by 10%, and once activated, all skills are enhanced, offering huge development potential. More surprisingly, Van Triet discovered his rank had jumped from level 3 to level 6. He smiled in satisfaction. Surely the monsters had slaughtered each other, granting him a fair amount of experience. After leveling up, his magic points automatically refilled, enough for him to use the destructive blade. Van Triet quietly activated the chaotic thorn skill. Lost in thought, his magic points dwindled, but his attack power surged, reaching 2.2 times normal. This skill broke all conventional rules. Without hesitation, he gripped the blade and charged straight at the monster. His strikes came like lightning. Van Triet swung the sword, slicing a razor-sharp cut across the monster's forearm. Blood gushed like a stream, but he didn't stop, attacking frantically with tsunami-like momentum. Kyochi stood aside, stunned as if turned to stone. Is this really the Van Triet he knew? An incantation occupation possessing such terrifying power. Van Triet paid no mind to his reaction, focusing solely on killing the monster. With level 6 attributes, he recovered 120 magic points per second and his max attack reached 2.3 times normal. Before long, Van Triet defeated the level 10 monster. Standing on its corpse, he wore a triumphant smile. With his current strength, he could handle an elite level 11 monster. At that moment the ground shook violently. An explosion of energy erupted, flinging earth and rock. Van Triet looked up in alarm, only to see a gigantic great devil rise from beneath the ground. As it appeared, the smaller monsters around it scattered in panic, but they couldn't escape its claws. The great devil frantically slaughtered the lesser beasts. Kyochi recoiled in fear, nearly collapsing as he hurried backward. Van Triet remained standing, face grave. This secret realm hides a level 21 boss? Without hesitation, he immediately cast a skill on it. This time it succeeded. The chimera's body was bound by sharp thorns, but in less than 3 seconds the skill failed. It was immune to the chaos status. Breaking free from the chains, the chimera lunged at Van Triet. At that moment, Kyochi suddenly rushed out, creating a protective shield in front of him. Van Triet's eyes flashed. Through Kyochi's back, he seemed to see a familiar image. A youth whose face resembled Kyochi by 70%, who had once furiously shouted at him in the past, "You idiot! Who told you to charge ahead? Why won't you ever listen?" For a moment Van Triet froze. At the same time, Kyochi couldn't hold on and was sent flying by the chimera. His body slammed hard into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Van Triet rushed over, silently cursing Kyochi for being reckless. He quickly appeared beside him, trying to heal him, thanks to his efforts.
KS vitality gradually recovered.
But soon his healing skill was exhausted. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "The recovery skill of the incantation occupation is really useless." After that thought, he turned and asked, "Do you have a life potion?" Kyochi nodded slightly. "There's a bottle at the bottom of the basket." Van Triet didn't hesitate. "Then drink it." Then he turned back to face the chimera. With his current power, he was still far from enough to fight this boss. But the monsters had nearly exhausted their health. Only a little remained, almost enough to finish them. Thinking that, he glanced at Kyochi and said confidently, "Kyochi, hold on a bit. I'll take care of them." Kyochi was stunned upon hearing this. Before he could comprehend, Van Triet dashed off like the wind, slaughtering frantically. Thus his level skyrocketed, and his health and magic points fully recovered. But to defeat the boss, he needed to increase his attack power by 400%. While the destructive blade could only be maintained for 1 minute, he had to use chaotic thorns at least 40 times within 50 seconds and reach level 10. While Van Triet displayed his power, Kyochi stood aside, eyes wide and mouth open, astonished by the scene. After finishing off the small monsters, Van Triet lunged at the chimera. By then he had reached level 12, his stats significantly increased, and the destructive blade boosted attack to 510%. Van Triet smiled in satisfaction. He still had enough strength to take it down. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swept past the chimera like wind and delivered a slash. The blade in his hand danced and twisted, leaving the chimera no time to react, turning it into prey on the chopping block. In the blink of an eye, its body was riddled with wounds. Van Triet delivered the final stroke and returned to Kyochi's side. Kyochi still hadn't recovered, trembling as he mumbled, "Am I not dreaming, right? Could an incantation occupation really clear an entire secret realm by itself?" Van Triet had truly done it. From a low-level incantation occupation a few hours ago, he had now reached level 15. Kyochi stared intently, asking in a trembling voice, "Van Triet, is that really you?" Van Triet didn't answer, busy picking up the dropped items. Kyochi continued, "How did you suddenly get so strong?" After finishing the loot, Van Triet finally turned back to look at Kyochi closely. He found him overly familiar and, hesitating for a long moment, asked, "Kyochi, what's your relationship with Kyo Bonbon?" Kyochi froze, replying in panic, "How do you know my great-great-grandfather's nickname?" Van Triet frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Great-great-grandfather? I didn't expect Kyochi to be a descendant of Kyo Bonbon. That face, how could a descendant not resemble him at all? Weren't all my acquaintances already slaughtered by La Oi?" Thinking that, he suspiciously began to ask more about his great-great-grandfather. But before he finished, Kyochi coldly cut him off. "There's no need to talk about him right now." Saying this, he suddenly grew sad. "If you don't want to answer my question, you don't have to say things like that. There's no need to insult me." Van Triet fell into thought. Insult me? What did he mean? Not knowing what he was thinking, Kyochi spoke seriously. "Although I don't know why, you've always been hiding your strength. It's time to go back to school. Tomorrow the school is organizing a field trip to the Modern History Museum. Skip it and you're done for." Van Triet heard this and said nothing, inwardly weighing the situation. His identity couldn't be revealed yet. If investigated further, Kyochi might become suspicious. Thinking that, he recalled the Modern History Museum Kyochi mentioned. Surely that place held information about what happened after his death. The next morning, the group of students boarded the bus to the museum. Van Triet and Kyochi, being isolated, chose the back seats. At that moment, he realized the world had changed too much. After all the years since his death, everything had transformed rapidly. This bus was powered by products from secret realms, something he'd never seen before. Some items were strange, others familiar from previous secret realms. But logically, only items dropped by monsters could be taken out of a secret realm. Van Triet quietly touched the chimera bone ring on his hand. Van Triet quietly touched the chimera bone ring on his hand. Skill books and gear could be taken from storage or even traded outside the secret realm, but those things couldn't be placed into inventory slots. And when the Spirit Lord was killed, they would vanish with the realm. Skill books and gear could be taken from storage or even traded outside the secret realm, but those things couldn't be placed into inventory slots. And when the Spirit Lord was defeated, they would disappear with the realm. And when the Spirit Lord was defeated, they would disappear with the realm. But those things couldn't be placed into inventory slots. And when the Spirit Lord was defeated, they would disappear with the realm. Before long, the students arrived at the museum. Van Triet paid no attention to the crowd and walked around silently. In front of the giant monument at the center, he stopped. The guide introduced it as La Oi, the supreme ruler of the empire. But to Van Triet, he was just a despicable traitor. Unaware of his thoughts, the guide continued praising enthusiastically. "I believe many students know that 50 years ago this very place was the battlefield of that famous rebellion. That year, the empire was invaded by a secret realm. Especially after the appearance of the most terrifying SSS-grade realm, everyone lived in fear. According to records, La Oi personally led the occupational forces to conquer that horrific secret realm. Despite suffering heavy losses, at that moment he faced a long-planned rebellion, and the historical accounts name Van Triet as the mastermind." Hearing this, Van Triet's expression darkened and his gaze grew icy. The guide continued enthusiastically. "He was once trusted by the king, but in the end became a traitor, ungrateful and treacherous." The more he listened, the more uncomfortable Van Triet grew. So history had been distorted this far. Clearly he had conquered the SSS-grade secret realm, yet he and his teammates were ambushed by Laoi. The guide continued to criticize, his voice full of indignation. We cannot imagine the pain of being betrayed in that situation, but our king overcame that pain and kept fighting. He grew more fervent as he spoke, gesturing wildly. From this, Van Triet learned another detail. The traitor who sided with Laoi back then was Din Khan. He frowned, trying to search his memory but couldn't recall Din Khan in the team. At that moment, the kids from before appeared. The leader, Din Huk, sneered, "You lot still alive, huh?" Kyochi jumped and looked back, muttering in surprise. The one beside him was also surprised. Could that secret realm have been conquered? If it was just conquered, it means a master was nearby. They're lucky to have shown up at the right time. This drew the crowd's attention. Van Triet narrowed his eyes at them, murderous intent flashing at the corners. Those bastards had gone too far. At this, a few students began to notice Van Triet and Kyochi. Two female students looked at Van Triet with strange expressions. Din Huk stepped forward, slung an arm over Kyochi's shoulder, and sneered, "Your luck isn't bad, huh? Didn't expect you'd survive and get back out." Kyochi broke out in a cold sweat, but Din Huk didn't let up. "That day you almost caused us to fall into the secret realm. How are you going to repay that debt?" Kyochi recoiled in fear and retorted, "You were clearly the ones at fault." He emphasized that he and Van Triet had nearly died because of them. Hearing this, Din Huk's face darkened. "Hey, what the hell are you thinking? Looks like you have no idea what's going on now." He grabbed Kyochi's head and pointed to the distant statue. Coldly, "Look at the statue over there. Your ancestor is being trampled under the feet of the hero-turned-traitor Kyo, and you, Kyochi, are a descendant of Kyo." Din Huk sneered, asking if anyone would side with Kyochi. Kyochi remained silent, but Din Huk didn't stop. He shouted, "You can insult me, but you will not insult my ancestor."
Chi frose.
The bully was playing the victim. Din Huk's shout drew the crowd's eyes, whispers spreading. "Isn't Din Huk's ancestor the hero Din Khan?" This made Van Triet's expression fall. His gaze turned gloomy. No one knew the truth. There were only rumors and criticisms aimed at Kyochi. The descendant of the traitor was treated as ignorant and unreasonable. The crowd reacted exactly as Din Huk intended. He continued his attack. "I don't care what you say about me behind my back, but how dare you insult my ancestor to my face?" Just then, the guide stepped forward and coldly ordered, "Kyochi, I am a fair man and would like to say a few righteous words. Apologize now." He put on a sanctimonious air, but Kyochi only looked on silently, not responding. The guide continued to pressure morally. "The hero back then forgave your family. Even if you don't repay the favor, you still can't treat people like that." Kyochi felt plunged into a cold abyss, isolated among the crowd, with no one giving him a chance to defend or explain. Din Huk stepped forward, his firm hand clamping Kyochi's head, his voice low and threatening. "Look, even if I beat you in front of everyone now, the others will just stand and watch, because no one helps a vicious dog when it's being beaten. Besides, in everyone's eyes, you're an especially disgusting dog." Having said that, Din Huk angrily grabbed Kyochi's hair, snorting with contempt. "Do you still think the descendant of a hero like me could be wrong?" He hid a triumphant smile behind a look of outraged insult. Din Huk raised his fist and roared, "For the honor of my ancestor, I will never forgive this." But before he finished, a sudden kick landed squarely on his face, sending his whole body flying out, collapsing like a stray dog. Kyochi stood stunned, witnessing everything, unable to speak. The one who struck was Van Triet. He stood tall with an arrogant air, snorting coldly. "A heroic family and this uncouth?" The crowd immediately murmured when they recognized him. Van Triet, why does he seem different? Everyone was shocked that he dared to lay hands on Din Huk. Most assumed he had lost his mind, daring to insult a heroic family. These students always feared the Din family's power. No one dared oppose Din Huk. Even Din Huk himself didn't expect the day he'd be struck back by Van Triet. He scrambled up, wiped the blood from his mouth, grinding out, "It was just a sandbag. You should thank me for not throwing you out." Yet you dared strike while I wasn't looking. No sooner had he finished than his lackeys rushed forward, intending to gang up on Van Triet. But to him, they were merely dogs relying on their clan, bullies who preyed on the weak. In no time, the whole group was defeated by him, rolling on the ground like stray dogs. Din Huk was also kicked away, kneeling on the ground, blood continuously spouting from his mouth. The crowd was thrown into panic, while Din Huk stared in horror, his brows knit. He had been beaten to the point of unable to fight back. As people gradually calmed, whispers rose again. See? One shove and he falls. Is Din Huk really that weak? Those words were like knives to Din Huk's pride. He exploded, gritting his teeth and shouting, a worthless level 5 support. How could he suddenly be stronger than me? It must be luck. In a fit of rage, Din Huk cowardly pulled out a weapon and attacked Van Triet. But Van Triet only sneered disdainfully. Too careless. No sooner had he spoken than Van Triet darted forward like the wind, delivering a punch that made Din Huk spit blood all over his mouth. Not stopping there, he followed with a kick, forcing him flat on the ground. At that moment, the museum security finally appeared, pushing the students aside and shouting, "What's going on here? What are you kids doing?" When they entered, they saw Van Triet stomping on Din Huk. The surrounding students panicked seeking help, but no one dared step forward. Everyone remained stunned, gossiping wildly, unable to react in time to help. At the same time, two female students stared blankly at the scene, their eyes fixed on Van Triet. When the guards regained their composure, they began to scold the guide. No fighting in the museum. What if something gets damaged? Why aren't you supervising your students? Hearing this, the guide approached Van Triet and spoke in a phony righteous tone. Insulting a hero wasn't enough. You even dared to knock out a hero's descendant? Shameless. While speaking, the old man drew his weapon, intending to attack the student. So who is really shameless? Van Triet did not yield to that immoral old man. The ring on his finger flashed with energy, and in an instant it exploded, shattering the guide's weapon and leaving him stunned. The crowd outside was equally bewildered. Van Triet snorted coldly, his voice like a blade. First of all, let's not talk about shame. You call yourself fair, yet you take Din Huk's one-sided word. Are you going to act like a dog licking his clan's boots? These words twisted the guide's face. He screamed madly, "Don't lie, how could I?" But before he finished, he noticed the ring on Van Triet's hand. What kind of equipment is that? Even without using full power, Van Triet had blocked his strike. Van Triet didn't relent, his cold eyes demanding, "So you just say whatever you like? A teacher like you shouldn't be this kind of person, right?" The guide bit his lip, his voice dropping reluctantly. "Of course. I'll investigate the cause of the conflict properly." Van Triet was too lazy to pay heed to the old man's boasting and looked down at the ring on his hand. Though rare, it was ultimately just gear from a level 21 spirit beast. Against a level 35 teacher, it still felt a bit awkward. Thinking that, he waved his hand and said decisively, "Then as punishment, just expel us." Before the guide could reply, he turned to Kyochi. "Kyochi, let's go." Kyochi didn't want to get involved with people who changed with the wind. He hurried after Van Triet, ignoring the whispers behind them. At that moment, the guide suddenly remembered Din Huk and panicked. "Quick! Use healing techniques to save Din Huk." Outside, Van Triet strode away without bothering to look back. What's there to see in a place that records history written by a traitor? But he had confirmed one important thing. Indeed, no one had survived. Even Kyovan had been killed by the man who claimed to be a hero. Thinking this, he glanced at Kyochi worshipping behind him. If asked now, he'd answer without hesitation. He cleared his throat twice and said, "I'm not well versed in history. Tell me the specific actions of the hero Din Khan."
Kyochi Flora, Ten Hui Den Riplit, Hero Yin Kong.
I'm not sure I remember correctly. It was him. At first he seemed to have foreseen the villain Van Triet scheme and ambushed near the SSS grade secret realm to provide support. Thanks to that, the risk of rebellion was extinguished. Van Triet listened, his brow slightly furrowing. Ambushed near the secret realm. At that time he hadn't noticed anything suspicious, being preoccupied with killing monsters, only realizing it when he was stabbed from behind. Unfortunately, it was too late. All of his people were killed. Unaware that he was sinking into memory, Kyo-chi continued. Hero Din Khan had pledged since childhood to handle secret realm threats and trained diligently. After being appointed by the king, he traveled everywhere to provide aid to regions, such as the Great Disaster at Tuong Dong Tan, for example.
Van trai sờ, tung dong thanh.
Wasn't it you who actually put an end to that catastrophe? Indeed, history is written by the victors. Biting his lip in fury, he asked in a low voice, "What about that sword? The one in the statue's hand?" Kyo-chi knew he meant the Luvan sword and replied seriously, "I heard that's the sword he used to behead the traitor Van Triet. It's supposedly the top-tier weapon." Van Triet's face was now filled with rage. Good. Not only did they steal his honor, but they even claimed his sword. If Din Khan benefited from what Van Triet created, he'd make him meet his squad first. A few watches later, at the Din family mansion, countless high-level guards patrolled outside. As they walked, something caught their attention, and when they turned they saw two figures slipping into a nearby alley. Sensing no threat, they turned and resumed their patrol, unaware that Van Triet was hiding behind a wall, brow furrowed, thinking, "So alert? A drifter with scouting skills?" Beside him, Kyo-chi pounded his chest in fear and whispered, "I told you we should leave. The guards are thick here. If Din Huk returns, we're dead." Van Triet said nothing, lost in thought. Although he always wanted to kill Din Khan, according to Kyo-chi, he'd long been hiding in a high-level secret realm. Now, unlike his previous life, Van Triet couldn't freely enter secret realms, and high-level secret realms were guarded by armies. Entry required a pass. But Din Huk's household definitely had one. He glanced at Kyo-chi and said, "Why do they need so many bodyguards? Isn't he just one among dozens of Din Khan's descendants?" Kyo-chi sighed and replied, "Still, they're descendants of a hero, and they have a private secret realm in the house." A private secret realm? Van Triet widened his eyes in surprise. Kyo-chi nodded, annoyed. Low-level secret realms are now all bought by private interests. Without power, who dares to buy them? Din Huk always has guards, so he can always kill monsters to level up. But ordinary students entering the school's secret realm still get robbed. Hearing this, Van Triet couldn't help but scoff. The world has truly turned upside down. More money and power means higher levels.
Kiki nodded. Exactly.
Ordinary high school graduates reach level 15 to 20. After graduation, without access to secret realms, they stagnate at that level. Those who work with secret realms, like keymasters or rangers at national secret realms, might reach around level 30 by middle age. The guards at Din Huk's place, thanks to his secret realm, can reach about level 30. To reach higher levels, only those recruited into the military or organizations like unions or military academies can enter high-level secret realms and attain greater levels.
Van Triet sighed.
To get stronger, a pass is indispensable. While he pondered, Kyo-chi urged again, "We should go. The level gap is too big. No matter how good you are, you can't fight the guards." Van Triet silently moved forward, his eyes resolute. Despite his current strength, he still wanted to take down the so-called hero Din Khan. Yes, with his present power he was far from ready, let alone facing La Oi's layered henchmen. But it wasn't impossible. He said calmly, "Scouting skills are usually learned at level 30, but most are small-range abilities like Hawkeye, enhanced hearing, or summoning spirit rats. They're not enough to cover the entire area around a house at all times. This isn't a life-or-death secret realm, so the guards will mostly be lax. Sneaking in isn't impossible." Kyo-chi, alarmed, asked, "Lax? Where exactly is lax?" Van Triet only smiled faintly, said nothing, then sprang up the wall. Compared to scouting blind spots in high-level secret realms in his past life, this was as easy as turning his hand. Kyo-chi below kept advising, "Even if we sneak in, this is a private secret realm. If we're killed, no one will care. Why risk it?" But before he finished, Van Triet had already grabbed him up like a chicken. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Kyo-chi, don't you want to change your life?" Kyo-chi froze at the question, then sighed, "Of course I do, but only if I can get into a guild." Before he could finish, Van Triet cut in coldly, "Will joining a guild really change things? You're the grandson of the traitor Kyo, and after all, Kyo-chi was left speechless, wanting to rebut but not knowing what to say. Van Triet looked at his face, sighed, and spoke sternly. Your fate can only be changed by actions in the present. Isn't leaving the past behind the way forward? With that, he threw Kyo-chi down, coldly. Decide for yourself whether you come with me. Van Triet waited silently, wanting to see what the descendant of his past comrade would choose. Kyo-chi pondered, then stood and followed. He didn't want Van Triet to face danger alone. The two crept along the wall, silently moving deeper inside. After a short while, Van Triet whispered in a low voice, "There are no traces of summoning-type scouting skills here. As long as we stay silent, we can remain out of sight." With that in mind, he carried Kyo-chi and lightly hopped away, deftly avoiding the patrols. In an instant, they had slipped into the Din mansion. Suddenly Kyo-chi exclaimed in surprise, "That's an underground secret realm." Sure enough, before them was the door leading into the secret realm. The two rushed in. This secret realm was a bit higher level than before, but monsters were sparse because Din Huck's household regularly cleaned it out. Only 2 small monsters remained. Van Triet signaled to Kyo-chi, "You go try over there." Kyo-chi panicked. "Me fight? Definitely not." But under Van Triet's urging, he still leapt out, attacking with his shield while shouting, "I'd be crazy to trust you." No sooner had he spoken than a monster lunged at his face, making him shout, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. I want to go home." He raised his shield to block, only defending and not attacking. Van Triet stood outside calmly and prompted, "Why not try fighting back?" Kyo-chi hurriedly replied, "How would I have a chance to counter?" Van Triet said calmly, "Yes, you do. I'm here, it'll be fine." Kyo-chi fell silent for a moment after hearing that, then tried to strike back. He indeed took down one, but the remaining one seized the chance to attack from behind. Kyo-chi quickly dodged, avoiding taking damage. Van Triet watched, inwardly admiring. The boy's talent wasn't bad, only overly timid, only daring to defend. But Kyo-chi's spatial positional judgment was extremely accurate, always evading danger without a scratch. Many people stop simply for lack of courage to try. Kyo Van's descendant had taken his first steps. Thinking that, Van Triet lunged forward, helping Kyo-chi eliminate the remaining monsters. Only then did Kyo-chi have time to check the info board. He exclaimed in shock, "I leveled up." Van Triet narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Experience points are divided by contribution. If you don't disrupt their moves, even if I kill them, you won't get much." But he thought to himself that Kyo-chi's movements were overly agile. He asked, "How did you allocate your attribute points?" Kyo-chi answered immediately, "Aside from spirit power, I spread points evenly." Van Triet frowned, "You carry a shield. Shouldn't you not bother raising agility?" Kyo-chi sighed, "If I don't, it's hard to find a party at school. No one wants to wait for a slow shield bearer. Monsters get stolen by others." Van Triet, understanding everything, advised in a low tone, "You should look further ahead. After level 60, when advancing job tiers, attribute requirements are very strict. For example, the Fortress Artillery job requires 60 stamina and 90 defense points. You can't just dump points randomly." Kyo-chi couldn't help but retort, "An ordinary person might reach level 40 in a lifetime. Who dares dream of level 60? That's S rank." But before he finished, Van Triet placed a hand on his shoulder, his gaze firm. "From now on, you must aim for S rank, even surpass S rank." Those words froze Kyo-chi. He couldn't utter a word. Still, Van Triet began calculating his own job advancement. As a support, he could only rely on the hidden skill Mirror World to turn the tide. Barring surprises, he would head down this path. But just then he discovered that Mirror World could be upgraded. Without hesitation, the two began slashing through monsters in the secret realm. With the small monsters, Van Triet dispatched them as easily as turning his hand. But the problem was the higher-level monster before them. His burst blade could only last 5 seconds, and despite frenzied slashing, it still had some health left. The boosted attack power faded quickly, and the corpse-like beast still hadn't fallen. As he swung his blade, Van Triet thought, "This skill is powerful but can't sustain long fights. His stamina had limits. Although his leveling speed had far outpaced normal people, he was now level 17, and killing monsters still accumulated experience for Mirror World. While lost in thought, he suddenly sensed danger. Like a lightning bolt, he leaped onto a nearby cliff wall. At the same time, the Din household's patrol force swelled. Kyochi hurriedly said, "Monsters are getting fewer now. If we keep going, the risk will only increase." Van Triet knew he was right. Fighting monsters while watching for the guard's scouting skills and managing the burst blade's duration was too forced for him now. Moreover, the new skill book that dropped showed not every reversal skill aids in combat. Mirror World was still 30% short of leveling up. At rank 1, the reversal skill was already absurdly powerful. Leveling up would surely make it stronger. Following the cliff wall, Van Triet walked and pondered. Summon spirit rats, summon hawkcat. The scouting skills here grew more advanced. Passing a rocky nook, he suddenly stopped. Before him stood the secret realm's lord chained to a large chair, surrounded by guards. Kyochi poked his head out, astonished. "The lord is restrained? It's the first time I've seen this. At school, the lord is watched by teachers and no one is allowed near. That chain must be high-grade equipment." Van Triet fell silent. With so many guards, if he struck the lord, they'd surely summon more. At his current level, he couldn't kill the lord amid the encirclement. The guards had to be dealt with first. No sooner thought than done. Van Triet lunged like lightning, and a single move crippled one guard. He said coldly, "Next, spill all the information, and you'd better be honest." The guard offered no resistance and blurted out, "Please, ask anything and I'll tell. The Din household pays poorly. It's not worth risking my life." Van Triet was briefly speechless, thinking there were even guards like this. Still fine, straight to the point, he asked, "Where are the hero secret realm passage permits?" The guard, surprised, "Passage permits? There's a stack in the Patriarch's study. They're not rare. You're a fan of Dinkan, is that why you're so worked up?" He cried in fear, hurriedly adding, "Really? I've seen it a few times. The permits are in the Patriarch's study." Seeing Van Triet's grim expression, he panicked and repeated, "Really? I've seen it a few times. The permits are in the Patriarch's study." He's leading the captain of the guards out. "But those are temporary cards. Personal information hasn't been entered. Without someone vouching, you'll certainly be interrogated." No sooner had he finished than Van Triet grabbed him by the collar and hissed icily, "That's none of your concern. First, empty the contents of your system backpack." After a while, Van Triet and Kyochi left the secret realm, leading the guard with them. As they walked, Van Triet turned and asked suspiciously, "The spell skillbook on you? There's really only one?" The guard nodded emphatically. "I truly don't have more." He sighed and explained, "The Din are stingy. Anything found in the secret realm must be handed up. We only get a few leftover scraps." Van Triet paid it no mind and casually flipped the skillbook open. Inside was a record of the skill, Baptizing Light, which when reversed becomes Moonflower Descent, able to heal and increase defense by 6% for 15 seconds. Before long, they reached an area crowded with guards. One hurriedly said, "That's the Din inner courtyard. Without a summons, our guards aren't allowed to enter." Van Triet narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping the man. He went on, "Only people level 30 and above come and go, all with top-tier gear. Honestly, there's not much need for protection." Van Triet smirked slightly and asked skeptically, "So if we get inside, we can grab the permits, right?" The guard shook his head desperately. "No, the main owner is there, level 42. You definitely couldn't beat him." He added, "The second and third masters are both over level 50 and are currently out working. If they return at the wrong moment, you'll be in even more danger."
Van Triet frowned, thinking.
Entering the inner courtyard meant facing an owner far stronger than him. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly struck the guard unconscious, glanced at Kyochi and said, "You stay here." The abrupt command left Kyochi momentarily flustered. Without further explanation, Van Triet quietly returned to the secret realm where the Lord was imprisoned. He knew they used high-grade iron chains to restrain the beast. Unless the Lord died, the secret realm would not disappear. Therefore, the Din family always posted strict guards. This method was thorough, but only effective so long as no one dared break the lock. And now, Van Triet was exactly the one willing to do that. Like a ghost passing through the night, Van Triet moved and swiftly took down a guard. The commotion immediately stirred the surrounding soldiers, but he didn't stop. He charged in and shattered the iron chains restraining the realm lord. This bold move was meant to lure the patriarch out of the inner courtyard, audacious but highly effective. When the chains snapped, the lord roared and thrashed violently, throwing the area into chaos. Outside the secret realm, upon receiving the report, the Din patriarch rushed over with his retinue, shouting, "Stop dawdling! Enter the secret realm and reinforce." In the distance, Kyochi watched the entire scene. Meanwhile, inside, Van Triet had seized a level 60 chain. Their coordinated act played out like a dramatic scene, paving the way for him to infiltrate the inner courtyard easily. At the same time, in the Din family's main yard, 2 cars were parked at the main gate. Servants hurried out, cheerfully opening the doors to welcome the second master and the young master back. The one who stepped down was Din Hao, the second master, followed by Din Huck. Din Huck asked as they walked, "Is something serious going on that father came to pick me up?" Din Hao replied coldly, "Picking you up was just on the way." Meanwhile, another car door opened. A servant bowed and smiled politely. "Miss Van Sa, please alight from the carriage." They were 2 classmates of Van Triet. As they stepped down, another servant bowed and said, "Welcome to the exiles' quarters." The remark made the Din steward frown. Without another word, he immediately kicked the man who had spoken. Leaving the man sprawled on the ground, Din Hao led Van Sa and the others into the main house. From afar, Kyochi had observed everything. While still hesitating, Van Triet suddenly appeared. He nonchalantly asked, "You saw the Din family return and didn't dare go in, right?" His voice startled Kyochi, seeing the reaction. Van Triet frowned. "What's with that expression?" Kyochi said nothing, only glanced at him and shot back, "How did you get over there so fast?" Van Triet shrugged and replied calmly, "After all, that's the secret realm lord. Even at level 30, it's not easy to imprison. They can't subdue it again within half an hour." Having said that, he returned to the original question. "So what did you see?" Kyochi looked off into the distance, hesitated for a long moment, then answered, "That person is my young master, Kyulu." Hearing that name, Van Triet fell into silence. Kyochi continued, "At first, when Van Triet rebelled, his entire clan was wiped out. But even so, they didn't deserve the insults hurled at them." Hearing those words, Van Triet's expression grew darker, his gaze sinking like an abyss. Kyochi went on, voice full of bitterness. "You don't know how terrible the repercussions were. The Kyo family continuously suffered malice from the empire. Under Din Khan's calculated leadership, the situation only worsened. In the end, the Kyo family became servants to the Din family, sometimes paraded out so they could flaunt their power and so-called benevolence." He sighed. For the Kyo family to survive, they had no choice but to bow their heads, always scheming and living hand-to-mouth like a candle in the wind. "My parents once wanted to change things, but the result was my father went mad and became insane. As for my uncle, Kyo Lu, he completely turned into the Din family's loyal dog." Van Triet heard this tragic story and was momentarily speechless. After a long silence, he suddenly stepped past Kyochi, voice stern, "I'm going into the house." Kyochi, startled out of his pain, hurriedly warned, "Right now Father Din Huck is there, level 42, fully decked in top-tier gear. If you're discovered, you're dead for sure." Van Triet's expression didn't change. He replied coldly, "In an age where secret realms are controlled like this, without taking risks, there's no hope for change. There are things that, if you hesitate, you'll never achieve." Having said that, he glanced at Kyochi sincerely. "I can help you change, but first you must make the choice yourself. I'll fight, but I won't force you to follow." Kyochi panicked. "But the opponent is a massively powerful noble family. Can we really fight back?" Van Triet left only one sentence. "What I want to confront is the entire empire." Then like the wind, he disappeared. Kyochi was left standing, still unable to process that bold declaration. Van Triet's destination was the Din family's villa. In the drawing room, Din House sat on the sofa sipping tea and casually asked a servant, "How did the secret realm lord break free of the chains?" The servant stammered, only managing an "oh," unsure how to answer. Opposite, Van Jia spoke with concern. "Is something inconvenient, sir? We can visit another day if needed." Din House smiled and shook his head. "No need, eldest brother. He can handle it. It's just a small secret realm. How is that more important than Miss Van Sa? Moreover, after learning she arrived, Father Din Huck and third uncle are already on their way back. This is easily manageable." He added, "I've also contacted the AG family's hero. He very much wants to meet her." On the second-floor corridor, a figure hid silently. That was Van Triet. Hearing Din Hao mention Din Khan, he fell into thought. To enter a hero secret realm, you need a passage permit and someone to escort you. It seemed Van Sa, the girl who shared his surname, held a position far from ordinary. Thinking that, Van Triet quickly left, focusing on finding the passage permit first. Fortunately, he avoided the scrutinizing gaze of the person beside Van Sa. Going up to the second floor, Van Triet deftly avoided two maids and slipped into a room. He moved carefully, afraid of bumping into anyone. Luckily, the room was empty. At the same time, in the Din family's main yard, Din Gak led people back from the secret realm, muttering angrily, "Finally restrained the realm lord. Clearly someone intentionally released it, but now there's no sign of anyone." Suspecting something, Din Gak shouted and ordered the villa to be surrounded. He knew Van Sa was a guest and could not allow any lapse to disturb her. In the room, Van Triet rifled through everything but couldn't find the passage permit. Frustrated, he activated his illusion skill and finally discovered a suspicious drawer. Opening it, he found a diary. Flipping it open, underneath were a number of high-quality skill books. Outside the Din gate, guards swarmed in, surrounding the place completely. Kyochi hid far away, heart pounding. Why are all the guards gathering here? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He feared that if Van Triet didn't escape in time, both of them would be done for. If captured, the painful memories from the past would repeat. He intended to quietly withdraw, to preserve his life, but Van Triet's words suddenly ringing in his head gave him pause. Suddenly, Kyochi shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The guards immediately located him and charged in pursuit. He ran for his life, hoping to draw attention and create a chance for Van Triet to escape. At that moment, Van Triet burst through the door and immediately noticed Kyochi's action. He smiled, eyes flashing with admiration. Kyochi had overcome his fear and chosen to fight. With a bold glint in his eyes, Van Triet suddenly shouted, "Attract everyone's attention. The chains and skill books are with me. If you have the guts, come and take them." Immediately, the guards shifted their target from Kyochi to him, but Van Triet showed no sign of flinching. He activated a slowing light skill, causing everyone within a 20 m radius to move 20% slower. Like a whirlwind, he lunged forward, while reversing the light acceleration skill, boosting his own speed by another 30%. Seeing Van Triet running toward the secret realm, Din Gak immediately roared, "Team 2, Team 3, return at once to protect the realm lord." He hesitated and did not give chase right away. Kyochi, still hiding, also noticed Van Triet's odd behavior. He wondered why Van Triet had led the guards back that way. Van Triet's thinking was razor-sharp. With the guards drawn outside, the realm lord must have been restrained. If so, it would be in its weakest state. If he could kill the realm lord, the mirror world would level up. Such a golden opportunity. How could he pass it up? At the same time, inside the Din villa, a somber atmosphere descended on the drawing room. Van Jia couldn't help but break the silence. "The disturbance outside isn't small. Uncle really doesn't need to stay here to receive us." Din Hao smirked slightly. "It's just a petty thief. Elder brother can handle it." Outside, the scene was chaotic like a smashed beehive. Din Gak bellowed, "Don't block me, you lot are as slow as turtles. Rush to the realm lord." He ordered the marksman and Langbat to chase the intruder, who was Van Triet. With half his skill points invested in agility and the acceleration from a level 30 skill, Only the marksman and Langbat could keep up with him. Dingak was no fool, but unfortunately still allowed Van Triet to reach the Realm Lord. The fact the Lord was sealed here was its greatest weakness, and Van Triet was determined to exploit it. If he concentrated all his strength, he could take it down immediately. Without hesitation, he plunged down. The soldiers below instantly became alert and formed an attack formation, but Van Triet calmly unleashed his chaotic spiked skill. The floating spikes in the air turned the guards' faces pale. A scoffing voice said, "This is a skill that causes abnormal status. Humans aren't as easy to hit as monsters." No sooner had the words finished than an explosion rang out and one man took the hit. The soldiers panicked. Someone shouted, "Impossible! The abnormal proc rate of this skill is way too high." Ignoring the chaos, Van Triet pierced through the encirclement. The more crowded it became, the easier it was for him to reach the Realm Lord, who was low on health. Indeed, his bold action shattered the enemy formation. Van Triet sneered inwardly. What a ragtag bunch, completely lacking combat experience. Has peace dulled their fighting skills? He charged at the final layer of defense. The soldiers snarled at him, trying to hold the line, but Van Triet remained unflinching, unleashing a formation-breaking move and charging straight ahead. Just then, Dingak appeared, shouting angrily, "Hold the formation! Let me deal with him!" He donned his armor, swinging a great axe wreathed in fiery flames toward him. Van Triet glanced over, eyes mocking. "Come on then," he snorted coldly. "That works for me." Then unexpectedly he pulled out the level 60 iron chain he'd just seized. Although he wasn't high enough level to use it, he still took advantage of its sturdiness. Van Triet hurled the iron chain straight into Dingak's flaming axe, using the impact to break the seal. Unaware of the plot, Dingak focused all his force on attacking the chain. Seizing the opportunity, Van Triet rushed to the Realm Lord and raised an eyebrow triumphantly. "Thanks for the assist." Dingak realized the scheme and roared in fury. "You dare!" Van Triet scoffed. "Too bad. I actually do." He drove a fatal strike into the Realm Lord. With its scant remaining blood, the beast collapsed instantly. As a result, Van Triet leaped 3 levels, reaching level 20, and his stats soared, and the mirror world leveled up as well. Dingak's face turned various shades between pale and flushed, furious to the extreme, but Van Triet paid him no mind and ignored the soldiers charging at him. He opened the system panel and activated the new level 2 mirror world skill. Just as the soldiers attacked, when they looked back, there was no one standing before them. An invisible shell surrounded them, making everyone seem frozen. Van Triet stared in astonishment at the system text. Wandering in the mirror, time remaining 29 minutes 51 seconds. He tried to sweep his hand through a figure, but it dissolved like wind. No wonder reality felt distorted. These beings were just illusions. He bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. Strangely, it did not vanish. An information panel popped up. The stone in the mirror can be collected and taken out. Van Triet was astonished. It's not an illusion but can be removed. The stone emitted a strange blue aura, though its purpose remained mysterious. He thought to himself that once the skill reached level 2, he could enter the mirror world and retrieve items to bring out. After considering it, Van Triet decided to store the item, planning to slowly investigate whether the system would change further. Immediately, the system panel displayed a long, endless list. Skills like illusion art, inactive; invisibility art, inactive; lost dance art, inactive; poison nail, inactive; chaotic spines, gravity prison cage, inactive; radiant armor shell, inactive; soul absorption, inactive; law-breaking blade that clears controls, inactive; and gloom art, inactive, appeared in sequence. Scrolling through the barrage of information, Van Triet frowned, thinking to himself that all these skills were still inactive. When he touched one on the panel, the system immediately notified him that the inherent skill had not been learned. Van Triet pondered, "Inherent skill. It seems what's displayed here are reversed versions of the skills. Perhaps you must learn the inherent skill in reality first before it can be activated." He realized the level 1 reverse skill was only a trimmed portion of the level 2 function. Running his hand over the skill list, Van Triet muttered, "So I can choose a powerful skill combo to learn first. I need to plan my progression path right away. Just then, a piercing cold current suddenly swept in from behind, like a drifting wind but enough to make him shiver. Van Triet turned around and astonishingly found a host of blurred figures, like thin smoke, appearing behind him. He exclaimed, "Souls? Other souls can exist here too." Not only that, they were unlike ordinary spirits. Vengeful energy billowed from them, transforming into fierce, desiccated skeletons that lunged straight at him. Without hesitation, Van Triet drew his blade, stepped back, and took a ready stance. In the blink of an eye, he became a warrior like a soul monster. Swinging the blade, he released dazzling purple arcs of light, slashing directly at the soul fiend. With a single move, it dissolved instantly. "Seems not very strong," he muttered. Immediately afterward, a familiar mechanical sound rang in his ear, startling him. The system announced, "Death Soul Contract. You can sign a contract with a soul. After signing, you can bring it out of the mirror world to fight for you. Contracts 0/20. Van Triet frowned and thought, "Contract? So after defeating a death soul, I can tame it as a summon and bring it out?" Not only stones, the level 2 mirror world also seemed to allow bringing death souls into reality. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Looking up at the death souls circling in the air, he murmured, "How intriguing." At the same time, in the real world, the crowd still swarmed like ants, but no one could find any trace of Van Triet. They buzzed. The secret realm vanished. Why hasn't that guy appeared? How could he disappear like thin air? Could this be Lang Bat's hidden skill? A purple-haired man waved his knife and replied, "No way. Their hidden skills have physical form and duration, so it wouldn't be like that." Before he finished, another man, furious, rushed over, grabbed him by the collar and snarled, "Then you tell me, how could so many of us still let him get away?" While the other man was still shouting, Van Triet unexpectedly reappeared. Both of them were startled, eyes wide, not understanding what had happened. Unconcerned with them, he stood there scanning the system panel and muttered, "Has the mirror roaming time expired? When exiting, do you return to the same spot? Or are there other conditions?" The man screamed at him like a madman, but Van Triet had anticipated the situation. He calmly raised his hand to his chest. One iris flashed green as he cut him off. "Hold on. After being besieged so long, I should have a little gift in return." With that, Van Triet summoned a host of contracted death souls from the mirror world. They, like bloodthirsty monsters, lunged at the crowd with ferocious momentum. He smiled. "Taste my legion of death souls." At the sight, the crowd recoiled in panic, crying out in terror. "What is that? Is it a demon?" Din Gak's anger flared, his eyes cold and fierce as he growled, "Don't panic. They're just death soul monsters. I've seen plenty of them." Hearing that, a man in the group mustered his courage, shut his eyes, and charged at a death soul. But when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself unharmed. The monster wasn't as fearsome as he'd imagined. He laughed loudly, feigning confidence. "Told you not to panic." The system displayed the status. Drybone Death Soul Level 20, HP 1370/1370, MP 140/140. Now the crowd had shaken off their fear and felt reinvigorated. They surged forward to counterattack, shouting, "Capture it and everyone gets a raise." After a bout of fighting and wiping out the death souls, they suddenly realized Van Triet had vanished. His figure seemed to dissolve into thin air. "Where did that guy go?" They panicked. It turned out that while the crowd was still occupied with fighting, Van Triet had quietly slipped away without anyone noticing. He privately judged these death souls to be too low level. To stop these people, he needed to capture higher-tier, more powerful death souls. If he obtained elite death souls, that ragtag lot would be no match. But in the mirror world, the 20 strongest death souls he could contract were already taken. He recalled that while in the mirror world, the system had announced, "You have reached the search boundary. The mirror world has a search limit. Once entered, your action range is only 200 meters. Van Triet frowned, feeling a throbbing in his head. He had to find an opportunity to explore other areas of the mirror world to see if he could hunt higher-tier death souls. While thinking, he suddenly noticed two figures lurking under dense trees in the distance. One young man was lifted into the air by someone choking him. The captor snarled, "You think you can run? You think I'll let you go? Capture you, who knows what reward we'll get." Before the man could finish, Van Triet rushed over and slashed across with his blade. The attacker had no time to react and was cut in two. The young man lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. While he was still dazed and hadn't understood what happened, Van Triet grabbed his collar and dragged him along, saying calmly, "Let's go. They're all in chaos. Let's head back and check our loot." Over with Din Gak's group, the situation was a complete mess. Somehow the Death Souls had revived, throwing everyone into confusion. Blows were struck decisively, slaying Death Souls without any real difficulty. One man thrust his thin sword into a Death Soul's head and called out, "The Drybone Death Soul is dead." But then, to their horror, the Death Soul reassembled its body and stood up as if nothing had happened. The system displayed, Drybone Death Soul level 20, HP 1370/1370, MP 140/140. The crowd stood stunned, whispering, "How can it die and come back to life?" Before they could recover, a burst of eerie red energy tore through the space, obliterating 4 Death Souls in an instant. A man walked forward slowly, sighed, and with a sneer said, "These are all summoned creatures. Even if they revive, it will drain magic points. Just kill them a few more times and they're done." He was Din Kwa, level 52, third housemaster of the Din family, wielding immense authority. The scene cut to the Din residence. A man bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "I'm sorry, father. I couldn't keep her." In reality, the intruder had been too brazen. He not only escaped but smashed a window in the house. Hearing this, the white-haired man snorted coldly. "The intruder even got inside the house? Not only did you fail to catch him, you don't even know what he looks like. Is this how you do your job?" He was Din Dan, level 57, son of the hero Din Khan and the lord of the Din family. He didn't dare argue and took all the blame. "It's my fault for not doing my job well." But he looked up and added, "Miss Van Sa agreed to go to the hero's secret realm, so House A will have no problems." Still, Din Dan was dissatisfied. His cold gaze swept elsewhere as he snorted, "Find that person and kill him." He turned to the window and waved his hand in command. "Quick! Check if anything else was stolen." Back with Van Triet, he held an anonymous pass card, his eyes thoughtful, thinking, pass card. Though he had obtained it, he still needed someone to lead him into the hero's secret realm. This matter could wait. The system displayed, Van Triet level 20, HP 720/720, MP 140/140. At Din Huck's place this time, he had reached level 20. Even though the Chimera ring was 94% damaged, he still managed to take more than a dozen skill books hidden in his house. From the storage space, Van Triet pulled out a shimmering green book. He learned Battle Chant Incantation. Costs 40 MP, lasts 60 seconds, increases critical rate by 8%, critical damage by 15%, and reduces defense by 20%. Reverse Shield Chant Incantation. Costs 40 MP, lasts 60 seconds, decreases critical rate by 12%, reduces incoming critical damage by 23%, and increases defense by 30%. He calculated silently that this reverse support skill could boost his attributes. Then, relying on stats alone would be enough to crush same-level opponents. The system announced the passive skill, Battle Force Boost. Permanent. Additional power from the rare level, 30 Rotten Knight Armor. -3 Spirit, plus 900 Physical Defense, plus 1,500 Magic Defense. Previously, the domain leader had also dropped an equipment piece that could be used later. More importantly, the Mirror World had leveled up. The Mirror World's ultimate skill can reverse anything. At level 2, the combat power of summoned Death Souls had increased significantly, but it was still insufficient. Judging by the equipment style on the hero statue, Van Triet guessed the hero belonged to the S-rank branch of the Berserker profession. To kill him, he would need Death Souls of the same rank at level 50 or above. Lost in thought, Van Triet suddenly heard Kyo Chi beside him ask worriedly, "Van Triet, they won't be able to follow us, right?" He smiled faintly and glanced over to reassure him. Don't worry, I've shaken them off, and our identities weren't revealed. Even reassured, Kyochi remained uneasy, fidgeting as he replied softly, Seeing him, Van Triet understood the feeling. Still worried? Hard to blame him at this age. Thinking that, he quietly called, Kyochi, are there any secret realms recently where powerful experts died? Kyochi asked in surprise. A secret realm where a powerful expert died? Van Triet nodded. Yes, I want to find a higher-tier secret realm to level up. As for the powerful expert, you'll know when the time comes. Kyochi pondered, trying to recall, then said, if we're talking about a secret realm where a powerful expert died, there is indeed one, but that's the school's secret realm. We have no chance of sneaking in. Van Triet looked into the distance, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. The school's secret realm was tightly controlled? Then he'd have to use special means. He mentally calculated and immediately thought of bribing with the valuable skill books he'd taken. At the principal's private residence, when the man saw the rare purple quality skill books for the Langbat profession, he couldn't hide his surprise. These are for me? He cleared his throat a few times to compose himself, secretly thinking the kid Van Triet really had backing. But he kept a stern expression. The school's secret realm can't be opened at will. I can't open a back door. After a pause, he added, however, this secret realm has recently only been opened to graduating students. Underclassmen don't meet the requirements. But if you're an outstanding special student, you can join the tour with a teacher's recommendation. With the principal's help, Van Triet finally set foot in the school's secret realm. He patted his shoulder and promised, I'll do my best to help you get this spot. Around them, other students cheered excitedly. This might be the last secret realm I'll ever enter. I'm going to grind as many monsters as I can. That's right. If it weren't for the hero's gift, we wouldn't have this chance. Thank you, hero. Unlike the crowd's excitement, Van Triet felt uneasy. He stared ahead with a premonition. Something about this secret realm felt off. The principal stood there enthusiastically introducing. This is the hero secret realm donated to our school by the hero. Legend says the hero once fought here. There may still be traces. Behind him, Kyochi stood silent, as if wanting to say something but holding back. He thought to himself, isn't the hero secret realm where the hero executed the traitor Kyo-en? Glancing at Van Triet, he hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Suddenly, the principal pulled another male student close and warned, but this secret realm's difficulty is low, so be careful. Then he turned to the student. Chuta, you lead everyone. Chuta frowned and muttered irritably, how am I supposed to level up then? The principal patted his shoulder to comfort him. All right, no more complaints. The realm is open, go in. Even juniors get to come here? As they walked, Chuta glanced at Van Triet and Kyochi, scowling. What a pain. Now I've got to carry 2 extra weights. You lot go in and stay behind me. Don't cause trouble. If you die, that's on you. The secret realm opened and everyone entered without suspicion. Only Van Triet remained uneasy. How could a level 20 to 40 realm give him this feeling? He squinted, his gaze sharp as he questioned the rising sense of danger. Inside the hero secret realm, the group passed through the main gate. Giant, jagged crystals surrounded them, glittering with majestic light. Someone walking ahead suddenly stopped, eyes fixed forward, exclaiming, that is, before him, the 2 girls Van Am and Van Sa had appeared as if from nowhere. He was surprised. Why are Van Am and Van Sa here? Aren't they juniors? Another guy sneered at Van Triet and Kyochi. Look, those 2 underclassmen got in too? The other guy boasted arrogantly. If Van Sa and the others transfer here, that'd be great. Take the girls out and get motivated. After saying that, his mouth curled as if daydreaming, drool nearly forming. Maybe I could still. Before he could continue fantasizing, an armored man stepped up and cut him off. Don't dream. Those girls are definitely above 3rd year. We're asking them to lead us, the man added. Don't even think about climbing higher. Hearing that, the conceited guy curled his lip and waved his hand. All right, I was just joking. At that moment, footsteps rang out. He looked up to see who it was. Van Sa and Van Am unexpectedly walked straight toward Van Triet, startling the guy. But instead of approaching him, the two girls stopped in front of Van Triet. He was briefly stunned and thought to himself, this person was a guest at the Din household with some status. Why seek me out? Does she know the original owner of this body? Or does she want to speak on behalf of Din Huk? Contrary to that guess, Van Sa smiled gently and said, I saw you yesterday at the Memorial Museum. Your agility isn't bad, and your voice is quite distinctive. Van Triet was taken aback, wondering, is she just starting a conversation? As she finished speaking, Van Am's cold golden eyes drew near as if to pierce his soul. Her voice, mixed with a sound like shattering glass, rang out clearly. Van Triet widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected that after just 2 shouts yesterday, she would recognize him. Before he could speak, Van Sa turned, changed into a new outfit, smiled brightly, and waved. When she was done, she announced they would stop here for today. Behind her, Van Am also donned different armor, clenched a dagger, and beamed, let's go explore first. Van Sa's actions made Van Triet even more suspicious. She had recognized him but chose not to expose him before the crowd, instead using this approach to signal him. An image flashed in his mind of when Din Huk had once recognized his voice. As long as Din Huk didn't come looking in the short term, given his current leveling speed, he had nothing to worry about. With that thought, Van Triet kept his eyes on Van Sa and Van Am's movements. If they showed goodwill, he would reciprocate. He called out, be careful. There's a dangerous aura in this secret realm. Hearing that, the two girls turned their heads to look at him. Van Sa replied, now that you mention it, there really is a strange sensation here. At my rank, I wouldn't normally pay attention, but thanks for the warning. The crowd around them buzzed in disbelief. Van Sa was known for being aloof. Why was she being friendly with him? To find out the truth, they swarmed Van Triet, clamoring, hey, how do you know Van Sa? Are you two acquainted? Yeah. Could you introduce her to us? But Van Triet himself was vague. He coldly raised a hand and replied, sorry, we have to go. Someone called out urgently, you planning to go solo? The weakest monsters here are level 20. 2 underclassmen like you could die if you run into one. Before they could finish, Tu Ta's face darkened. He raised a hand to cut them off, his voice icy. Let them go. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he continued. Having a connection to Van Sa isn't bad, so I assume their rank won't be low. The female student beside him remained worried and stammered. But Mr. Lai told us to be careful. Is this really okay? Tu Ta cleared his throat. Don't forget the real reason we're here. The less you know about that place, the better. It's rare essence crystal. Do you want to share it with them? Anyway, everyone has emergency signal guns, so don't worry about it. His words were hard, but deep down Tu Ta hid jealousy. How did a commoner get to know Van Sa? Thinking this, he glanced at Van Triet and Kyo Chi's retreating figures and thought to himself that if they overestimated themselves, they'd deserve whatever happened. Outside the secret realm entrance, only a few people remained silent. Suddenly Din Huk rushed over from nowhere, looking urgent as if something serious had happened. The teacher asked in surprise, you are Din Huk? Why are you here? Din Huk replied sternly, a team just went in, right? The teacher nodded. Yes. Seeing the murderous look in Din Huk's eyes, the teacher asked in puzzlement, what do you intend to do? Din Huk recalled his conversation with his father.
Van Triet, Kyo Chi.
Don't blame them for what happened at the Memorial Museum. I don't have time to deal with these small matters now. Seeing his father didn't believe him, Din Huk angrily shouted, they were the ones who broke in. I recognized their voices. His father interrupted sternly. A Huk, an intruder who could slip away from me, and so many guards couldn't be a student. How could students pull off something like this? Din Kwa interjected. At least you must prove those two can overpower the guards. Otherwise, I can't help argue your case. Din Dan reminded them, all right, we're discussing serious matters. Don't interrupt. The more he thought about it, the angrier Din Huk became. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the other's collar and growled. Van Triet and Kyo Chi have already gone in? I want into that secret realm too. Inside the realm, Van Triet unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp slashes at the stone humanoid monster. With a powerful strike, the level 20 Manhwa orb collapsed instantly. But no sooner had it fallen than another appeared. A level 30 Manhwa eye orb, HP 1981,980ths, MP 280/280. It was much harder to deal with, blasting potent magic from the top of its head. Van Triet remained unfazed. His reflexes were lightning fast as he stepped back to dodge the attack. He shouted for Kyo-Chi, who immediately responded. Shield of Light. Instantly, golden-winged shields manifested around Van Triet. Cost 40 MP. Lasted 3 minutes, forming a liquid barrier with 500 durability and 700 defense. Not stopping there, Kyo-Chi let out an encouraging roar. A blaze of passion erupted, boosting Van Triet's strength, speed, and attack power by 5%. Agile and swift, Van Triet leapt onto the top of the monster, identified its weak point, and swung his blade hard. With a thunderous crack, the Manhwa eye orb was cleaved in two, unable to react. System notification. Manhwa eye star level 30 has died. Law-destroying blade. Attack power increased by 70%. Duration remaining 7 seconds. The system continued to display, "You have leveled up." Character information.
Name van Triet.
Race human. Level 21. Class incantation. HP 670.
MP 140.
Stamina 11. Spirit power 27. Strength 6. Defense 69. Agility 27. Critical rate 1.37%. MP recovery speed 1.38 seconds. EXP 47/400. Unassigned points available. Not only Van Triet, Kyo-Chi also leveled up. I leveled up too, another level gained. Character information. Kyo-Chi, race human. Level 11 class shield bearer.
HP 590, MP 120.
Stamina 9, spirit power 4, strength 7, defense 19, agility 8. Critical rate 0.65%. MP recovery speed 1.92 seconds. EXP 24/2400. Unassigned attribute points available. Van Triet looked at the system panel and thought to himself that the 2 skill books surrounding Shield and Rallying Shout, taken from the Din residence, were truly useful. With Kyo-Chi's current level, learning them would fit perfectly. Even though the monsters here are strong, with Kyo-Chi's support everything becomes much easier. The two continued deeper, and ahead appeared huge luminous crystal masses, growing densely like a strange forest. According to the teacher, this secret realm hides the rare Wonderstone beasts. Killing one gives a chance to obtain the auxiliary skill Gravity Pull Thunder. Van Triet muttered the skill list: Illusion Art, Invisibility Art, Dance Art, Poison Milk, all not activated, and Gravity Pull Thunder not learned either. But having read the skill list from the Mirror World, he had identified which skill to prioritize. Not only Wonderstone beasts, the secret realm also contained undead. Van Triet glanced around and murmured, wondering where those powerful fighters had died within the realm. Their souls likely drift near the battle sites. Hopefully they could find some high-grade items. Just then, he was startled to see a gigantic creature appear at his feet. Its body was pieced from cracked stone, emitting a gloomy purple light that seemed to swallow space. Red veins like burning blood spread across its body, and 2 sharp horns jutted high. Not just one, countless others stood nearby as if guarding something. This was the Crystal Pillar Valley. To be sure, Van Triet and Kyo-Chi quietly moved closer to observe. He wondered why so many elite Wonderstones had gathered here. They even moved over 1,000 meters, far beyond the usual activity range. Are they wanderers? This species is rare, not fixed to a location, roaming the secret realms, their power far exceeding ordinary monsters. Thinking this, Van Triet immediately drew his weapon. His eyes flashed like fire, and he lunged downward without hesitation. In the past, when humans were weak, encountering wanderers meant being torn apart like paper. They even wandered outside the secret realms, causing countless horrific disasters. However, with danger came rich rewards. The experience and loot from them far surpassed ordinary monsters. For that reason, Van Triet resolved to confront them head-on. With a single slash, he tore through part of the creature's body. Facing such a powerful monster, he told himself he could only try once. Sure enough, landing a hit wasn't easy as its blood kept regenerating. Manhwa Wonderstone level 30, HP 1830 1980ths, MP 280/280. Van Triet was astonished. Could it have a continuous healing skill? The Wonder Stones went berserk at the sight of him and simultaneously fired magical energy. He didn't stand there taking it. He kept jumping to dodge and activated surrounding shield to protect himself. But even with the shield, the terrifying speed of the elite monsters still let them land hits on him. Their attacks were rapid and dense. Before he could react, another strike sliced across his arm. At this pace, dodging everything was impossible. He hastily checked his status. Van Triet level 23, HP 242 720ths, MP 52/140. His HP and defense were too low. Without Kyochi's shield, he'd be gravely wounded. To hold out, Van Triet summoned an undead to fight, but the situation didn't improve. Dry Bone Undead level 23, HP 1064/1820, MP 140/140. He cried out worriedly. Not good. The undead can't hold either. Without hesitation, Van Triet turned and ran backward. Fortunately, the monster's movement speed was fairly slow. However, his HP and defense couldn't be raised immediately. To defeat these monsters, they would have to rely on Kyochi after he leveled up. He stepped in front of him and said, "Come on. First follow me to farm the normal monsters and level up." In the low-level monster area, Kyochi prepared to face a Manhwa Elite level 20, HP 1480/1480, MP 250/250. Van Triet stood behind, thinking that earlier from above he'd spotted many suitable monster locations for Kyochi to train. In a party, the shield of the shieldbearer is the key defensive line and can absorb up to 94% of damage. The protective helmet taken from the Din Guard gave Kyochi enough defense to block strikes from level 20 monsters. While Kyochi was still struggling, Van Triet shouted from behind, "Lower your center of gravity. Stand firm." Following the instruction, Kyochi immediately raised his shield toward the monster. As predicted, the shield's durability dropped to only 90%, saving an additional 4% compared to before. Kyochi cried out with joy, but because he was distracted, the monster immediately countered, throwing a punch he couldn't block. Shieldbearer Kyochi level 11, HP 410/590, MP 107/120. Van Triet yelled, "Watch out! Attack from the rear." Without stopping, he rushed forward and slashed off the monster's arm. He coldly reminded, "Always be alert for the next strike and its range. No need to tense up too much, only brace when defending. Relax your body to conserve strength." Having said that, he pushed Kyochi forward to continue the fight. "I'll support from the rear. As the shield bearer, you must always watch your teammates' movements." Hearing this, Kyochi cast aside his fear, his gaze steadying. He smiled and replied, Like that." The two coordinated smoothly, one raising the shield, the other attacking. When strength differences aren't too large, skill is the deciding factor. Time passed, and the monster corpses gradually piled up on the ground. System notification: you have leveled up. Character information: Van Triet, race human. Level 22, class incantation.
HP 670, MP 140.
Stamina 11, spirit power 30, strength 6, defense 69, agility 27. Critical rate 1.37%, MP recovery speed 1.38 seconds. EXP 54/4600. Unassigned attribute points available. Van Triet glanced at Kyochi and saw him intently looking at his status panel. Now Kyochi was confident enough to face foes directly. Thanks to shared experience, his leveling speed was very fast. Kyochi cheered, "I've reached level 15. System display: Kyochi, race human, level 15, class shield bearer.
HP 590, MPO 140.
Stamina 9, Spirit Power 4, Strength 7, Defense 19, Agility 8. Critical Rate 0.71%, MP Recovery Speed 0.92 seconds. EXP 320/3200. Unassigned Attribute Points available. Without hesitation, Kyochi took out the skill book and finally learned it. Skill book, Shield Armor Plate. Equips an outer armor layer to the shield. Increases durability by 400, defense power by 512, equal to 1/7 of user's own defense. Rarity, Rare. Costs 50 MP, requires Shield Bearer class, level 15. The skill was quickly activated. Van Triet thought to himself that the book taken from the Din residence was the last thing Kyochi could learn at this stage. With Shield Armor Plate, his shield was now strong enough to deal with the elite wanderers in Crystal Pillar Valley. At the same time, in Crystal Pillar Valley, 3 unfamiliar silhouettes appeared. "Why are there so many elite wanderers here?" one asked anxiously. "Where did they come from? This is too dangerous for students. We must deal with it immediately." They were Lei Leet level 33, Trang Chin level 37, and Loyan level 34, members of the professor's team. Loyan frowned. "We can handle normal level 30 monsters, but these elite wanderers." Before he finished, a brilliant flare shot straight into the sky, the student's distress signal. The 3 immediately stopped and looked toward the flare. "First rescue the students over there," Loyan said decisively, though still hesitant. "As for these wanderers, if students accidentally encounter them then." Lei Leet nodded. "Right. As a precaution, I'll stay here." Trang Chin, full of vigor, reluctantly agreed. "Then Old Bok stays. If anything happens then." Before he could finish, Van Triet and Kyochi suddenly appeared and approached. "Shall we watch this area? The distress signal over there is definitely from the wanderers. If only the 2 of you go, I'm afraid it's not enough." Trang Chin was stunned and blurted, "You too?" Van Triet continued calmly. "The wanderers aren't fast, and they haven't noticed us yet. As long as we observe from a distance, there won't be a problem. You teachers can rest assured." The 3 professors considered for a moment, then quickly departed. But Trang Chin warned, "Those monsters are extremely dangerous. Do not act on your own." He emphasized, "Hide well. If you're discovered, you won't be able to escape." The corner of Van Triet's mouth twitched into a mysterious smile, his eyes cold as he whispered, "They won't be the ones who escape." After the 3 professors left, Van Triet immediately lunged down, swinging his blade in rapid succession, each strike accurately killing an elite monster. Their momentum remained fierce. One monster sprang up and fired magical energy straight at him. Kyochi did not hesitate. He raised his hand and shouted, "Surrounding shield! Shield armor plate!" Even though the undead was encased by the armor layer, the elite monster's power was still overwhelming. A single blow shattered the defense and cleaved the undead in 2 with ease. While the monster was distracted, Van Triet slid around to the rear and unleashed a series of razor-sharp slashes. There was an explosion. The monster's body burst into pieces. Van Triet continued to deal with the remaining ones. System display. Manhwa Wonderstone level 30. HP 328/1980. MP 170/280. He thought to himself he was still short a bit of damage. Thanks to Kyochi's support, Van Triet's strength and defense increased significantly. He quickly defeated the remaining elite monster. From its corpse, a brilliant purple beam of light fell down. Van Triet slid forward. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Then he immediately resumed fighting. He muttered to himself that he'd defeated an elite wanderer and was now almost accustomed to this class, but compared to his previous life he was still far behind. He swung his blade, using a reversal skill to boost his attack, but his basic strikes were still too weak. He thought to himself that it would be great if he could improve his attack power. No sooner had the thought finished than the system announced, "Enemy defeated. Level up." Van Triet rejoiced inwardly. Elite wanderers indeed granted a lot of experience. The system prompted, "Please pick up dropped items." He stepped up to the shattered corpse, his eyes lighting up when he saw an item, a radiant purple sword flashing with lightning. He exclaimed, "An attack-boosting weapon? System display. Long crystal blade. Attack plus 552. A satisfied smirk crossed his lips. It perfectly compensated for his lacking attack, and from now on fighting would be much easier. Unfortunately, the skill book Thunder Gravity Pull he had hoped for did not drop. The drop rate was truly too low. He was still mumbling when suddenly a blazing red flare appeared in the sky, different from the earlier distress signal. He immediately recognized it as the distress signal location, but this time it was the special signal from the teacher's team. At the same time, near Trangchin, the situation was extremely dire. He gritted his teeth, horror on his face, stammering, They had been driven into a crystal stone ravine, surrounded outside by countless elite wanderers. Why are there so many wanderers here? The situation grew ever tenser. Groups were besieged from all sides with no escape. Not far away, on a large rock, Van Sa and Van Am were observing below. Van Sa frowned. Too many monsters are gathering here. What on earth happened? A man stepped forward and replied, I'm not sure either. We just followed the signal to reinforce. He pointed down. The signal came from the cave. They must be trapped. He continued anxiously. There are too many monsters. I'm afraid even the teacher's team can't handle them. Hearing this, Van Sa smiled. This is my task. She waved her hand. A beam of light hovered in the air and then shattered into countless fragments. On the ground, a golden formation of the secret art Tin E appeared. With the support, everyone was enveloped in a strong energy. Spirit power +2, attack power +20%. The crowd murmured, This skill's effect is so high, it must be at least rare. Van Sa leapt into the air, swung at the elite wanderer and shouted, Gravity drive! Immediately, massive boulders fell from above, pinning the monster and trapping it in a solid stone cage. Seizing the opportunity, Van Am wasted no time, activated a hidden technique, and unleashed a razor-sharp slash at the monster. The status bar vanished instantly, signaling its death. Witnessing the scene, those nearby were stunned and buzzing, their eyes bright as if enlightened. So strong! Now we can rescue those inside. People kept exclaiming, praising Van Am and Van Sa's reputations. Standing behind, Van Triet silently observed and evaluated inwardly. Not only their equipment but also their skills were top tier. He thought that even without him, this place probably wouldn't face trouble. However, a sudden uneasy feeling flashed through his mind. Something wasn't right. What had caused the wanderers to gather in such numbers? Van Triet turned to Kyochi and said decisively, I'll go inside to take a look. You follow those people first. To clarify the situation, he activated the skill, Wandering in the Mirror, and stepped into the reversed world. System notification. Wandering in the Mirror. Time remaining 29 minutes 59 seconds. Van Triet glanced around and murmured, Glass is scattered across the ground. It's all mirrors. I can enter the mirror world at any time, but the mechanism to return to reality remains a mystery. The previous day, at the Din residence, when the time for Wandering in the Mirror ended, Van Triet had passed by a few standing figures but still couldn't return to reality. Before him, in the crystal stone cave, a few silhouettes flickered. Humans cast shadows, but the monsters did not. He wondered whether, aside from himself, every creature in the mirror world lacked a physical form. Venturing deeper into the crystal cave, Van Triet suddenly halted when he recognized a familiar figure. It's them. This is Little Ta, right? It seemed they had come here to lure the wanderers and then send a distress signal. Thanks to the narrow terrain, the monsters couldn't cause much danger for the moment, but he still wondered what in this cave had such strong attraction. Taking a few more steps, the faint green light from the surrounding rocks made it hard for him to determine direction. Suddenly his gaze stopped, and he exclaimed in astonishment, They even have this here? Before him were not just ordinary glass shards but countless multicolored, glittering mineral deposits. Are these special glass minerals? No wonder those Little Ta folks risked entering this cave. From his knowledge, this kind of glass exists only in secret realms and is completely different from the outside world. Those of the life system can use them to craft unique equipment and accessories. Thinking so, he gently approached and touched a piece of glass that glowed with vivid green. These mineral deposits, are worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. Suddenly a prompt appeared. Mirror glass mineral can be collected and brought back to the real world. Yes or no? Van Triet froze and muttered, "Bring it back to the real world from here?" To confirm, he boldly touched a large glass chunk. The system appeared again. "Bring back to the real world, yes or no?" A corner of his mouth lifted as he thought inwardly that, apparently, as long as he was in the mirror world he could still bring items back to reality. Without hesitation, he quickly collected all the special mineral deposits. This skill still held many mysteries to explore, but for now he needed to scout the place. He looked around and realized the quantity of mineral deposits here was unusually large. If fully mined, even an ordinary person could become a millionaire. No wonder the wanderers gathered in such numbers. At the same time, in the real world, the battle with the elite monsters raged on. Van Sa leapt up and cast gravity drive, pinning the monster to the ground. Van Am coordinated smoothly, swinging his sword in continuous strikes. Not stopping there, they also summoned celestial dance technique, launching brilliant golden columns of light to the ground, prompting awe. Could all their skills be rare grade? Is their power really this great? One person gasped. They're much stronger than the teachers. Before such overwhelming power, the elite monsters were hacked to pieces, their bodies shattering like stones scattering. Little Ta ran over joyfully, exclaiming, "We're finally rescued. I thought we were going to die here." But before he could finish, Van Am cut in coldly. "Don't relax yet, we still have to fight our way out." Everyone had already expended a lot. Van Sa smiled faintly, more relaxed than before, but her eyes remained vigilant. Suddenly, the scene before her made her freeze. Her eyes widened. "Oh!" The little Ta group paled, their gazes vacant, speechless. Around them, elite monsters swarmed in from nowhere, as numerous as ants, surrounding them from all sides, ready to annihilate everything. The crowd cried out in terror. Could it be that all the wanderers in this secret realm have gathered here? Back in the mirror world, Van Triet faced towering pillars of crystal glass blocking the path. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon, delivering sharp strikes that shattered the massive glass block. Stone and glass fragments rained down, opening a maze-like passage. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flared up and shot into his eyes, causing his purple pupils to contract. He murmured, "Oh!" Right in the middle of the cave, a strange crystal nodule hovered, emitting a powerful, alluring energy. Van Triet stepped closer, eyes glued to the object, thinking to himself, could this be the hidden secret? If those mineral deposits are special products of the secret realm, then this core must be the sole treasure. He knew that a treasure core is the crystallization of special products, nurtured over a long time, so rare that ordinary people might never encounter one in a lifetime. He reached out and touched it, feeling the abundant energy. Joy flashed in his eyes and a faint smile appeared. Each treasure core carries its own unique power. System notification. Mirror core. Rank. None. Type. Treasure core. Unique item. Upon use. Stamina plus 10. Mana regeneration plus 0.5. Reduces 20% damage from electrolyte element. This is a replica of the treasure core. Van Triet murmured in awe. It boosts base stats and reduces electrolyte damage by 20%. Percentage damage reduction is extremely rare. Even top-tier gear seldom matches it. Increased stamina raises his health points, and the faster mana regen lets him cast Mystic Blade continuously. However, Van Triet still frowned, feeling puzzled. If a treasure core exists, normally the secret realm should house a monster far beyond the wanderers. So why are only the mineral deposits attracting them? Deciding to use the treasure core, he saw the system present a choice. Use or collect. Using it or carrying the item out will consume 10 minutes of wandering in the mirror time. Yes or no? He exclaimed in surprise. Switching back to the real world. A horror struck them all pale and rigid. Van Am and Van Sa no longer looked as powerful as before. Anxiety filled their eyes. Before them, massive boulders were smashed by a gigantic creature, the ground trembling violently. The monster resembled an elite species, but its size was 10,000 times larger. A single step could crush everything. Is this The leader of the Wanderers? A hidden boss. Everyone was terrified. A Wanderer Lord is a rare hidden boss, stronger than ordinary realm bosses, far surpassing the strength of any teacher or student. The group froze. Aren't Wanderer Lords supposed to appear only in high-level secret realms? Why has one appeared here? Despair spread. If things continued like this, everyone would die. Amid the chaos, Van Sa remained calm and spoke decisively. Everyone stay calm. Coordinated escape is our top priority. From that mountain pass we can leave the valley. If we can just get out, everyone will be safe. She immediately cast Tin Du's secret art, holding back nothing and exerting full force to clear the way in that direction. Another person immediately agreed. That's right. At least get the students out. He led the way, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Meanwhile, the Wanderer Lord swung its massive arm toward them. The group coordinated, launching a barrage of skills to stop it. A gigantic battle shield appeared, glowing with 5 points of light, blocking the boss's attack. Energy beams from the monsters were also intercepted. Not far now, everyone shouted. But at that moment, the Wanderer Lord roared and used Battle Howl. Muster. In the blink of an eye, countless small monsters of colors ranging from green to red appeared, surrounding them completely. The crowd panicked. Where did so many monsters come from? The boss continued to cast Crystal Radiance Orb, increasing all monsters' HP, attack, and defense by 20%. The monsters immediately pierced through the battle shield. The damage is too high. Health can't keep up. Panicked cries rang out. Help me! Seeing their teacher fall before them, the group fell into despair. He's dead. They couldn't hesitate any longer. Van Sa decisively ordered, Shield bearers, move up. Cleric, prioritize healing the shield holders. She silently assessed the situation, heavy at heart. The group was exhausted and barely holding on, while the Wanderer Lord had yet to unleash its full power. At this rate, they could not break the encirclement. Seeing the dire situation, someone in the group used stealth and quietly slipped away from the horde, seeking an escape route. 36 stratagems. Running is best. But the teacher immediately shouted, those with the Wanderer title, do not follow his example. You don't have enough hidden movement time to escape. No sooner had he finished speaking than a blinding light flared. The Wanderer Lord began its attack. Watch out! The teacher yelled, but that light engulfed the runner, turning him to ash. The situation grew ever tenser. The small monsters simultaneously increased their strength, and they even caused the mountain pass to collapse. This attack power is terrifying. We can't get out, someone cried in desperation. The boss calmly continued to charge up its move, preparing to sweep the entire group away. We're done for. It's about to rush us. We can't stop it. At that moment, 2 ultimate skills appeared, Giant Shield and Rock Mount Shield. System notification. Giant Shield, Rock Mount Shield level 70. Type, Shield, Epic quality. Defense plus 3000, Core resistance plus 80. Shields forged from stone turtle shell, self-adjusting to the wearer's body. The 2 shields stood firm against the Wanderer Lord's strike. Everyone get behind the shields quickly, the girl signaled urgently. Those with high strength, come hold them. If the shields fall, we're done. Although level 70 equipment with reliable durability, no one was of sufficient rank to equip them, making moving the shields difficult. They could only delay the attack temporarily. Suddenly a student cried in shock. Why does the school's secret realm have monsters like this? It's all because of you. Why else would we be here? The group began arguing, suspecting one another. Were all previous efforts to save them in vain? The teacher felt sad, but suddenly thought at least those 2 kids were likely safe. Images of Van Trick and Kyochi flashed in his mind. The teacher startled. Huh? Didn't I tell you 2 to wait in the valley? Why are you here? The teacher shouted urgently. Be careful! At the same time, a shield surrounding the shield bearer was summoned. System report. Status 33. 257/2. 070. 31/160. The surrounding defenses had been broken. No one remained strong enough to stop the Wanderers. Watching the student use the shield to withstand the boss's blow, the teacher was astonished. Was this boy really that strong? But the guards' shields had all shattered, their defenses ruined with no way to retreat. A barrage of power beams shot out in all directions.
Chang Jing's eyes widened in shock.
Just as a figure appeared. Kyochi, you did well.
Kieki replied in surprise.
Van, try it. Leave the back to me. The personal interface kept spitting out notifications, level UPS, rank increases, character data glowing in a corner of the screen. Name, Van, try it. Race, human, breakthrough level milestone 33, profession, support, accompanied by a terrifying surge in physical stats. Witnessing the miracle, Kyochi was stunned, dropped his weapon, and murmured in awe, Van, try it truly is very strong. Standing nearby, Van Sa also exclaimed in disbelief. He alone could defeat such a monstrous creature. Following the celebration, dozens of high-quality items poured out from the boss's corpse. He squinted to inspect, unable to contain his inner cheer. A legendary grade item dropped, and there were 2 of them. Before the joy could fully blossom, a violent tremor surged from the ground, sending his body staggering wildly through the air. The cause of this earth-shattering collapse was nothing other than the remnants of the giant golem's corpse. Below, teammates' piercing warnings rang out. The monster's about to fall. Van Triet is still up there. Be careful. Relying on agile reflexes, Van Triet, like a leopard, immediately leapt away from the spot before the ground collapsed. Landing steadily, he frowned and carefully evaluated the newly cracked cliff face. His gaze pierced the dust haze, and he was shocked to realize the interior structure of the mountain was completely hollow. Tipping his toes, Van Triet sprang down onto a jutting ledge and peered into the darkness. Below lay piled bodies of wandering monsters and countless rotten human remains. He assessed silently. It seemed this place long ago gave rise to a wanderer lord even stronger than this one. Because of the presence of such a horrifying creature, the area bore the scars of a brutal battlefield. Suddenly Van Triet's pupils contracted, sharply locking onto a shadow concealed in the distance. That figure was Kyo, and Bon Bon had truly died. A cold shiver ran down his spine, leaving him stunned. Looking up at the jagged mountain peak, a colossal stone statue loomed, a warrior pressing a great sword straight down into the ground in a mysterious pose. The shocking sight made everyone around draw a cold breath. They stared in disbelief, recognizing this as the traitor Kyoen. Van Triet clenched his fists, his mind roiling. Although he had heard this place was where the hero Dinkan carried out executions, he had never imagined it would be like this. The horrific traces of devastation before them were definitely not the aftermath of a one-sided purge. This was clearly bloody ruins left after an earth-shaking deathmatch between countless monsters and humans. That proud statue exuded a majestic, awe-inspiring aura, utterly unlike the cowardly traitor displayed in modern history museums. From that arrogant stance alone, it was clear this person was no meek soul to be trampled. In the suffocating silence, Kyochi suddenly clenched his fists and, choking up, said, "You may not believe me, but I think my great-grandfather, Tang Zhu, was not a heinous criminal." Kyochi's eyes brimmed with tears. His voice carried a bitter edge yet remained resolute. "Since childhood I've read about Tang Zhu's history. Whenever the records reached specific accounts of him, they were always described vaguely. But I still managed to find some details, that he always entered secret realms beyond his appropriate level." He swept his gaze over the crowd, voice full of challenge. "Tell me, why would someone of S rank, a level 60 profession, go into such low-level secret realms?" Before anyone could answer, Kyochi gave his own reply, voice laden with long-suppressed anguish. "Because this is a secret realm capable of nurturing a wanderer lord." The atmosphere seemed to freeze as the youth revealed the brutal truth. The wanderer lord was the source of the catastrophe, able to summon monsters from across the entire secret realm into the outside world. Therefore, the authorities simply did not have enough forces to defend against the flood of monsters. He drew a deep breath and lifted his head proudly. "That is why strong, responsible professionals must periodically enter these secret realms to destroy the monsters. And my great-grandfather was such a man. He came here to snuff out the disaster at its source." The earth-shattering revelation left everyone present so stunned they were speechless. Seeing their shocked expressions, Kyochi's mouth twitched. His crooked smile bore crushing bitterness. Perhaps you think I'm making this up, right? Even my relatives say I'm just seeking psychological comfort and interpreting those texts that way. Standing to the side, Van Triet decisively stepped forward. He slapped Van Chi's trembling shoulder firmly, and in a deep, steady voice affirmed, I believe you. This bold act of support left the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Kyochi also froze, eyes wide, his heart tightening. He had not expected Van Triet truly to believe that Kyo-en was not that sort of person. With his eyelids half closed, countless fond memories of fighting side by side with Kyo-en flooded Van Triet's mind. He recalled that kid's arrogant posture. I don't need anyone called a master, with a smug smile. With my talent, I'll surpass you soon. Old man like you might as well retire early. Then there were times of miserable struggle, screaming, Master, save me, but immediately afterward he'd bluster. Who needs you to save me? I just didn't expect so many monsters in this secret realm. Van Triet also remembered clearly Kyo and secretly hiding his injuries. You caught me? Yes, I'm the type who quietly works hard behind the scenes and then brags in front of others. Don't worry. The next secret realm won't be life-threatening. He also recalled that question from years ago. Why did you choose the sword guard profession to advance? Isn't that the weakest development path for shield users? And his friend's confident explanation. Isn't it because you pretty much only focus on strength and speed? You always charge straight ahead. No shield class can keep up with you. Those familiar voices still echoed in his ears. Old friend, I finally found you. The image of him grimacing when punished reappeared. I know. Leaving the team without permission costs 3 months' pay. I had to act because there were so many wanderers and I couldn't help rescuing people. Ah, never mind. The recollection ended and Van Triet returned to the present. His chest swelled with an indescribable ache. He ground his teeth and made a cold vow. Bon bon, for you, I will definitely find the Ding family and settle this. Cut to a luxurious mansion in the real world. After hearing the report, the Ding patriarch slammed the table and shouted skeptically, Is what you're saying true? Bruised and battered from a severe beating, Ding Huck whimpered and tattled to his father. It's true. If you don't believe me, ask the teacher in charge of that secret realm. That Van Triet is that formidable. I was blocked at the gate by the teacher guarding the secret realm and not allowed to enter. He recalled the guard's resolute face. We really couldn't let you in. Your rank is still too low. He continued recounting the whispers of the hunters who had just escaped. Did you see that earlier? Of course. From a distance I saw that Wanderer Lord collapse. With such a commotion, who wouldn't notice? It's likely been killed by that person. An old veteran hunter stroked his chin in admiration. Truly impressive. That's a rare hidden boss, above level 40. Being able to subdue it is beyond my imagination. The rumor spread, and attention focused on one name. That person is called Van Triet, right? The nearby students couldn't hide their surprise. I thought Van Sa and his group were already powerful. I didn't expect someone among the students to be that strong. What's that kid's background, anyway? After hearing Ding Huck's entire furious report, the Ding patriarch, filled with murderous intent, leaped up and ordered the elite guard summoned. Come with me to capture the traitor. Just as he was about to step toward the secret realm, he remembered something and halted. His eyes narrowed cunningly. Wait, you said that Q's kid went along too. Then take the Q family's person with you as well. Back in the secret realm, the system notification popped up. A dazzling item appeared before Van Triet. Skill book. Golden light barrier. Level requirement. None. Type. Special skill book. Rarity. Legendary. Without blinking, he casually placed the precious book into Kyochi's hands and said nonchalantly, You learn it. It has no rank requirement. The obedient youth nodded. Yes, witnessing this throwing money away gesture. Van Sa nearly toppled and cried out in alarm. That's a legendary skill. You're just giving it to someone. Ignoring her incredulous expression, Van Triet shrugged. This is a skill specialized for shield users. I can't learn it either. He looked meaningfully at Kyochi and added, This is the skill your great-grandfather often used. It's this one. Kyochi clutched the book tightly, voice choking. Yes. Hearing that trembling reply, Van Sa could only smile helplessly. Her gaze toward Van Triet grew a few degrees more admiring. But indeed, he was not lacking in powerful skills. Technically, my skills are all advanced, but compared to his, they're still far inferior. Whether it's skills that suddenly disappear or those that can summon so many undead. Van Sa's inadvertent exclamation struck Van Triet like a lightning bolt, jolting him to remember his ragtag disciples. His mind scrambled to piece the fragments together. Of course, the undead I summon all come from transformed souls. Apart from me, other souls would also enter the mirror world. At the thought of that, a cold sweat trickled down Van Triet's brow. He held his breath and decisively pressed the interface icon. The mirror world skill has been refreshed. Journeying within the mirror. Time remaining, 29 minutes 59 seconds. His pupils flickered violently as he muttered, "Can I use it?" Van Triet stared up in bewilderment, his eyes fixed on the stone statue atop the peak with complicated emotion, where a face all too familiar, Bonbon, was carved. Just then, a female guard approached respectfully and whispered to pull Van Sa back to reality. "We should go. You still have an audience ceremony later." The reminder made the young woman sigh, her pretty face showing clear disappointment. We really can't stay longer. This is obviously more interesting." She scanned the battlefield but couldn't spot him and mumbled irritably, "What is Van Triet doing? Why did he disappear for so long without showing up?" At the same time, everyone else was frantically searching. Deep within the deathly space of the mirror world, Van Triet stood motionless, facing the figure of his old friend. He said bitterly, Bon, I didn't expect we'd meet again. There are so many things I want to tell you, but sadly," before he finished, a surge of black resentment rolled out and enveloped Kyo-en's body, spreading across him. The once hero was forced into a bloodthirsty wraith. A flash of extreme sorrow crossed Van Triet's eyes. "You can't answer? So you've become a wraith? But I don't want to strike you." Facing the frenzied attacks, the once human Kyo-en's instincts drove Van Triet to retreat step by step. When his back hit the wall with no escape, he completely dropped his defenses and allowed the vortex of violent moves to swallow him. Immediately, Van Triet's consciousness was dragged into Kyo-en's fragmented, hazy memories. Scenes flashed through his mind, exposing the whole tragedy, what Bon had endured, including the gift chip that Din Khan had given him. Seeing the enemy's arrogant posture in the memory, Van Triet frowned in discomfort, a yi-chi-i-ty sparking in his head. Why did that stance feel so familiar? Crack! The memory glass shattered into thousands of pieces, violently yanking Van Triet's consciousness back to the real battlefield. Dizzy and staggering, he was at a loss, confused about what had just happened. He lowered his voice and whispered, holding a faint hope, Bon. What answered him were only the beast's savage roars from its chest. Even so, Van Triet didn't want to give up. Boom. Under the storm of attacks, he gritted his teeth and dodged Kyo-en's strikes. His mind quickly analyzed that the opponent was driven only by combat instinct. With no other option, he had to withdraw. But at that moment, the system interface flashed red with a warning. Cannot leave the mirror world. Van Triet's brows knit tightly. Can't leave? With no escape, he slowly exhaled. His gaze grew cold. Looks like I have to charge forward. The scene shifts back to Kyochi at the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as he stepped out, the Ding family's aggressive men surrounded him and jeered, "Oh, why are you alone? Where's that Van Triet? Oh, he must have seen us and ran away, right? That cuts our fun in half." Facing the sharp taunts, Kyochi's expression darkened. He asked irritably, "Ding Huck, what are you doing here? Are you here to level up too?" Ding, the patriarch, smirked and stepped forward, his hand disgustingly smoothing his sleeve. "Stop pretending, kid from the Kyo family. Didn't you and Van Triet sneaking into my house to steal?" Falsely accused, Kyochi flusteredly protested. "I didn't. You're mistaken." Despite his denials, the group remained unmoved. The old Ding snorted coldly. "You think I can't recognize your shout?" The baseless words stunned Kyochi. He had nothing to say. He waved his hand smugly, his tone falsely magnanimous. Actually, those matters don't matter, because I've brought you a gift. As he finished, he beckoned. From behind the guards, a line of people in tattered clothes were dragged out. Kyochi's pupils contracted. Horror washed over him as he realized. His entire family was there. His grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, and even his poor mother. The painful scene continued. His grandfather suddenly strained his neck and shouted in the most ignoble manner, then collapsed to his knees. "You beast! Apologize to the heroic clan, and apologize to young Master Ding Huck." Contrary to his usual submission, Kyochi refused to yield this time, standing motionless. He defiantly met his grandfather's eyes. "Grandpa, I don't want to." This defiance enraged the old man further. He ground out each word. "When you were young, what did I teach you? How are you supposed to behave toward the Ding family?" Unable to hold back, Kyochi shouted back, tearing through the air. "Must the Kyo family forever be the Ding family's dogs?" The words struck like thunder, leaving the whole family stunned and staring at him in silence. Under the cold stares of the Ding men, his uncle panicked and prostrated himself, uttering groveling words. "Yes, we are descendants of that wicked traitor. To be allowed to be dogs is already lucky." His aunt wept, voice trembling as she pleaded. "Do you want to ruin the whole family? Think of your parents. Your mother worked so hard to support the family. And your father." Each word felt like salt in his wounds. Kyochi gritted his teeth, voice shaking but determined. "Everyone, look at what's behind me." He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance, choking up. "Our great-grandfather came to this secret realm to deal with the calamity. He clearly sacrificed himself because he was attacked by too many at once." The youth's eyes burned with an unquenchable hope. "I tried before to find proof about our great-grandfather, but it wasn't enough. But now, the evidence is right before us. Our great-grandfather was not a traitor. The truth is completely different from their propaganda. Once the truth is revealed, his honor will be cleared. We don't need to live like this anymore. The Ding family has no right to treat us this way. Our family doesn't deserve this." The youth's rising momentum made the Ding patriarch laugh with pleasure. "Ha ha ha. Childish as it is, you're not wrong." The smile on his face grew increasingly cruel. "Yes, everything you said is true. Your great-grandfather Kyo-en was indeed ambushed and killed. He wasn't exactly a monster either." He paused, his eyes showing blatant shamelessness. "To be clearer, my great-grandfather prospered because he ambushed Kyo-en." The man's face revealed utter baseness. "But," he curled his lip in a cold smile, "who cares? Kyo-en is still a traitor to the empire. He is still an evil man. What if I kill your crazy father? What if I kill all of them? The descendants of traitors like you are contemptible by nature." Suddenly, he waved his hand and pointed directly at Kyochi's trembling relatives. "Actually, all these family members of yours know everything. Otherwise, how do you think those people you reported died?" After unloading his cruel insults, he leisurely intoned an order like a monarch. "Kneel." The weak resistance quickly collapsed. Kyochi's entire family obediently dropped to their knees at his feet. His gaunt mother wept, crying out in grief. "Aki, I'm begging you, admit you were wrong. Don't resist. It's useless. I truly can't lose my son. After your father went mad, I can't bear it." Kyochi's heart twisted as he remembered his gentle mother, who once held him and comforted him. "Achi, don't mind those people. You're the best. You're the best." Time and oppression had aged her and worn her down. Witnessing that tragedy, Ding Huck burst into loud laughter, stepped forward, coiled his leg as if to kick him straight in the face. "Still not learned? Whether you kneel or not, you will kneel." But Kyochi suddenly reached out and caught the blow, gathered his strength and yanked the man's leg, then hurled Ding Huck toward a pile of stones without hesitation. His voice rang out decisively, "I won't kneel anymore." Lying sprawling on the ground, Ding Huck fumed in rage and growled, "Some progress at least." He immediately summoned a weapon and lunged madly forward. "You dare lay a hand on me? I'll show you what it's like to be a punching bag. But the moment the blade was about to strike, he was knocked backward by Kyochi. The man staggered, stunned by the ferocious force. How did this happen? Stepping over the scattered rubble, Kyochi's cold voice echoed, "Mother, we are the descendants of heroes." Giving his opponent no time to react, he unleashed a flurry of blows, striking Ding Huck's face like thunder. The Ding patriarch, standing aside, furrowed his brow, eyes wide as he stared at his favored son clutching his bloodied face, muttering in shock. How could this be? How could this? Even you suddenly become strong. Ding Huck struggled more and more desperately. He lunged in a furious attack, but each strike was lightly evaded by Kyochi. Helplessness erupted into a wailing cry full of resentment. You're clearly just a punching bag. From childhood, you've only been a punching bag. On what basis? Ending the farce, Kyochi gathered all his strength and threw a decisive uppercut. Ding Huck collapsed to the ground before everyone's eyes. Right in front of his family, Kyochi stood there, trampling his enemy. His gaze shot like a bullet at the cruel old man, and with proud finality he declared, "I'm not who I used to be." Across the space between the two worlds, on the black and void battlefield in the mirror world, Van Triet was still pouring out his strength to withstand the brutal strikes of the vengeful spirit Kyo-en. He retreated while silently assessing his enemy's strength. This was Bon Bon's full power form, and he was far weaker than him at the moment. If he weren't a defensive class vocation and lacked consciousness, he would probably have been overwhelmed in an instant. Exploiting a small opening, he slipped in to counterattack, quickly mapping out his approach in his head. All the opponent's combat techniques had been taught by him, so he knew every weakness. However, the moment his sword touched the rigid armor, Van Triet had to grit his teeth in frustration. After all, that was a defensive force at post-class level over 60. Even stacking magical blades likely wouldn't deal much damage. A moment later, as Kyo-en released his concealment ultimate, Van Triet immediately recognized the legendary skill Golden Light Barrier. He clicked his tongue in irritation. What a nuisance! He then plunged into a life-and-death fight with the opponent, not forgetting to hurl an insult at whoever was controlling Kyo-en. "You mongrel!" With that, he gathered his power to unleash the Dung Shan Chaotic Finger, determined to fight the spirits to the end. On the other side, Kyochi kept raining iron-hard punches down on Ding Huck. Even though the opponent had collapsed to the ground, he did not stop in his rage. Seeing that, Ding Huck's uncle could no longer contain himself. He coldly acted. "A Huck! Now you can't even beat that Kyo brat. Want me to help you scratch its itch?" Saying that, he lunged toward Kyochi at terrifying speed. However, just as he was about to reach him, an invisible force pushed him back in surprise. That was the power of the Golden Light Barrier. Kyochi roared proudly, "Stand out there and watch. All that talk of clan heroes is just cowardly braggarts. They don't dare single fight." Meanwhile, at Van Triet's side, he was still expending all his strength to withstand the relentless onslaught from the spirits. Remember that the Golden Light Barrier is a legendary tier skill, so its defensive capability is completely independent of the user's stats. As long as it doesn't take a single strike exceeding twice its tolerance, it can withstand at least 10 consecutive attacks. However, it is also a skill that consumes energy per turn. Even the slightest damage erodes this protection. When its energy is depleted, accumulating 10 hits of any kind can completely break the barrier. Back with Kyochi, after a frenzied burst of attacks, the old man finally shattered his defensive layer. He sneered triumphantly. "You little mongrel, so what if you have the Golden Light Barrier? That trash Kyo-en used. I don't even bother to respect it." Immediately after, he swiftly grabbed Ding Huck as a human shield. Kyochi shouted loudly, "If my great-grandfather were still here, you'd only know how to kneel and beg for mercy." Those words infuriated him further. He instantly used a powerful aura to shove Kyochi away. He sneered with contempt. Rely on some useless corpse who died in a low-level secret realm? Even if he came, he'd have to kneel. With that, the old man executed the gravity ambush technique, causing the ground beneath to crack open and disrupting the flow of energy within Kyochi's body, forcing him to suffer internal injuries to the point of coughing up blood. He looked at the scene with disdain. "Oh, you're quite resilient. But wait until I cut off both your legs. Let's see how you'll stand then. Just as the killing blow was about to fall, his mother panicked and rushed out to shield her son. She dropped to her knees, sobbing and begging. Third patriarch, Kyochi is still young and doesn't understand. Please spare him. I'm kneeling before you. Do with me as you wish. Seeing that vulnerability, he put on a sly smile and issued a threat. Oh, then here's the deal. Little brat, if you don't kneel, I'll cut your mother down. Never mind. There are plenty of people I can cut. He raised his hand, and Kyochi's resolve began to waver. He trembled and blurted out, Wait! But the merciless old man did not hesitate and delivered a decisive strike. Kyochi could only stare wide-eyed at the thick cloud of dust before him. His relatives and those nearby were so terrified their limbs went weak. However, instead of triumph, his uncle's face suddenly turned to sheer terror. You are Kyoen. The appearance stunned the mother, the clan elder, and everyone present. The crowd began to murmur, Kyoen is alive? Impossible. How can the dead come back to life? That form looks more like an undead spirit. Amid the chaos, a very familiar voice rang out from where Van Triet was hiding. You all insulted him so much before. So now he can't crawl up from hell to settle scores with you? Seeing the false Kyoen, the uncle burst into loud laughter. What fake gods and demons is this? Van Triet happily responded by continuously empowering the purple spirit. A string of system notifications appeared. You have equipped iron armor, you have equipped shield armor, you have activated guardian aura, you have used population shield. This blessing forced the Ding family to struggle to defend themselves. No matter how they surrounded and attacked, they couldn't inflict a single scratch on the purple spirit Kyoen. Kyochi's grandfather watched with his mouth agape in astonishment. So strong? Is that really Kyoen? Even Kyochi uttered in shock. With that ability, the interception technique could block multiple guards at once. Truly astonishing. By contrast, the uncle remained unconcerned, pointing at Van Triet in hiding and challenging. This is the spirit you summoned, right? My family used to summon tons of this trash. Level 3-3 wannabe and you compare? Kyoen's spirit is nothing but salted fish. With that, he immediately charged in to attack. But he was ensnared by the purple spirit's sticky attack, rendering the weapon in his hand useless. With no choice, he discarded his weapon and fought barehanded. When the moment ripened, he used a close combat maneuver to collide forcefully with the purple spirit, confidently declaring, Under absolute power, everything is junk. However, just as victory seemed at hand, he was knocked back by the golden light barrier. Van Triet thought to himself, even if Bon Bon becomes an undead, it's only an S-rank undead. No matter how strong the golden light barrier is, it will only keep him busy for a while. With coordinated attacks, they can drain all its energy. But when he looked back, the uncle found the newly hired lackeys surrounded by Van Triet's other undead, with no escape route at all. He had to pull out the old armor from the storeroom and muttered, A bit troublesome. Kyoen or the purple spirit, it's all the same, just a bunch of summons. He activated his inner blaze to boost his attack, and charged straight toward Van Triet's hiding place. With a 1,000-pound punch, if I kill the summoner, you, the summoned, will naturally vanish. With all the high-end gear you inherited, let's see how long you last. But in the very first clash, Van Triet easily dodged the blow, and even followed with a deep claw across the old man's shoulder. He shouted in shock, What's going on? How can he be unharmed? The old man frantically used his paralysis claw, but Van Triet vanished instantly. While the old man was still bewildered, thinking he had disappeared, Van Triet appeared behind him and drove his sword down decisively. Terrified, the old man dispersed his chi to push Van Triet away. He immediately ordered the purple spirit Bon Bon to coordinate an attack. On command, it drew its sword and charged forward, forming a 2-on-1 pincer with Van Triet. In the blink of an eye, the uncle's body was heavily ravaged. He stood there taking the blows, cursing non-stop. Fuck your! Van Triet's fury erupted, and he lunged in, slashing wildly, splitting the old man's arm in two. The man screamed in pain. My hand! Damn you! Priest! Heal me! Restore my HP! Suddenly, Van Triet appeared right in front of him before he knew it. Terrified, The old man hurriedly used gravity ambush to flee. Get out! But Van Triet appeared beside him once more, smirking with sarcasm. Well? Scared yet? The uncle's face had gone deathly pale as he tried to call for help. Priest! Why aren't you healing me? Unfortunately, the priest on his side had long been devoured by Van Triet's undead. Van Triet laughed at his opponent's despair. You still think my undead have the same strength they did when they were in your house? He immediately used the heretical twin form, greatly boosting both offense and defense, dealing continuous damage to the surrounding area. Under the blessing of the legendary skill, his power far exceeded the guard's ability to resist. An item dropped, causing the uncle to panic in fear, and he could only turn and flee. Of course Van Triet would never let him escape. Every exit was sealed by him. He walked over at leisure and activated his Swordguard class exclusive skill, the Shield Sword Absolute Formation. Below S rank, no one can get out. You can try if you want. Cornered, the old man pulled out his last card to threaten. Don't come any closer. In my hand is a void bomb. This is an S rank item my father gave me. If it explodes, with your HP, you're as good as dead. Van Triet remained unruffled and taunted. Let it explode. The uncle stared blankly. You want to die? He sneered. With my blood. Even if it explodes, I can survive. Even if it kills Bon Bon, I can resurrect him. Instantly he appeared behind the old man. And you can't make it detonate on me. Saying that, Van Triet decisively chopped off the old man's remaining arm, causing the bomb to fall to the ground. Then he forced the old man to kneel prostrate, in front of everyone, including Ding Huck, who had gone pale. He calmly pressed his sword to the man's neck and asked coldly, Do you still think you have any worth? Cut to Van Triet in his normal form, inventorying loot from the old man's storeroom. There were many valuable items, including hundreds of life potions that restore 100 HP over 10 seconds. He evaluated them mentally, but given the potion's recovery rate, even if Kyo-en used them, then it would be insignificant. Looking at the purple spirit Kyo-en, he realized there was no avoiding death for him. After finishing up, he captured the soul of the dead man into the mirror world, turning him into a new undead. He nodded with satisfaction. Just as predicted, killing is the fastest way to add high-rank undead. Then he looked at Ding Huck and decided to spare his life. I'll keep this guy alive for now. He may prove useful later. At that moment, Kyo-chi's grandfather couldn't stop praising Van Triet's spirit. So young and already this strong. Was this boy guiding a Chi? Though he saw Kyo-chi had matured, the death of the Ding family's third patriarch made him anxious about the future. He said, What will we do from now on? The third patriarch is dead. Ding family will surely seek revenge. We're doomed this time. This young man may be strong, but against the heroes there's absolutely no survival chance. The hero who killed the ancestor 15 years ago is surely even stronger now. Van Triet eavesdropped on this conversation and had to admit to himself, right, if what happened here leaks, I won't have much time left to grind levels. I need to level up faster to handle that Ding Khan. Immediately the system sound announced he had leveled up. He was surprised. Leveled up by myself? Looks like sending the undead to farm monsters works too. Based on the undead's current strength, they could easily sweep this secret realm. However, this place no longer has enough resources for him to level up quickly. A more important goal now is to find the realm lord of the secret realm. He calculated. Unlike that wandering hidden boss, the secret realm's lord is the core of the whole place. Kill it, and the entire realm is considered fully conquered. He judged the entrance was being guarded by the teacher and people from the Ding family. The only way to get the Kyo family out safely is to end the secret realm so it automatically collapses. Then the chaos would be their chance to leave without the Ding family discovering third patriarch Ding's death. Just then, the system announced he had leveled up and successfully defeated the secret realm's lord. The surroundings began to blur, the sign of dissolution. Van Triet stepped forward to reassure everyone. I killed the secret realm lord. The realm is about to vanish. There will definitely be chaos. With third patriarch Ding mysteriously missing, the Ding family won't react quickly. He added, once everyone uses the chaos to leave, there won't be danger for a short time. But if there's an investigation and they're forced to question people, just pin it all on me. Immediately after, a new notification appeared saying he received a secret realm soul stone and 5,000 mirror world skill experience. It turned out that to upgrade the mirror world to level 3 he needed to hunt a realm lord. He believed this upgrade would help narrow the gap with Ding Khan. At another private secret realm, the guards were lazily complaining. Do we really have to be this serious? Who would dare stick their head into this private realm? Let's just play cards on the sly. Van Triet slipped inside at that moment, making one guard startle. Why do I feel like someone's behind me? Must be my imagination. To Van Triet, these private realms with low-level guards had absolutely no defensive capability. He slid past each gate with determination. Almost. I'm about to send that Ding Khan to the afterlife. He frantically swept through monsters, his level rising continuously after each realm lord he killed. He reminded himself, only calmness prevents mistakes. Stay calm. News that a string of private secret realms had been covertly seized began spreading in the press, forcing the Public Security Bureau to open an investigation. Kyochi's grandfather read the news and couldn't help but suspect. Was this done by Van Triet? So many realms suddenly conquered. It's definitely related to that realm we went to before. If so, the Ding family will be drawn to him. He did this for us. Otherwise, we surely wouldn't have escaped. Everyone in the house was deeply moved and relieved by his actions. This place was days away from the Ding residence and very secluded. Hard to cover up without leaving traces. He actually found us here. We don't need to worry anymore. That's right. Finally safe, we've probably escaped the Ding family. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the area, sending rocks flying. A menacing voice thundered. You think you can escape us? You think we'll just tail that criminal and let him slip away? Where's that Van Triet? Even if you have no ties to the criminal, just daring to run from the Ding family warrants a visit. Besides, you're underestimating the hero clan. Not to mention those traitors with delusions. His whereabouts have already been tracked down. Meanwhile, at a hero secret realm, Van Triet, whose power had advanced dramatically, was glaring into the distance. Ding Khan, I'm coming for you. He analyzed the situation. Private secret realms were no longer yielding much benefit, while the high-level secret realms were being guarded strictly by the military. With the current 200 m detection radius, he couldn't sneak in unnoticed, so he had to seek Van Saw's help. Van Saw, seeing him stare, teased. So you called me out here because you want me to lead you in? I can't do that. I don't know how much you understand my status, but even I couldn't get in without a pass. But he produced a travel pass that left her stunned. You prepared this early? However, temporary passes require someone to escort you to avoid inspection, so you plan to circle around the Ding family and still not be detected entering this realm. Why is that? Van Triet, with an innocent look, recounted. Last time you were in that traitor realm you also saw Kyo-en's corpse. If Kyo-en isn't as villainous as the propaganda says, then the previous betrayal incident likely has hidden complexities. I want to help my friend, help the Kyo family clear their shame, and get a hero to confront this openly. Van family didn't believe him. She exposed, do you think I'm an idiot? You'd risk offending the hero clan just for some kid like Kyochi? Put that aside, you already snuck into the Ding residence earlier. Did you somehow predict Kyo-en's situation and steal the travel pass in advance? Also, not long ago Third Patriarch Ding and that traitor realm were caused by you and Kyochi, but then you vanished and haven't been found since. Could you be connected to that traitor Van Triet? He showed no fear and even smiled faintly in reply. Isn't your surname Van as well? Could you also be involved with the traitor Van Triet? She responded a bit irritably. I'm not involved in those other things, and actually my surname isn't Van. I just changed it to avoid being disturbed. Van Triet teased relentlessly. You know my real surname is Van. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you as an old woman? You're not acting like someone begging. Do you think I'd report directly to the military? Then you're as good as dead. Van Saw said this while bringing the pass close to her neck. Van Triet fell silent, then smiled smugly. I trust you wouldn't do that. I trust that someone inside a secret realm who risks exposure to defend a student wouldn't side with the Ding family. He stepped closer and produced a notebook. Diary stolen from the Ding family. You can see how many evil deeds the hero's descendants committed. Van Saw took it. Though frightened, She still tried to appear tough. Then you miscalculated. I don't care about those things. Instead you, who seemed so composed, easily handed your life over to someone else. So naive. You've probably never been betrayed. Have you? Van Triet laughed, his eyes briefly hollow. Betrayed? He continued. Whether it happened or not, so what? I won't let that stop me from trusting others. I even believe your nature isn't bad. Van Sa stepped back to retort. You don't look like a good person. Then she turned her back. If you really trust me that much, come with me and see if I betray you halfway and expose you. In truth, she hurried away because she felt awkward being seen as virtuous. When they arrived, the gatekeeper warmly greeted Miss Van Exe. The hero had been waiting for them for days. Upstairs had instructed that Miss Van Exe may enter directly. The guard's gaze swept around. He assessed cautiously and then probed. Why aren't you accompanying the Ding family's young master? The young master just entered the realm. Is that cloaked person your bodyguard? It's not that I distrust you, but the young master said his temporary pass was stolen upon entry, so we must be extremely careful. At this, Van laughed brightly. She tossed her chin, her eyes full of mockery fixed on him. If you're not doubting me, then what is this? An interrogation? Her sharp words immediately made the gatekeeper break into a sweat and stammer out an explanation. Of course not. Mainly we received information that the criminal at the realm gate has recently been moving toward the hero realm. Van couldn't help but chuckle, her coquettish eyes flicking subtly toward Van Triet standing motionless beside her. Even so, the guard persisted in nagging with a loyal expression. We're just following regulations for your safety. What if the bodyguard was swapped? Seeing him stubbornly intent on investigating, Van Exe suddenly smiled cunningly. She stepped closer, affectionately took Van Triet's arm, teasing, Fine, let them inspect. She even playfully pinched his cheek, then spun around abruptly and glared sharply at the gatekeeper. So you think I don't recognize my own bodyguard? Maybe I plan to replace him? Or do you want to search me too? The murderous aura from the noble daughter instantly silenced the guard. Cold sweat poured as he hurriedly bowed and pleaded. I wouldn't dare. If Miss Van is certain, then there's no mistake. Please enter. Smiling triumphantly, Van Sa strode past him, the haughty bearing of an heiress on full display. Enter. As he crossed the boundary into the secret realm, Van Triet silently judged that the backing behind this girl was indeed deep and unfathomable. Lost in thought, Van Exe's calm voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Based on your trust, I'll lead you in this time. After that, do as you please, but that's it. My backing won't intervene further. He nodded slightly, eyes showing sincere gratitude. Thanks. Immediately after, a surge of black energy swelled and a jet-black Thule spirit appeared at his gesture. Van Triet calmly instructed. You take it with you. Whatever I do behind, they won't suspect you anymore. With that, he faded and vanished into the void. Van Exe crossed her arms, snorted lightly, prideful. So you actually have some conscience left. Cut to the mirror world. Van Triet stroked the system interface with his finger, the corner of his mouth twitching as he murmured schemingly. Finally I can use it. The mirror world's abilities after upgrading to level 3. A series of mechanical system notifications flashed. You have activated mirror world level 3, expanding the anchoring area of the realm field. Glancing around, he noticed packs of beastmen dispersing across the wasteland. His keen mind clicked. Mirror World Level 3 can replicate secret realm monsters from the real world. As the monsters charged wildly, Van Triet remained unflustered, coldly swinging his hand to unleash dark techniques, dispatching each one neatly. While cleaning up the aftermath, he smugly outlined a plan. From now on he could farm monsters freely in the mirror world without worrying about detection. In an instant his body shattered into shards of light, performing a perfect blink outwards. The system announced again, You have left the mirror world. Although his true form had departed, the smile on his lips grew brighter as he plodded further. Even if he left the mirror world, the Thule spirits could remain there and grind levels for him. In the meantime, he could scout the surroundings first. From the high vantage point, what struck Van Triet's eyes was a massive, towering structure. He was secretly astonished. They'd even built an entire castle inside the secret realm. Using his analytical mind, He pieced together the facts from the Ding family's journal. This was where Ding Khan resided. I know too little about him. I only know that 15 years ago he reached S rank. Then afterward he seemingly never displayed his true power in public. Not even third patriarch Ding knows. With more detailed intel, confronting him would be far more certain to succeed. According to my previous life, everyone who reached S rank was known. Yet he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He glanced at the silent figure beside him and asked softly, "Bon Bon, do you know who he is?" But in response there was only a blank, soulless form. Van Triet sighed lightly, a flicker of disappointment rising in him. Still nothing. Clearly, since the mirror world upgraded, the intelligence of the Thule spirit troops has improved significantly. The system board even once announced that Bon Bon's strength had been enhanced the most, but that still wasn't enough to awaken his communication abilities. In his heart he still nursed a thin hope. Perhaps if the mirror world continues to level up, Bon Bon will regain more consciousness. At the same time, deep beneath the imposing castle, cries of lament rose and whimpered. "Father, you always spoil Third the most. You can't just sit idly by." Third's whereabouts remain unknown. According to So Chi-en's report, that criminal even dared to come near the hero's secret realm. Seated on the cold throne was Ding Khan, Van Triet's arch-enemy. The man below continued to wail, forcing Ding Khan to sit up irritably. The man kept nagging, capturing Third silently and suddenly. "He may have reached S rank. For safety, I beg you to act, Father." Of course, if you could obtain a promotion certificate then. Before he could finish, a bloodied arm ruthlessly pierced his abdomen, hoisting his large body into the air. Ding Khan growled with murderous intent. "You're so old and can't even stop a kid, and you dare lecture me?" The man coughed up a mouthful of inky black blood. Ding Khan frowned and sneered coldly. "This brat only just touched S rank and received a promotion request. He couldn't even withstand one hit from me. It's a pity I have to keep a useless piece of trash like you. I left you to take care of my grandson, and instead you lost him and now expect me to clean up after you." As he mercilessly drained the son's life force, Ding Khan hissed each chilling word. "Do you know? Without Third, I'm missing a family member and have lost years of my life. Do you understand?" Not far away, in Ding Nan's area, a vicious young scion of the clan, a brutal scene unfolded. He arrogantly rode on a servant's back as if it were a mount, driving hungry wolves to tear civilians apart for his amusement. He clapped and cheered, "Steal faster, hurry up and loot. If they're all eaten, there's nothing left." The elder mage Tam Fook approached obsequiously and suggested, "Young master, your mount hasn't eaten meat in days." Exchanging glances, they grinned wickedly and continued their lively chatter. Hidden in the nearby shadows, Van Triet took in every crime within his sight. He grit his teeth, furious in judgment. Compared to this place, the Ding family outside the secret realm is extremely restrained. So repulsive they barely show it. Suddenly, a murderous aura flared skyward right beside him. The Thule spirit Kyo and was radiating fierce flames of anger. Van Triet's heart tightened. He choked back his tears and thought silently. "Bon Bon, even in this state you still want to save people like that?" Faint memories of those harsh days surged back. Among the disaster camp children, at first he and Lon Ken were the kindest and strongest. The image of little Kyo and always standing with outstretched arms to protect the weak appeared vividly. He recalled the noble's shouts from back then. "A slave like you dares to steal the master's food? Where did this little brat come from? Get out." Van Triet half closed his eyes, remembering the vow he made when he took them in. "That's why I took you as my students and trained you. I hope that when you grow stronger you can help others." His voice choked with bitterness. "But in the end it was me who harmed you, turning you into this." Suddenly, as if provoked by Van Triet's pleading, the Thule spirit Kyo and emitted broken, staccato sounds. He opened his eyes wide in surprise.
Bonbon, you.
His trembling hand touched his brother's shoulder. "You have consciousness?" Through clenched teeth, Kyo and uttered two words filled with hatred. "Ding Khan!" The deduction flashed through Van Triet's mind like lightning. He froze, his pupils constricting violently. Lon Kan is Ding Khan. Back in the main hall, Ding Khan leisurely wiped the fresh blood from his hand with a silk handkerchief. Squinting, pondering with a cruel delight. Van Triet, did you deliberately use that name to provoke me? I didn't expect after so many years to hear that name again. Let's see who dares to impersonate you. Beloved master. At Din Nan's hunting ground, the sickly young master was stroking the bloodthirsty wolves. Good little treasures, all of you. I've been busy these past few days taking care of other pets. You're starving, aren't you? He pointed at the innocent villagers trembling and clinging to each other. I order it, since I'm bored of them anyway. Devour them all. The pack of beasts roared and charged madly toward their prey. But at the moment death was about to strike, a cold blade of swordlight tore through the air. The familiar figure of Van Triet appeared, decisively saving the child's life. Though his mind churned with waves, he still screamed inwardly. Lan San, how could you be Din Khan? How could you possibly be Din Khan? Din Nan startled and stepped back, trembling as he barked. Who are you? Nam Tu rushed forward to shield his master, angrily shouting. The intruder is utterly rude, daring to come to a hero's domain to find death. Ignoring the sickening barking, Van Triet's eyes glowed faintly red, his reason giving way to fury. How can you be Din Khan, the one who raised such scum? Memories from years ago washed over him. Because power surpasses the rules of the profession, it's no longer the age of knights. But as a descendant of a knight, I still wanted to pass something on. Under my guidance, your strength would surely surpass that of ordinary professionals. If you still wish to learn from me, remember these points. First, be humble. The memories slid to training sessions. Kyo and once arrogantly boasted, your complete wind slash isn't as fast as my continuous autumn harvest. Those teachings were completely discarded. He recalled his heartfelt admonition. There is no essential difference between you and others. Be polite and respect everyone. This is your reward. Din Khan obediently bowed then. Thank you, sir.
Kiều ân snơ in con tem.
Is that all? Old man, don't be stingy. Causing Van Triet to bonk his head hard. Din Khan quickly joined in the mockery. Shut up. Don't rile up the master like that. Though annoyed and scowling, clearly lacking politeness or respect toward me, Van Triet still gently gave an extra reward. This is an additional reward from me. Remember this feeling and don't become arrogant. Pulling reality back to the present, the brutal truth made Van Triet unable to accept that the once obedient disciple had become so corrupted. Rage turned into a violent strike. He frantically lunged at Din Nan. One slash split the enchantment shield in an instant. The young master screamed in panic. How could this attack be possible? This is my level 30 legendary equipment, though. The expensive gear lay ruined beneath the enemy's blade. But arrogance runs in the blood, and Din Nan quickly recovered his haughty demeanor. A reptile dares strike the big boss? Teach this peasant what different tiers of strength mean. The insolent attitude of the heirs only ignited the volcano within Van Triet further. He wondered why the core teachings he passed on were discarded without a second thought. One must show compassion. Be kind to the weak, especially the powerless, always resisting violence and wrong with compassion. He had earnestly taught them. Initially he had rescued you from that slave-trading organization. You too were wounded and could understand the helplessness of the weak. You must render the most just judgment. Now Van Triet lunged like a lightning strike, aiming his blade straight at Din Nan and Nam Tu. But the sword only cut through a shimmering illusion. Din Nan's voice rang with mockery. They must have loved slicing my shadow to bits. If you like that, there are plenty more things for you to cut. They began to play cat and mouse. But Van Triet remained utterly still, cold as an iceberg. This unnerved Din Nan, who continued to spit venom. But don't you always wear that angry face? Is it because of these peasants? Or is someone of yours here? Now that's interesting. Try cutting us then. I wonder what expression you'll have when you realize the things you cut down were actually them. His tolerance snapped. Van Triet flew into fury, his innate combat power surging by 10%. Using the Mirror World ability, he immediately located their true bodies to the left fork. A ghostly silhouette streaked forward as he delivered a thunderous blow that nearly killed both master and servant. Din Nan's eyes widened in horror. No way, how could you see that? Van Triet's mind felt split. One half murderous fury, the other gnawed by the dishonored knightly philosophies. Third, be valiant, fearless, and brave. When facing secret perils, do not be weak but fight for justice. The terrified voices of his 2 students echoed. Old man, we nearly died. It was so dangerous. He would only smile and reply gently. Rest assured, I was always watching by your side. Under the merciless blade of reality, both Din Nan and Nam Tu were slashed severely in the chest. Din Nan clutched his wound, howling in pain and panic. Damn, this guy's a bit strong. He turned and vented his anger on his servant. You useless piece of trash. Can't you use illusion magic? Hold him off and give me time to escape. If anything happens to me, my grandfather will kill you. Abandoning his subordinates, the young master fled for his life. Nam Tu gritted his teeth and unleashed all his survival skills, from bewitching humans to summoning swamps, self-eluding himself. A spellcaster who can't use illusion magic is truly useless. Packed up, just as he prepared to make a last stand, the target vanished from sight. He spun around. Where did that guy go? Before he could steady himself, a cold blade pressed against the back of his neck. A fatal slash descended, forcing him to his knees to beg pitifully. Please spare me. I'm not family of the Dins. I'm only hired. If you want to deal with the Din clan, go after Din Nan. Disgusted by such cowardice, Ventriot showed no mercy, coldly swinging his sword to send the man to the afterlife. The corner of his mouth lifted as he muttered the 4th rule. 4 is the spirit of sacrifice. In another corner, Tu Lin Kyo and had already grabbed Din Nan's limp neck and tossed him flat to the ground. He still babbled threats in fear. Who the hell are you? I'm a hero's grandson. You touch me and I'll make sure your whole family won't die in peace. Ignoring the screams, Van Triet calmly summoned power and collected all the gear dropped by the unlucky mage. Seeing him approach, Din Nan trembled and curled up. Wah, what do you want to do to me? Van Triet's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he counted off the 5th rule. All the injustices and torments Kyo and endured surged before his eyes. 5 is to be truthful, 6 is justice, 7 is honor, 8 is the soul. Allowing no further sputter from the scum, he manifested a weapon from the void and launched a decisive strike to take Din Nan's life. After dealing with the small fry, he launched himself onto the fortress wall, roaring angrily into the air. Lang Tsan, not only did you ignore my teachings, you betrayed Bon Bon, and you even tolerate your descendants doing such vile things. Why? A slow round of applause came from behind. Din Khan stepped out of the shadows, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. What do you mean, why? There are plenty of pleasures in my secret domain. With that, he erupted with terrifying speed and drove a fatal punch into Van Triet's chest. The blow, with mountain-splitting force, blasted him through more than 10 solid stone walls. A choking dust cloud rose, obscuring a swath of sky. Severely wounded, he frantically pulled out every healing item and his best equipment to shore up his strength. Though his body was falling apart, Van Triet still cried out in anguish amid the daze. Why? As Din Khan arrogantly stepped forward to finish off his prey, Van Triet activated a counterattack skill aimed straight at him. Din Khan flinched, noticing something amiss. A mirror, waiting only for a momentary lapse. Van Triet blink-stepped in from the flank. Utting a killing blow into Din Khan's shoulder. Blood spurted, and Van Triet's reason shattered. He roared, lungs burning. Is really you? Why did you betray me? The iron mask shattered to pieces, revealing Din Khan's arrogant face. He broke into a sick laugh. You actually broke my armor? Your speed and power aren't trivial either, huh? Although prepared mentally, seeing the familiar visage beneath the armor made Van Triet tremble violently. He cried out chokingly, I ask why you betrayed me? Unconcerned with concealment, Din Khan summoned a superb greatsword, radiating murderous intent. Betrayal? You call yourself Van Triet, and you even know my old name. Could you have been sent by that old man? He swung the blade down with crushing force toward Van Triet's head, sneering as he continued. Pretending to be my master? That's a bit nauseating. Thanks to quick reflexes, Van Triet managed to dodge the deadly strike in time. He gritted his teeth and once more screamed in utmost fury. I ask why you betrayed me? Din Khan spat contemptuously, trampling on all past favors. You're nothing but a tool. Why speak so much? He roared, swinging the blade to unleash a wide-area ultimate technique. The ground shook and stone crumbled, yet the spot where Van Triet stood remained completely unharmed. Behind him, Tu Lin Kyo-an's golden defensive barrier flared brilliantly. Tu Lin pushed his red-rimmed eyes open with difficulty and croaked, "Where is he?" Having identified the target, Kyo-an frantically charged straight at Lan San. Din Khan was momentarily taken aback, but instantly flew into fury and violently slammed him down onto the cracking ground. "Bon Bon, you're still alive? Quickly tell me how you did it." Despite fierce resistance from his former brother, Din Khan increased his pressure, using overwhelming strength to tear through the legendary defensive layer with ease. Sensing the empty aura, he curled his lips coldly. "Is that a death soul? They can be resurrected as many times as you like, but they don't seem to have much spirit or wit. What a pity." Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a formidable group of descendants from the Din Duk Dike clan stepped out. They shouted arrogantly, "Where's your ancestor? Descendants of heroes, leave these little pests to us." Scanning the youths whose rotten characters mirrored their progenitors, Van Triet felt disgust rise in his throat. Despite his flesh being torn, he raised his hand and summoned the entire Death Soul Legion, the cold command issuing, "You go stop them." Glancing over the Death Souls, Din Khan was shocked to recognize the familiar figure of the Third Elder, whose most capable henchman was now nothing but a soulless corpse. He ground his teeth until they screeched in his throat. "My blood." Madness flickered in his eyes as he growled, "I'm starting to find you interesting." Discovering that his opponent could borrow corpses to regain form, Din Khan lunged like a beast, clawing at Van Triet, but Van Triet easily slipped aside to evade. Din Khan's mind twisted completely. He wailed desperately, "Master, prove to me that you are my master." Then he smugly babbled, "You must be my beloved master." A second later his expression flipped and he sneered challengingly, "You want to ask something? I'll answer everything. I'm hiding nothing from you." Facing the madman, Van Triet suppressed his fury and asked coldly, "At first, even when you were locked in a cage you could still help others, couldn't you?" He immediately poured mana into his weapon, consuming 80 of 180 points. Critical damage increased by 10%. Each swing of his sword carried overwhelming grief. He shouted, "Why did you go mad like this?" Hearing that, Din Khan let out a witchy chuckle. "Isn't this because of your dear master?" Those words ignited him. While cutting in succession, Van Triet rained curses down. "What nonsense is that? For whom did you escape slavery? For whom did you become a powerful professional? How did I teach you?" Despite blades slashing toward him, the rebellious disciple cackled, violently pushing away the weapon meant to repay his benefactor. "Why? Because you came to save me too late." Jealousy that gnawed to the bone made him lose control. He kept yelling, "Why did you make me suffer so much before you came to save me? Why could your disciple, but the Night Sun's disciple, live so comfortably? Everyone treated him politely. Why has Kyo Bon Bon, who never went through anything, been allowed such treatment? Why is he stronger at everything than I am? Why did you favor Kyo Bon Bon? Is it because he was born cleaner than me? Why?" Rage swelling, Din Khan snarled, "You made me switch to the Berserker class. You say I'm cowardly, so you changed my class to Berserker? Shouldn't you have switched me to a swordsman for better defense?" Shaking his head at such stubbornness, Van Triet replied in a low voice, "When did I ever favor you? You didn't always perform well. You wanted to be braver and stronger. That's why I—" Before he finished, the rebellious pupil snatched the words fiercely. "Isn't it because you liked that person more? You liked that Bon Bon more? I clearly tried to show courage too. Are you favoring me?" His face contorted in extreme indignation. "Deep down you really wished I had never been born, didn't you? So what's with the pretense? Mercy, humility, damn it, the virtues of a knight. Do you think that makes my life any better? Weren't your treatment of me dictated by your power and status? I'm not like that idiot Bon Bon, whom you fooled into becoming dull, wasting time and promotion opportunities to run off and rescue people. And you talk to me about betrayal? If you could choose Bon Bon, then of course I could choose someone else. Your good brother La Oi could give me far greater status and strength." Alongside his shameless excuses, the aura around Din Khan began to swell violently. He boasted arrogantly. Look at the fate of Bon Bon's descendants now, what about mine? They'll only ever be servants beneath my din house. He wantonly trampled moral bounds. Look at you now, then go see what position Laoi holds. Now who do you think made the right choice? At that, Van Triet's patience snapped. He pointed at the traitor and ground out an oath. You're a despicable, wolf-hearted bastard. Righteous fury surging. He hurled sharp shards of mirror toward his opponent, the images splitting into numerous clones that encircled from all sides. While Dinkan flailed trying to find the real one, Van Triet slipped in and delivered a crushing kick to his hip. The force was terrifying, shattering the armor into 100 fragments, and the last traces of teacher-student sentiment dissolved. He coldly carved another wound into his enemy's pride. You're truly no match for Bon Bon. You aren't even worth one of his toes. The broken armor accidentally met the hidden condition and activated the berserker physique. Din Khan's muscles bulged as he threw back his head and laughed savagely. You've admitted it now. System warning. Attack plus 300%, speed plus 200%. The lower the HP, the more attack and speed increase exponentially. Unleashed power, Din Khan charged like a runaway tank. You admitted you favored Bon Bon, didn't you? Turns out you're a fraud. The berserker blood surge increased run speed, attack speed, and effect resistance at the cost of intellect and defense. Feeling the horrifying pressure, Van Triet knew he was walking toward the gates of hell. His opponent's attack speed could tear the sky. Van Triet was forced to retreat into the mirror world to survive. Seeing his master's silhouette flitting about, Din Khan sneered. Master, you're using those mirrors to teleport and escape, right? Without mirrors you can't run, can you? Not giving his prey a moment to breathe, he summoned an ultimate skill, the berserk blood weapon descending from the sky, forcing Van Triet to struggle to manifest. He taunted arrogantly, "Come face me. A knight must be brave. Practice the knightly virtues you taught." The blood rain carried a corrosive effect that sent his HP plummeting. Din Khan's eyes were now a brutal, murderous green. So what I thought was true. You only preach morality when you're safe. What does a pampered silk and brocade brat know of hardship? You've never borne my pain yet lecture on compassion. Each swing of the blade was a cutting insult. He poured all his resentment onto the one who once sheltered him, just masturbating his emotions, and you even think friends and disciples will always support you. How laughably naive. Powerless to stop it, Van Triet grit his teeth and took a critical hit. Down from over half HP, the interface now only flashed a crimson alert. The traitor gloated victoriously. Look at your pitiful state. Without mirrors you're this weak. Pain searing to the bone, Van Triet scrambled to pull out a potion flask and drink to salvage some fading blood. As he dragged his weapon forward, Din Khan mocked and sneered. You're just barely clinging to life under the damage from the blood rain. Timing the distance precisely, Van Triet launched a surprise strike, but the enemy easily swatted it aside. Din Khan sneered. You weren't this weak before. That's the price of naivety. Be grateful to us. With no way back, he drew the wind cleaner blade and thrust it straight ahead. Unfazed, the berserker clamped his bare hands around the blade and taunted. Only through betrayal does one mature. Falling from the heights to the mundane must be painful, huh? Seeing his weapon neutralized, Van Triet summoned another sword, but was immediately blasted away by his pressure.
Đinh khôn lau ghét lao ly.
Laoi has become the supreme king revered by the world, while you became a despised traitor. The force slammed Van Triet, sending him tumbling across the ground. He sneered. Are you jealous? Seeing his master's gasping form, he laughed like a monarch. Your blood is almost gone. Here, your only lifeline hangs in my hand. Then he feigned pity. If you confess your crimes and kneel to beg mercy, I could still keep you as a pet. Of course, the condition is that you reveal the resurrection secret. But what master would kneel and submit? Staggering upright to face him, Van Triet replied coldly. I was wrong. His back straight, aura blazing. Wrong that I rescued you from the slave cage back then. Wrong that I trusted wolf-hearted people like you. A level-up notification rang brilliantly and his HP was instantly refilled. Narrowing his eyes at the opponent stunned by the rapid recovery, Van Triet ground out each word. Wrong that I thought charging forward and sacrificing myself would win respect. Wrong that I believed good people wouldn't change. He immediately activated a radiant aura, increasing movement speed by 30% for 60 seconds. With erupting momentum, he declared firmly, wrong again to stubbornly follow knightly virtues. Darkness shrouded him as the demonic possession skill was cast to amplify his power. Pressing his lips in a cold smile, Van Triet pronounced judgment. Dealing with scum like you requires no morals, only total eradication. A whirlwind rose as Van Triet hefted his blade and slaughtered wildly, forcing the traitor back step by step until his sick pride hung his head low. Yet the berserker physique quickly allowed him to turn the tables. He rampaged and lectured with arrogance. But master, I thought you were newly trained to use twin swords. Turns out you just hold two knives and swing them wildly. In real combat, using a style you're unfamiliar with is suicide. Everything you taught, you yourself have now forgotten. While he babbled on, a bolt of lightning tore the air, and Van Triet suddenly blinked behind him, struck a thunderous blow into Din Khan's spine, sending him staggering and swinging his sword wildly. The traitor cried out in alarm. How is this possible? Weren't all the mirrors destroyed? His eyes dropped, and he panicked at the sight of a pool of blood spreading under his heel. Is that blood? It turned out mirrors weren't necessary. Any reflective surface could serve as a transfer station. Din Khan ground his teeth as violent magic sucked the blood pool from the ground. So an intact mirror isn't required. Any reflective object will do. Unlucky for you, your trick was exposed. But once I use this move, you won't have anywhere to struggle. He gloated. Now you have no reflective items left to use. At the height of his smugness, a cold black aura surged from the death corner. Death Soul Kyo and launched a covert, fatal strike at the back of his neck. Din Khan reeled, eyes wide. Bon Bon. Since when? You dare to ambush us? Summoning a legion of death souls to block every escape, Van Triet declared arrogantly. For you, there's no need to discuss knightly ideals. The death matrix was already woven. He leveled the blade straight at his enemy's face. Damn it, I just want you dead. Touching the humiliation of the defeat 60 years ago, Din Khan roared in furious outrage that shook the heavens. You won't keep up with my current power. He snarled like a madman. The worse my wounds, the more my combat power erupts. Before he finished, Van Triet's heel slammed into his chest, throwing him off balance and sending him rolling. A cold, mocking smirk curled his lips. I've seen through your flaw for a long time. Din Khan's whole body blazed, bloodlust boiling. Unhurried, Van Triet casually revealed his hand. Your flaw as a berserker has 2 points. The blade sliced the air, carving a neat slash across the enemy's back. He added, first, your paper-thin blood pool. Din Khan wildly swung the blade in a horizontal counterattack, but Van Triet easily slipped past. He tossed a taunt. When you switch to berserker, attack and speed should explode. So when you allocated attribute points, where did you get the defense to boost? Dripping with rank blood, Din Khan's reddened eyes roved wildly around. Van Triet's steady insults rang in his ears. Not to mention that misallocating attributes increases negative side effects. Even those wandering dry-bone souls can tear your blood. The old man roared, shaking the earth. Those ragged death souls? I'll sweep them all away in one go. Looking at the blood-spattered traitor, Van Triet spoke each cold word. Second weakness. Your area sweeping skills are too poor. The great blade swung in a frenzy, each slash tearing the air and leaving a dark red streak like blood plasma. Ignoring the thrashing, Van Triet continued to expose the weakness. Aside from one all-defense cleave, before you level up, charging into one-on-one fights is your only play. He nodded toward the dark, eerie legion behind him and tapped a beat. My energy regen is enough to disable you with a swarm of death souls. You could never cleanse my disciples your whole life. Twisted in rage, Din Khan thumped his chest and argued stubbornly. Who says I don't have area skills? At that cue, Van Triet waved to the sky and thousands of phantoms launched as if given orders. Moreover, your fatal weakness is you have no more ghosts to rely on. The cold tip of the sword trembled slightly, dropping each bead of blood crystal. He slowly drove the knife into the emotional wound. You and Bon Bon once fought side by side in perfect harmony, complementing each other's flaws. But now the shield that once protected you has become a blade turned against you. A stubborn man like you has no one to stand shoulder to shoulder with, right? Ignoring the hateful, vindictive stare, he delivered the finishing blow. Is this the ending you wanted? Suddenly, the death blade sliced the air across Van Triet's legs, but he lightly bobbed and leapt up to evade. At a time like this you're still bringing up brotherhood? The old man screamed in despair. When did you ever climb out of the hole? And I have been sitting pretty, enjoying 60 years of glory and wealth. He emphasized the 60 years, stomping and leaping into the air. I am the one who holds the truth. I don't need so-called comrades. Exhausted and frantic, he called for reinforcements. My descendants, haul your bodies out here to face the enemy. Scanning around, he shouted, Din Qian, Din Quang, where have you hidden yourselves? From a cowardly corner, Din Qian and Din Quang flung themselves out in panic, stammering a report. Father, Din Khan beamed arrogantly and boasted, I don't need comrades. My descendants will throw their lives away for me. But in that moment of delusion, Van Triet flashed up behind him and whispered casually, Is that so? The remark made Din Khan start and spin around in panic. Before he could steady himself, Van Triet swung his blade straight at him. Unable to avoid it, the old man had an arm severed and screamed in agony. Din Qian and Din Quang stood frozen with fear, stammering, Father, that brat, has father really been defeated? Clutching his blood-soaked shoulder, Din Khan roared commands. What are you standing there for? Rush in and stop him. Tend to my wound now. Contrary to his hope for sacrifice, the three men shifted responsibility. Din Qian and Din Quang stepped back and yielded the field, trembling. If we charge in, it's the same as giving up our lives. Staring wide-eyed with red-rimmed eyes at his loyal descendants, Din Khan was stunned. He never dreamed they could be this cowardly. Rage flared and he hissed, blood boiling. Let me do it myself. A demonic hand shot out and clamped Din Qian's throat, squeezing until the man feared he would die. Father, what are you going to do? The old man's smile twisted into a grotesque, inhuman cruelty. Everything you possess was given by me. Did I give birth to you just for show? Your lives are my strength and longevity. How dare you disobey me? Siphoning the life force of his kin, he glared murderously at the other two and threatened. You two better rush up to block him, or the whole lot of you will go to the grave. The knife-like gaze froze both of them stiff. Before they could escape, a pack of monsters with glowing eyes tore through the air, staring at them like fat, tasty prey, making everyone flinch. A barrage of blue light shots struck Din Khan in succession, forcing him to turn pale as he howled in pain. His arrogance withered away, and extreme panic clouded his dazed eyes. A blazing red explosion descended, flattening the plain and shaking the earth with a thunderous roar. As the smoke cleared, Din Khan stood panting amid the ruined wasteland. Arms folded high above, Van Triet sneered, Where are your people? Has your massive force all evaporated? His gaze brimmed with utter contempt. Your body may have swollen, but your soul is still that of a decrepit old man. Go ahead and enjoy your precious father-son bond. Around him, a host of newborn death souls bearing the forms of his children stood looming. Din Khan froze and screamed in despair. You turned my sons into death souls. The enemy's pitiful state made Van Triet laugh out loud, his satisfaction plain to see. Seeing the old man flee, he streaked after him like lightning. At this point, you still think you can escape? A kick carrying the weight of 10,000 tons slammed into him.
Vâng triệt côn ly Wunner, co mát.
He mercilessly struck again. Din Khan writhed and wailed. Master, ignoring the pleas, he delivered a third blow. Din Khan spat blood, exhausted and spent. The death souls that were once his flesh all reached up to grip their father's skull. Van Triet thrust his sword, severing all ties. You once held all the best things in your hands. The moment he let go, Din Khan's body collapsed onto the cold ground, his cloudy eyes losing focus. Standing above and looking down, he pronounced judgment. Now the only thing they throw in your face is utter hatred. Din Khan lay flat like a snake, drained of life, bearing total defeat. Van Triet turned on his heel and walked away. Face the dead end you chose yourself. Time flowed backward in a torrent to 60 years ago. Under a warm roof, the master and his two disciples sat gathered together. Looking at his two students, Van Triet excitedly said, "You two have both successfully leveled up to the special rank milestone. As a master, I should show some sincerity, right?" Gathering mana into his palm, a mystical light, I emptied my reserves of premium materials saved over years and handed them to the master blacksmith. By chance, he forged a weapon of mythic grade. "Come on, Lan-san, come receive your new blade." Stroking the cold sword, the master gently instructed, "This is the finest hot item you can wield at your current level. Lan-san, this giant sword was cast from the same mold as your old one. It will suit you." The Lan-san of that day hugged the great sword tightly, dancing around and chattering nonstop in thanks. Then Van Triet produced an axe hidden in a shield-shaped sheath and handed it to the other disciple. "Bon Bon, this axe and shield combo was made for your new vocation. Your rolling, reckless fighting style will improve quickly." Bon Bon received the treasure, scrutinized it with sharp eyes, and nodded approvingly. "This is a real bargain." While fondling the item, seeing his senior brother stunned, Bon Bon nudged him curiously. "Hey Lan-san, why are you frozen?" Lan Can's gaze was fixed on the antique scabbard at Van Triet's side, and he asked innocently, "Master, you never change weapons, do you? Aren't you afraid of falling behind using the old gear?" A proud smile drew across the master's lips as his hand slowly drew part of the blade from the scabbard to admire it. "My treasure never needs replacing." The instant the divine sword appeared, oppressive aura filled the sky and engulfed the space. That was the Lu Van sword. The scene shifted to a distant past where Van Triet stood alone before a volcano boiling with red magma. He felt proud that he had risked his life, spent countless hours in the hidden, super-secret realm, and crawled through a third-tier superlative dungeon to obtain the supreme gear forged in an ancient smithy. Standing arrogantly before the furious sea of fire, he drew out the primordial blade. It was then only a steel blank with no shape. In the world, the item tier system is always clear: common, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. Yet the thing radiating a bitter chill in his hand possessed a singular quality. White mist curled around the blade, emitting a killing intent that even gods and demons feared. Its greatest attribute was a special awakening ability, fluid as clouds and water, ever-changing, allowing its master to shape it into any weapon form. The prerequisite for its full awakening is the process of understanding the user's heart. Images of the Lu Van sword turning into a gigantic axe cleaving a monstrous tiger in two flashed through his mind, countless battles bathed in blood. It could effortlessly shift into any form he imagined. Spinning the pommel, Van Triet smiled in satisfaction. "It has already synchronized with my power." Jaw wide in amazement at the weapon's wonder, Lan-san stammered, "Is it that OP?" Laughing at his pupil's mundane expression, Van Triet generously offered the pommel. "Try holding it." Lan Can's eyes lit up. "Really, master?" But the memory reel was immediately buried by the most disgusting scene of betrayal. A hand clad in cold steel gauntlets clamped down on the Lu Van divine sword. The warrior lurked, ready to stab his comrade in the back. Cheers of sycophancy rang out. "Long live the king." From afar, the tyrant's ruthless voice outlined the plot. "Has your side been cleaned up? Make it clean. Create a good impression." The plot's mastermind nodded, teeth gritted, answering, "Don't worry. No one will find out." In another squalid corner, the warrior who'd seized the sword grinned roguishly. "Finally, the treasure is in my hands." Caressing the singular quality supergear, he sneered with satisfaction. Lifting the sword high, he poured in mana and shouted the command to transform. Responding to that ambition, the sword immediately unleashed power, splitting into two completely separate yin and yang streams. Back in the present, Van Triet advanced step by step, murderous chi bursting around him, followed by a terrifying army of death souls. His legs quickened, closing in on the betrayer gasping for life. He recalled the solemn vows made at the front of that hidden realm years ago. "Despite endless dangers, I never once retreated." The Lu Van sword in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant, deathly light. He roared in supreme fury, "I can chew through this shabby hidden realm with ease." As the sacred sword slowly shifted shape, he spoke in a low voice, suppressing his sorrow. I could have lived peaceful, serene days with you. The keen tip of the blade pointed straight at the gray sky. He shouted, because of your bottomless greed, this sword has been reduced to this. The weapon stats displayed clearly before him. Lu Van severely damaged multiple times. Requires adaptive profession. Attack plus 2,500. Spirit plus 10. With shape-changing skill. He lowered the blade, aiming it at Lan Kan's face as the man writhed in pain on the ground. Panicked, he stammered a confession. Master, I was wrong. Van Triet replied coldly, his gaze like a dagger, discarding all hollow glory. I don't need those fake hero titles. Lan Kan's face was smeared with fresh blood, his life like a candle in the wind. Trembling, he clasped his hands and knelt, begging desperately, save me. Please don't kill me. With a slicing screech, the Lu Ven sword instantly became a reaper's scythe pressed to his throat. Van Triet spat each word with contempt. In the hands of scum like you, the Lu Ven sword is nothing but a clumsy killing tool. For those few empty honors you dared to stab me in the back. The system interface jumped numbers again, updating the weapon's new status. Lu Van's sword critically damaged. Attack plus 5,200. Speed and defense minus 50%. Has shape-changing skill. Beside him, the death soul Tu Lin Kyo and exuded an overwhelming aura of vengeance, as if demanding the villain's life. Van Triet gritted his teeth in extreme fury. You dared betray even Bon Bon. Lan San was so terrified he wet himself, his eyes clinging to the last shred of hope. Master, don't you want to know? Before he could finish, a merciless sword flash appeared and Lan Kan's head was severed, flying far away. Van Triet turned his back, pronouncing coldly, face the dead end you chose yourself. Horrifyingly, even with his head floating in midair, Lan Kan's mouth stubbornly continued to chew. Don't you want to know the truth behind all of this? Fresh blood gushed, staining the ground red. Ignoring those last words, Van Triet slung the blade over his shoulder, eyes blazing with murderous intent, and tossed back a firm line. I already know every damn thing you know, right in the palm of my hand. The memory shifted to a damp, oppressive prison chamber. Van Triet sat perched on a throne of power. Below him the figure of Lan San knelt, cringing in humiliation. The image of Lan San bowed his head then, painfully confessing he had been the bait. Van Triet had heard every petty detail without missing a word. His eyes gleamed with cold calculation. This revenge game has only just begun. You lot will be the stepping stones that make me ever more dominant. He raised a glowing card high in his hand. The card's surface reflected miners bent double, extracting resources within the hidden realms. He calculated the harsh rules of this world. Here, the highest limit an ordinary person can reach after a lifetime of grinding is only around level 30. Even the most outstanding elites, once they absorb resources from formal organizations and grind day and night, hit a ceiling at level 60. He understood the deep cause of that restraint. The level 60 boundary is a terrifyingly massive wall. Illusory images flashed through his mind. A female warrior bearing a sword that gleamed brilliantly stepping forth from the induction circle. Another young woman exuded a sinister aura, leaning against a massive loyal beast proudly following behind. He reminded himself that under certain harsh conditions, a profession's awakening could evolve to a higher tier. Moreover, to unlock high-end branded equipment and exclusive overpowered skills, players must complete the class transition quest to break the level 60 limit. Van Triet twirled the card in his hand, his gaze pensive. The card glittered with the light that tens of thousands lusted over. He pondered, to change class you must have a certificate. That document is ultra-rare and hard to find. Involuntarily, the image of a shadowy figure clutching countless power cards surfaced in his memory. He compared with pain, recalling when hidden realms were open to the masses, the chance to be promoted was only 1 in 10,000. Hordes had to kneel and beg. In this modern world, that forbidden item is even more tightly controlled by the authorities. Clenching the card in his fist, he glared at Lan Kan's rolling head, mocking the enemy's pitiful state. Your so-called heroic clan pooled everything and could only scrounge up a single card for you. Among your descendants, who the hell is qualified to be promoted? The gulf between Lan San before and after his upgrade was laid bare in Van Triet's mind. Objectively, he judged, the distance before and after class transition is as wide as day and night. Lan San transformed from a mediocre fighter into a berserker, acquiring overpowered innates. Recalling the recent deathmatch, he carefully estimated how many times his combat power had increased. Without the abilities from the mirror world, this fight would surely have been lost. A corner of Van Triet's mouth curled up as he decisively pressed the loot icon on the system interface. A bold idea flashed. What if I take this mirror world asset and advance first? The system panel immediately began scanning nonstop, emitting a blinding light. A cold smile spread across his lips. Let's see how dominant I can become. The icon he selected radiated a dazzling blue aura. The system server chimed repeatedly, scan complete. Spirit 65, speed 55, stamina 34. Meeting the requirements for class transition. Choices for branches: battle dance performer, reciter of odes, minstrel, forest stalker. The interface displayed an additional requirement. Please lock your target profession and initiate the promotion quest chain. Van Triet reached to seize the phantom sword as his aura erupted. He spun, his whole form emitting a blaze of light. His path had been carefully plotted long ago. The sigil-based professions were weak for players. Successfully changing class was rarer than finding a needle in the ocean. Yet this branch offered a uniquely pure offensive skill set. Without hesitating another half-second, he tapped directly on the battle dance performer option. The system presented a confirmation panel activating a special ability. Do you want to reverse the promotion process to battle dance performer? Van Triet's movement faltered slightly. He raised an eyebrow in intense curiosity. This class change thing can be reversed too? A massive ancient tree lit up in the virtual space, branching into countless profession paths. From the trunk sprouted basic systems: marksman, shield-bearer, cleric, warrior, mage, sigil master. On the outer rim sat two mysterious roaming branches, which he guessed might be thief and assassin. The opposing extremes radiated completely different auras, strengths interwoven. The image of a masked figure appeared, representing anomalous professions. He smiled in appreciation of the variety. There are always exceptions. Countless super-hidden profession branches exist. The harsher the quest requirements, the more devastating the power after promotion. For icons shaped like pillars hovered before him. He used his choice as an example. For the battle dance path, to reach the top your speed must be pushed above 55 and spirit must hit at least 65. An image of a blood-red gem blazed into view. He shook his head at its severity. No ordinary sigil mage would dare allocate stats so oddly. Worse, the required item was the ultra-rare bloodstone of slaughter. An illusion of a woman cradling a zither arrogantly clutching the bloodstone flashed by. He mused over the price to obtain such an item. It is crystallized from fresh blood, needing vast amounts of farming and slaughter to charge its power. For a sigil master with not a single damage move, tackling that quest is a riddle. No wonder their success rate is pitiful. Yet ambition lit Van Triet's eyes. But since the battle dance profession had been inverted and grafted by the mirror world's power, the quest requirements would surely be twisted and doubled. The quest panel flashed a line describing the profession: peaceful dancer. Peace must be maintained by violent strength. Use dance and spirit icons to sow terror among enemies. An angel of salvation and a demon of destruction. But when he read the promotion item requirement, Life Germ X5, Van Triet's face contorted like a monkey eating ginger. He snapped indignantly. This requirement is ridiculously mystical. Sighing in exasperation, he rubbed his forehead and wondered, how the hell does this mirror's reversal standard work? Do they just toss a few opposite words in front to create a profession with new demands? If it's called a reversal, the required items should at least be on par with that bloodstone. Recalling the rarity of the requested item, he couldn't help but remark that the life germ is a priceless treasure, an automatic blood producer that emits a shimmering holy fluid. Needless to say, top-level powers drool over these. Any team that gets one can dump the healer role entirely and still handle healing. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Why on earth does it demand 5 of them? However, curiosity about the immense power overcame his annoyance. Van Triet sprang to his feet, murmuring with resolve. Given this exorbitant gate fee, the post-promotion power had better be game-breaking. He strode into the mirror world, confident leveling here would be a breeze, thinking skill progression would be a gradual unlock. But before him now stood a giant beast, a perfect replica of the Hidden Realms overlord. He broke into a sweat, reassessing the game's difficulty. Turns out this game wasn't that easy. Past stage 3, the devs didn't just spawn weak mobs, they threw in a copy of the realm boss. In a blink, Van Triet unleashed tens of thousands of invisible blades, piercing the beast's hide. The system chimed, indicating he'd advanced to level 2. Surveying the fallen spoils, he nodded in satisfaction. The souls collected looked juicier than before. Moreover, items brought from the real world were also being inverted. He licked his lips with delight. This ecosystem promised many more entertainments. After clearing one stage, Van Triet faced another colossal monster. The system notified the player had exited the mirror world. He exhaled softly and planned his next moves. He needed to steadily boost his strength to qualify for class transition. Stretching to relax, he glanced at his loyal Death Soul regiment. They'd slipped away by now. A sword stroke tore the air, cleaving the fleeing monster in two. The system jumped a celebratory notification. Target eliminated. Van Triet, human rank 50, Sigil Master Branch, life 1960, mana 200, strength plus 13, agility plus 57, experience 3542 to 10, 200 free points, 6 legendary equipment rewards. Dungeon cleared. The purple, ethereal dungeon space suddenly cracked and shattered into fragments. The crowd of players trapped inside stood dumbfounded, watching the purple sky fade and give way to the clear blue of the real world, the crowd buzzing with chatter. Hey, did the hero dungeon just vanish? What's going on? What stunt is Hero Dinkan pulling in there? We plebs weren't even allowed in. Suddenly the sturdy inner structures began to collapse, bricks and stones raining down. Sharp shards pierced several unlucky people. Someone screamed in panic. The heroic clan's finished? The panicked crowd shouted, "Everyone, charge in and see!" When they ran up to the scene, the guards were shocked, staggering as they pointed at the lifeless body. This is Din Qian. They cried out in alarm. Was Din Qian slaughtered? That very day, the shocking news spread at breakneck speed. Tens of thousands of flyers blanketed the streets with sensational headlines about the death of the national hero. A middle-aged man listened to the news on the radio and went numb. Loudspeakers blared. The heroic clan was drenched in blood. Suspects have not been identified. Anyone with clues, the upper class watching online were equally stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even a hero got wiped out? He was so overpowered. A candid shot of Van Triet's cold, haughty back was widely circulated. A police officer stood solemnly before the camera, bellowing, "This is the only photo we recovered from the scene. Orders have been issued to mobilize all forces to hunt the criminal and turn this city inside out." The blurry image clearly showed the chill radiating from the young man's back. In the luxurious royal court, La Oi, the supreme ruler, sat perched on his splendid throne. He spoke coldly, without pity for a fallen henchman. "That brat Lang Tsan is dead." He glanced at the surveillance monitor, reproachful. The perimeter was clearly sealed. How was this only discovered after everything happened? He turned to his aide and pressed, "Have you dug up any info yet?" At the ruins of the hero dungeon, a young man with an arrogant air lounged atop piles of S-rank fighters and S-rank brutes' corpses. He curled a smirk and reported over his radio. "Your Majesty, the guards for Din Khan were pathetic, knew nothing at all. I ordered my men to comb the entry cameras carefully and even borrowed files from the Security Bureau to dissect every detail. The targets under scrutiny are Van Sa and Van Triet." Hearing those two names, His Majesty crossed his legs. The room fell into a suffocating silence for a beat. "Van Triet, Your Majesty, this name has a certain nostalgia. Let me handle this personally." Bright and early on the academy grounds, students clustered in groups, chattering loudly, noise that drowned out the bell for class. "Hey, Did you hear the hero dungeon collapsed? A gossiping kid poked his friend. The group surged together excitedly. Man, how could we not know about this hot news? The media's been non-stop for 2 days. Whoever had the guts to take out a hero must be crazy. Van Sa and Van Am swept past the noisy crowd with faces as cold as ice. The students kept gossiping, oblivious. They even skewered a hero? He's the national idol. What the hell are the useless military doing? Skimming the rumors, doubt rose in Van Sa's mind. Did that person really personally end Din Khan? A flash of indifference crossed her face, then worry about her own position. I'm an accessory, helping him sneak into the dungeon. Should I secretly report this to my superiors? But she frowned slightly, weighing pros and cons. Then again, someone capable of such a monumental act might appear once in 1,000 years. Lost in thought, she froze when she saw Van Triet approaching from afar with his school bag, looking haggard as if he hadn't slept. Seeing that familiar figure, the Van family members went stiff, unsure how to face him. Van Triet tossed her a look as sharp as a razor, not bothering with a single greeting. Memories of the bloody interrogation in that sealed room rushed back. Lang Tsan knelt trembling on the floor, confessing in fear. Life germ? I've never heard of that before. At the time Van Triet was silently calculating the item's difficulty. The life germ used for class transitions must be top-tier rarity. Probably only the royal elite could reach it. The proud image of Van Sa appeared faintly in his thoughts. He connected the dots and targeted the royal elite. Right now only that brat Van Sa. She's the golden branch and jade leaf. Back then Van Triet had pressed a knife to Lang Ken's throat and coldly interrogated. Do you know Van Sa's background? You seemed pretty devoted to her before. Under the pressure of death, the man hesitated, then spat out the truth. She's La Oi's granddaughter. The distant, proud silhouette of Van Sa, the favorite granddaughter of his greatest enemy, became vividly clear. Returning to the present, he curled a mocking smile and stood right before her. Van Triet's whole body involuntarily exuded waves of murderous intent. He cursed inwardly, what a small world. His face darkened like a predator that had locked onto its prey. She turned out to be the granddaughter of my mortal enemy. Sensing the chilling killing intent aimed straight at her, Van Sa froze, her legs nailed to the ground, unable to move. She stood motionless, lips dry, about to murmur an explanation. At that moment, a swarm of classmates burst from behind like disturbed bees, cheering loudly and shattering the tense atmosphere. Van Triet's back in school. The crowd closed in on the youth, chattering nonstop. That time you soloed the domain boss Langbat, you must have been drained, hiding at home to recover? Thanks to you carrying the team, we survived that boss. You're insane, they jostled to praise him to the skies. We were shitting ourselves in that fight. Glad to see you back. Our group insists on treating you properly. I heard the school's preparing an award for you. A puckered-lipped male student pushed into the excited crowd. But showing your face at school like this might get the Din family sniffing around to take revenge. The massive shadow of that powerful clan loomed in the worried student's account. The 3 overlords of the Din family mysteriously vanished along with the dungeon. Their people had been scouring every corner looking for them. After some chatter, the friend got to the point. You being out and about like this makes it easy for them to nab you and rough you up. Meanwhile, a slew of online outlets spread sensational rumors everywhere. Someone waved it off. Don't worry. Everyone knows the culprit is that dungeon-sabotaging terrorist the papers ranted about. Besides, even the hero got killed. You may be strong, but who'd believe you could punch a hero to death? Ironically, the so-called dungeon-sabotaging terrorist terrorizing the city was none other than the student Van Triet standing before them. Listening to his friend's babble, his face unchanged, he quietly analyzed the situation. Previously, the Din family could trace someone just by their voice. They revoked travel papers but still lacked conclusive evidence, so only they had reason to target him now. The friend chuckled confidently, acting like he had inside info. I heard that terrorist got chased by the police until he was smoking. Sooner or later they'll catch him and charge him. He slapped Van Triet on the shoulder reassuringly, forcing him into a hollow, practiced smile. Just rest easy, Van Triet. The police will clear your name. Behind that strained grin, Van Triet's eyes darkened. He sneered inwardly. He had no time to be dragged off by them. Memories of how elite the security forces were flashed through his mind as he assessed things objectively. The so-called public security in this era was truly massive. The disarmament patrols on the streets were all big, burly types with serious combat capability. Recalling that day, how they coordinated the hunt for those Death Soul monsters was terrifyingly professional. If the Death Souls hadn't been called out to create chaos, he wouldn't have been able to get back here even with wings. He turned and glanced at his carefree classmates' smiles. He devised a disguise plan. This place was full of students glued to their desks. Playing the obedient Van Triet would fool them. Having worked out his moves, he relaxed, looked up at the deep blue sky, feeling pleased. The smartest move was to hide at the academy. He could conceal his identity while digging up knowledge about this era without arousing suspicion. At that moment, a friend snapped angrily, pointing the finger of public opinion. Let's be clear. The blame falls entirely on that dungeon-sabotaging terrorist. The friends chimed in, indignant. If he hadn't ruined things, why would we and Van Triet get dragged into this? The Din family would only get collateral damage. Two male students nearby fanned the flames, loudly defending their idol. Exactly. The hero is dead. He was the real deal. Then they grit their teeth and cursed the anonymous killer. That assassin will get his comeuppance. No matter how cold-blooded, you don't touch the national hero. Van Triet stood with his arms crossed, hearing the crowd insult him to his face and remaining unperturbed. He glanced at them and started to walk away, inwardly mocking their ignorance. They'd been brainwashed with the false image of Din Khan by La Oi since childhood. Even if he exposed the truth, no one would believe him. But from the crowd a mysterious whisper rose, drawing everyone's attention. Hey, did you hear? Apparently the hero isn't as glorious as the old books make him out to be. A new wave of murmurs broke the freshly praised image. The rumormonger hinted. My uncle in the business says that Hero Dungeon was a sham. Someone skeptical retorted. The hero savage like that? I heard he's already gone to the underworld. Another student raised his phone to stop the bickering. Quit arguing. There's a clip being circulated out there. At the word clip, Van Triet's steps stalled. His eyes widened with surprise mixed with interest. The horrific footage of the catastrophe inside the dungeon was spreading wildly across the students' phone screens. Someone had risked filming the moment the dungeon collapsed. Ordinary people inside were at death's door, their screams unbearably tragic. A few barely conscious survivors were pulled from the rubble by rescuers. They sobbed as they accused the Din family of monstrous crimes, kept as slaves and brutally tortured for years. After watching that chilling, realistic footage, the students' faces went pale as banana leaves. They cried out in shock. They exploited people so brutally? Van Triet rubbed his chin and sank into thought, a faint smile flickering on his lips. Perhaps the wheel of history had begun to slip off course. After watching the clip, the students turned and started arguing loudly, split into two clear camps. Is the clip fake or real? Where did you dig up this video? That place is guarded like a presidential palace. How could this get out? Standing awkwardly in the middle of the storm of debate, Van Triet chose to remain silent and listen. Some stubbornly defended the idol. I bet this is a conspiracy to smear the hero. The clip sharer snapped back. Whether you believe it or not is your problem. Suddenly, Van Sa stepped out of the crowd and, asserting her status as a noble young lady, corrected them. These videos are 100% real. Not long ago, a VIP guest invited me to tour that dungeon. Her assertion hit the crowd like a bomb. What you see online is only the tip of the iceberg. She smoothed her proud hair, her eyes skirting direct contact with Van Triet as she added ambiguously. Everyone in the upper circles knows about these scandals. They just haven't been exposed. The students gaped, whispering among themselves. Even Princess Van Sa has confirmed it. They looked at each other pale-faced and disbelieving. So it's a historic fraud? The top-tier hero fell like that. Amid the public storm, Van Triet stood with his arms crossed, maintaining the same contemplative, unreadable expression. Abruptly, Van Sa lunged forward, grabbed his sleeve and yanked him along, ordering, "Come with me." The sight of a noble heiress brazenly dragging a male student stunned their friends into open-mouthed astonishment. She dragged him to a secluded corner behind the campus before releasing him. Hands on her hips, she fired questions rapidly. "Why did you show up here? Aren't you afraid La Oi's followers will track you down? Do you think the police are your only problem?" Her expression turned instantly dark and icy. "And aren't you afraid I'll sell you out?" Contrary to her panic, Van Triet stayed calm, a slight smirk as he recalled his offhand remark outside the dungeon. "I told you, your nature isn't that bad." Hearing that, Van Sa's face twisted. She turned away, trying to hide her awkwardness. The Din family committed monstrous acts. No matter how many times they died, it wouldn't repay their sins. Then she ground her teeth and glared at him, warning, "You owe me a huge favor." Van Triet replied indifferently, his tone cold but threatening. "Don't worry. Whatever schemes you're plotting, I already have you pinned." His deep gaze swept the space as he mentally reanalyzed the whole picture. Her true identity beneath the facade of La Oi's granddaughter. Why would a noble heiress pave the way for him to infiltrate the dungeon? He reasoned, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Was she irritated by the Din family's brutality? Or did she harbor a deep hatred for her uncle La Oi? Could an assassination plot against the patriarch, using her as a pawn, be at play? They stared at each other for a moment as the air thickened. Van Triet reminded himself not to stray and shelved those conspiracies. Prioritize the immediate objective. He tilted his chin and asked directly, "Do you have any leads on the life germ?" Footsteps echoed in steady rhythm. Van Sa answered casually as if it were common knowledge. "What's so strange about that thing? It's the stuff they squeeze out to make life-restoring serum, right?" With her pointing the way, Van Triet slipped to the threshold of the principal's office. A voice echoed in his head. "The old man keeps one of those in his safe." He slowly pushed the door and stepped inside cautiously. The system chimed. "You have entered the mirror world." In this silent, reflective space, the holographic principal was buried in paperwork. Van Sa's voice echoed back. "That old man is hiding a world germ sapling, treating it like an egg, cradling it like a flower." Van Triet crept along the wall, his eyes scanning. He knew the life germ game well. Of course, the old man hoarded all the best stock in his vault. At the far end of the room, a row of seedling pots emitted a soft glow, neatly arranged side by side. The corner of his mouth curled in satisfaction. It was time to harvest the old man's treasure. A warning plaque slapped him in the face on the shelf. World Germ Nursery simulating hidden dungeon, supernatural grade 3S. Staring at the pile of precious artifacts, Van Triet swallowed and muttered, "How did this guy get so lucky to gather all these VIP items?" Just as he reached out to touch one, a magic circle suddenly flared brilliantly.
Knocking Vân Triệt Bắc Quát.
He grumbled and brushed dust off his clothes, glaring at the shield enveloping the plants. It was clearly sealed rigidly by the old man's formation. Staring at the illusory treasures, he sighed in annoyance. Copied seedlings, copied life germs, planning to slip through the mirror world's hole to steal copied goods. Turns out the security formation here was copied exactly from the original too. Van Triet paced around, bit his nails trying to find a way to break it. Although he'd worn out his hands on sealing formations in his past life, the formations of this era were freakish hybrids, mixing all sorts of techno-magic. He scratched his head in frustration, headache from calculating costs because of this mechanical technology. At his current low level, how could he break it? And if he forced it and shattered the formation, the seedlings inside would explode too. Out of options, he spun on his heel and left, deciding to hold off for now. Suddenly, the system armor chimed with a constellation string of notifications. Acquired a copied Frenzy Relic, copied Formation Tablets, copied Thunder Clarity Formation Skillbook, Basic Formation Textbook, and copied Machinery. Stepping out the door, he recalled the principal's level 89 stats. His gaze hardened. The old man's attributes crushed Kid Lan San. If he couldn't muster the power to change class successfully, confronting him would be like an egg against a rock. Recalling the old man's use of magic, Van Triet analyzed the situation. There were only two ways to get the seedling inside. One was to wait for the old man to personally lift the seal, then slip through the mirror world to steal it. Standing by the empty staircase, he weighed a safer option. The second was to cram himself with this era's technomagic knowledge, find the root cause, and unlock the formation himself. He did as he said, strode into the vast library and grabbed a thick handbook at random. As he flipped through pages filled with characters, he murmured, "Start from the basics, build a solid foundation." His eyes darkened with murderous intent, recalling his vengeance target. Priority now was to eliminate Din Khan. When he first came back, he had been too hasty. Surrounded by stacks of books, he became keenly aware of his own backwardness. The meta of this world was changing so fast. Without catching up on knowledge, he couldn't even dream of brushing La Oi's coat. Remembering how he'd sweated fiddling with machines earlier, copying items to study yet clueless about their mechanisms, he seriously hugged the pile of books and plopped into a library chair, muttering, "They say La Oi backs the development of this technomagic, but where on earth did he dig up these bizarre designs?" Turning to a new page, his eyes lit up. The principle of using a mana core is like this. But what's the core's operating mechanism? He connected the theories to actual machines. The loot from the dungeon was easy to digest, but integrating it with machinery was a tangled mess. He scratched his chin in confusion. Solving one question spawned a dozen more. Scanning the scrawled lines, he slammed the book shut in irritation. With such vague writing, he'd need to find more reference books. He stood up, pushed open the door to a deeper archive, mumbling about the education system. Those profitable secrets aren't printed in textbooks. The more mainstream the book, the more heavily it's censored. Sometimes you have to dig up banned, dust-covered uniques to find what you need. He scanned along the dim shelves and sighed in disgust. Nothing but junk books. Finding useful material would take ages. While he was bumbling through the search, he froze, looked up, and saw Van Am engrossed in a book. He squinted to study her face, wondering, isn't she always trailing Van Sa? What is she doing here? The royal granddaughter's bodyguard has time to bury herself in books. His gaze landed on the title of the book she was holding.
Statan. Vâng lúc up Aberly.
Fired a bullet-like glare at him, her annoyance obvious. Van Triet strolled over nonchalantly and pointed at the shelf behind her. "I just meant to take the book in the back," she snapped, guarded. "Which one?" He shrugged and said casually, "Haven't decided." Van Am shot him a puzzled look as if he were an idiot. Van Triet had to explain his purpose. "I'm looking for materials on dungeon artifacts hybridized with machinery." On hearing that, she wordlessly tossed the book she was reading toward him, coldly saying, "This has what you need." Van Triet caught it quickly, stepped back a pace, and nodded slightly, "Thanks." A while later he returned to her and casually offered his hand. "I've finished this one. Do you have anything on mobile mana communication technology?" Van Am was speechless, eyeing him like a strange creature from another planet. The next day, she reluctantly handed the book to him with a sulky expression. To repay her, Van Triet cheerfully offered a pastry. "This shop makes great cakes. Want a bite?" Van Am turned away and brusquely shook her head. "No." Undeterred by her snobbish attitude, he left the pastry on the edge of the table. "I'll leave it here." Walking out, he silently judged her surly demeanor. But his steps faltered, standing close felt oddly familiar. Strange. The next day, the pastry-giving and book-borrowing repeated. Van Triet beamed and made a new request. "Today I want to grind through books on mana engines." She replied curtly without looking up. "This section doesn't have that." Van Triet cursed inwardly. She was probably enjoying the quiet reading space and he'd been disturbing her. He put his hands in his pockets and teased, "I'm lost. This area would be noisy if it were busy. You're not fond of noise, right?" Van Am's face darkened like a pot bottom as she hissed in anger. Pretty face, rogue temperament. Though scolded, he smiled inwardly, brazenly cozying up, hoping to pry some dirt on La Oi and La Sa from her. One night, stuck, Van Triet pointed at a page and shamelessly asked, "Translate this sentence for me." She glanced at the ancient characters and shook her head, clueless. The next morning he put on a serious face and asked, with faux expertise, "Do you know anything about the intermanalink formation system?" She munched the pastry he gave and reluctantly explained. Basically a machine linking production lines with formations. He seized the opportunity like striking gold. "Then help me find books on this." The image of the two of them huddled over pages in the sunset was peaceful. Van Am shyly covered the book's face with her hand and glanced at him, then asked a decisive question. Why not ask your little brother? Van Triet was dazed for 3 seconds. Before he could process the question, Van Am gestured toward Kyochi. Where did that damned traitor's nephew disappear to? He smiled it off, a mysterious glint in his eyes. He's about to show his face. Cut to the luxurious main hall of the Din family, where 2 elders sat at the table nursing headaches and scheming. One elder slammed the table loudly and barked. That Huck is threatening us. What's he trying to pull? Sending only this one photo. What's that about? He ripped the threatening photo to pieces. He's been missing for days. No sign of him. Uncle Lam furrowed his brow in thought and hypothesized. Was this sent by Van Triet? Din Hao held his head and tore at his hair, lamenting. That brat who hangs around with that sly Kyochi from the Kyo family. Are they bitter about us chaining Kyo family members? If it really was Van Triet, then the one who killed my grandfather might be him. He sneered, reassuring himself. How could he possibly have the skill to kill my grandfather? He suddenly flew into a rage, banging the table again. Where are the try and good-for-nothings? Why haven't they dragged him in? How dare he ignore the word of the Din family? We are a heroic clan. The door burst open and a flustered lackey rushed in with urgent news. Master, that brat Kyochi from the Kyo family has shown up at the school. Down in the crowded schoolyard, a male student was bravely holding up a protest placard. Under the scrutinizing eyes of hundreds of passing students, whispers erupted like firecrackers. Hey, that's Kyochi. The Kyo servant is out there? What the hell is he trying to pull? Seeing the hero fall, making trouble to profit from the chaos? The hero may have a scandal, but his ancestor Kyo and is still labeled a traitor. Before the hero dungeon collapsed, surely someone witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Ignoring all the gossip, Kyochi shouted that even if no one saw, he already had video evidence in hand. From the high floor of the classroom wing, Van Triet and Van Am stood with arms folded, looking down at the noisy yard. He muttered, judging the rot of the era that had hidden the truth for years. Fake heroes trample the innocent, yet there are always stubborn people seeking the truth. Kyochi's voice rang clearly across the yard, striking everyone's minds. Now the ironclad evidence lay exposed. My great-grandfather Kyo and was never a traitor. He was the true great hero. Van Triet nodded, admiring his little brother's audacity. That stubbornness alone could upend the world's entire order. Kyochi declared plainly amid the staring crowd, vowing his words were 100% true. He tossed a challenging look and dared anyone to verify. If you have questions, come ask. Under the whole school's gaping eyes, he shouted his final claim. My great-grandfather is innocent. He never betrayed anyone. The public below began to tremble, murmuring in tense uncertainty. If it's lies, you'll vanish, someone scoffed. Textbooks print it plainly. Who dares argue? Amid the storm of public opinion, Kyochi lowered his voice reasoningly. I'm not forcing you to believe me now, but my relatives, my elders and kin, are completely innocent. Suddenly he bent at a 90-degree angle, pleading desperately. I only beg the Din family to release my family. The crowd's chatter rose again apathetically. The Din family? Didn't the Kyo family serve them for generations? Rumor has it the Dins once spared the Kyo traitors out of mercy. Now the Din family is knee-deep in scandal. If the Kyo family doesn't run fast, they'll be done for. Din Huck turned to his lackey and sneered. Is he declaring independence from the Din family? Well, times have changed. Anyone still playing slave is just pathetic. Standing in the blazing schoolyard, Kyochi was sweating as if showered. He braced himself against the pressure, silently thinking about his life-or-death move. The Din family is drowning in a media scandal. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance for the Kyo family to rise and snap the chains. They must leverage public pressure to flip the situation. He reassured himself. Since they're holding Din Huck as a hostage, his family's lives are temporarily safe, though they could be taken at any time. Thinking of his mysterious big brother, he trusted Van Triet was being watched by the authorities and couldn't show up to clean things up, so he would leave this bomb to him to manage. Standing on the corridor, Van Triet suddenly frowned, alert, then turned around. 3 plainclothes undercover officers had been standing there all along, blocking every route. One of them tossed a chin and arrogantly asked, "Are you Van Triet?" One by one, the 3 introduced themselves with smug pride. Loi O, Special Grade High-Ranking Rogue Officer. Ma Dac, Deputy Head of Public Security, Sword Guard S. Jung Tu, Deputy Head of Public Security, Sword Guard S. Loyo pulled out his badge and waved it lightly in front of him. "We're from the Public Security Bureau. You're suspected of involvement in the Hero Dungeon collapse. We need to take your statement." Smart move is to cooperate. Unfazed, Van Triet leisurely shoved both hands into his pockets, staring at them challengingly. Loyo produced a crumpled sheet and read it slowly like an incantation. Van Triet, male, 17 years old, native of Dong Vong Town, orphaned. Parents died in the recent dungeon accident. Lives off inheritance, autistic temperament, lowest grades in the whole school. He folded the paper, sneered at him. "That's your old dossier." He leaned in close, breathing danger. "But recently you seem like a different person." Loyo began to profile him with sharp analysis. "In the Hero Dungeon you swung your sword through monsters like cutting mud, and even finished off the wandering boss lord. After that, you and the Din family's youngest disappeared hand in hand, then suddenly reappeared exactly when the dungeon hit trouble." He pressed his owl-like eyes close and interrogated. "How did your skills suddenly spike like that? Where have you been hiding all this time? What the hell have you been up to?" Van Triet remained cool, offering a slick, oily explanation. "I hadn't come back to school because the boss in there scared the hell out of me. So I went traveling to blow off steam. What else?" He raised his hands theatrically. "It's true I could crush my peers, but I'm the type who likes to hide my cards. You guys accusing me of beating an hero to death is a bit delusional about my power." He frowned and argued weakly, using his age as a shield. "Look at my baby face. I don't even have a profession yet. How could I possibly kill a hero? Those people are VIP class professionals." Then he twisted it back. "What's my motive then?" The man lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and slowly exhaled smoke into Van Triet's face. He nodded in acknowledgement. "A kid and student like you certainly doesn't have the guts or the strength to pull off such earth-shaking deeds." He sidled closer to probe and proposed a new hypothesis. "Hey, I've heard there's a trick in the underworld where some class transitioners impersonate others. You're using a clone account, right?" He gave a light laugh, a fake innocent smile. "Boss, I'm just a lowly student. Where's the evidence for you to make such definitive claims?" Impatient, he suddenly unleashed a demasking move, shouting, "Remove camouflage, assess quality, strip away all coverings." A cold light flashed and swept across Van Triet. A chill voice from the system struck like a bucket of cold water at the officer. Activation failed. Please use the skill on a target currently in camouflage mode. Loyo went pale, cursing inwardly. How strange. Could his camouflage skill be higher than my anti-camouflage? He cleared his throat and changed tack to save face. Right, at your age you should be studying principles of communication machinery in class. Right? He scratched his head, playing the role of an ignorant student. That's taught in the final year. I'm clueless about the relationship between the profession system and those mechanical devices, let alone communications. The three officers were left speechless, staring at one another, unsure how to press further. Loyo angrily tossed his cigarette to the ground and crushed it. Enough for today. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to throw back a cold warning. We'll reopen your file. After they were out of sight, Van Triet let out a quiet sigh and smiled inwardly. Fortunately, he'd been cramming a ton of basic textbooks lately. Bluff a bit and you get by. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those three were just creeps clearing the path. In the silent space, a faint blue figure gradually appeared, its voice drifting back from the past. I am La Oi. I cast bait to lure the fish that's linked to my master. The chilling aura of a ruler emanated. The apparition continued its absolute command. If I die, Van Triet frowned, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. The real La Oi surely sent shadow guards to hunt. Their strength could easily snap his neck. He gritted his teeth, feeling the Empire's brutality. Laoi's hound-like shadow guards don't care for morality like those insisters. If he didn't grit his teeth and undergo a class transition, his life was as good as over. The image of the principal's solid formation flashed through his mind. He tugged at his ear, considering retreat. That old man had loitered at school for an hour without once going into the treasury. He clasped his hands behind his back and paced in the shadowed corner, shaking his head in dismay. Hoping the old man would personally disable the formation was unrealistic. Trying to slip through the mirror world's loophole to access the life germ right now was truly no hope. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room at the Public Security Bureau, Officer Loyo was fuming and lashing out. He crumpled the report and hurled it at his subordinate, roaring, "All day's digging and this is the trash we get?" He bit his nails, paced anxiously, and muttered as he analyzed the links. Right now the blacklist only has Van Triet and His Highness Lhasa as the most suspicious. A hurried soldier pushed in to report. His Highness Lhasa is 1,000% innocent. He swallowed and cautiously proposed a new judgment. But that Van Am clinging to her is fishy. He's a descendant of the Fan Kwok Van clan. Another added a detonating hypothesis. Also that Van Triet shares the Van surname, too much of a coincidence to ignore. At that, Loyo's eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold. He slammed the table and gave a steel order. Tail that brat Van Triet 24/7. If he shows odd behavior, you've got my permission to deal with him first and explain later. Meanwhile, Van Triet walking down the street suddenly froze and let out a small sound. He kept stepping at the same pace, but the corner of his eye sharpened as he glanced back, smiling coldly inward. He's got a tail. Time to switch to actor mode. He turned into a dilapidated roadside eatery and calmly ordered a cheap meal. While chewing, he mentally built his cover story. No beef noodles today, eat plain rice like the common folk. This dish goes down all right. Memories of those bleak months returned vividly. In the apocalypse days, sleeping rough and scavenging scraps was a blessing. There were no delicacies or fine foods to speak of. At the next table, a student grimaced and retched, complaining the food was inedible. The cafeteria cooks like they're feeding pigs. Another chimed in, "We knew it was bad, but today they've outdone themselves." Seeing that, a friend came over, slapped Van Triet on the shoulder, and widened his eyes. "Hey Triet, how can you eat that when it's so awful? Are your taste buds broken?" Van Triet pretended to be a hungry fool, honestly looking up and asking, "You guys think this is hard to swallow?" The eager friend tossed his chopsticks down with a clack and waved him off. "Forget it. Ditch this tray and let's go eat something good. I haven't had the chance to buy you a team-carrying celebration. Tonight I'll treat you at a bar, go all out." At the mention of a bar, Van Triet's eyes lit up like a distant star. He sprang up, slapped his palm, and schemed silently. "Perfect. The drinking spot is a gossip den, easy to squeeze information out. If he ran into some skilled mechanics, he might even fish out a weakness in the formation guarding the life germ." He nodded briskly and grinned, sealing the plan. "Let's go, what's there to fear?" They barged into the noisy bar, and his two friends yelled to the owner, "2 glasses of orange dream," then nodded toward Van Triet. "The VIP of tonight. Bring him a special dream." The friend draped an arm over Van Triet's shoulder, winking like a connoisseur. "You have to try this special dream. 1 sip and you'll be on cloud 9. The flavor's surreal. Even Prince Yu Wang is hooked on it." Hearing the enemy's name, Van Triet inwardly marveled at the era's decadence. Times change. People get obsessed with being green in the worst ways. He clinked beer with his buddies, chatting loudly, but his eyes kept scanning the bar surreptitiously. After a while he sighed in disappointment and judged, "This low-class joint won't yield any secrets about the life germ." Leaving the noisy bar, he stood brooding in a dead, chilly alley. Night wrapped around him and he mocked his own clumsy performance. "What a ridiculous act are you putting on? The dungeon is sealed. Commoners grind to level cap 30 their whole lives. Trying to dig intel from this little gathering of ordinary folk is a joke." In the quiet space, a hazy memory from another life washed over him. A familiar teasing voice. "Come on, little master. Is our great knight heading into battle again? Have a sip to build strength. It offered a fragrant piece of fruit. Eat this sweet fruit to wake up. Van Triet lowered his head and sighed softly. He shoved open the creaking wooden door and stepped into a dust-cloaked library, whispering to himself, I belong to a different dimension. He brushed off the thick dust and laid his hand on a stained history book about the treacherous Van clan. His heart tightened, nursing a fragile hope. Could there still be a miracle? Could any kin or brothers have survived La Oi's blade? But as he turned the yellowed pages, a ruthless shadow of history declared bluntly, End all illusions. Van Triet wandered dazedly along the rows of old shelves, lost in thought in the dark. Late at night, silent and still, only someone stranded between two eras like him would hide in the library to gnaw through books. Just as he reached out to take a modern history volume, a clear voice sounded at his ear and made him startle. Which book are you looking for? He spun around and saw Van Am. She casually handed him a thick book and explained, This book is about the mechanical formation systems you ordered the other day. It's the real deal, compiled by our old principal himself. Van Triet took the heavy book, hesitated a beat, then said, You went out of your way to find this for me so late at night? Thank you very much. Van Am fingered the book's edge, avoiding his gaze, and replied softly, I couldn't sleep, so I just grabbed it. He flipped a few pages and casually recalled, The other day I gave you 2 pastries. She paused, then smiled and shyly bowed her head. Thanks. Seeing her sudden change in attitude, Van Triet thought to himself, Women are so fickle. He immediately fixed his eyes on the precious document, his mind racing to analyze the data. This guy writes profoundly yet clearly. With my newbie level on machinery, claiming 100% understanding is a stretch, but dissecting it to find the weak points to break the formation should work. He smiled confidently. The mechanical core is just decoration. Its heart is still the familiar magical formation. He closed the book, looked up at Van Am, hesitant and unsure. After a long pause, Van Triet risked asking a forbidden question. Hey, do you know if this place hides any books about the Van family? She froze for 5 seconds. Her delicate face suddenly clouded over, dark as soot. She stepped back and snapped in an icy tone. No, but her cutting closing line truly stunned Van Triet. Even if you razed this library to the ground, you wouldn't find one. Before the Van clan was framed for treason, that king was as close to the Van family as blood brothers. That betrayal therefore felt like a slap in the face. Though the old king had a reputation for compassion, he banned any writings related to the Van family from circulation. Hearing that, heat rushed to Van Triet's head. He ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. So fake. That benevolence my ass. Regardless of the backstory, could such a great Van clan have left not a single innocent survivor? Was the purge that thorough? Van Am spun away, her voice ice-cold to the bone. Exactly. Midway through her sentence, a cruel voice from a blood-stained past pierced his mind from the underworld. No one is innocent. You must root out the weeds entirely. The bloody reel of history played back before his eyes. La Oi donned the imperial robe and personally raised his fist to command the Shadow Guard's slaughter. Because La Oi was so close to the family, he could easily stab them in the back and kill the Van head, who commanded the greatest military might. When it was over, from bodyguards and servants to dogs and calves, everyone was implicated. A single merciless stroke wiped them all out, leaving no trace of life. As soon as the master fell, La Oi cowardly spread smokescreens, slandering him as a traitor to justify finishing off the remnants. Orders issued coldly. Anyone with the slightest Van connection was sent on a one-way trip to the netherworld. Back in the brutal present, Van Triet clenched the sword hilt until blood nearly seeped out, each word forced through hatred. La Oi! Rage exploded within the mirror world's virtual space. He stood before the principal's safe and frenziedly swung his sword, shredding the protective formation into scrap. Shards of bright memories cut into his mind, recalling peaceful days. Back then, Van Triet was just a snot-nosed kid of 12. After sword practice, drenched in sweat, he sheathed his sword and panted. He teased his childhood sworn brother La Oi. You've got technique, but if you keep swinging like that, The straw dummies in the storeroom won't be enough for your testing. Young Laoi propped his elbow on his knee, exhaled, wiped his sweat, and arrogantly replied, "Not enough? I'll run home and beg my mother to spend money on a bunch of better ones." Van Triet sniffed, came closer to pat his friend's shoulder, and advised, "It's not about buying dummies. It's about telling you to stop and rest. If you train like a hunting dog, I'll feel guilty relaxing." He scratched his head curiously and asked, "Why are we so obsessed with training?" A sharp sword stroke sliced the head off a straw training target. Big brother Van Gie, 16, sheathed his sword and warned sternly, "Father taught us. One drop of sweat on the training field saves a liter of blood on the battlefield." He tossed an order with a flick of his chin. "You'll be old enough to enter the dungeon soon, no slacking. Grind 10 more rounds for me." Forced, Laoi hugged his wooden sword tight and muttered tensely, "Master said 100 is the key to success." Van Triet leaned into his friend's ear, arguing the lazy logic. "But Master also said overdoing it turns effort into excess." He burst out laughing, leaned close to Laoi's ear and teased, "My big brother's scared of being surpassed by juniors like us. For years difference and getting overtaken would ruin his pride." Van Triet's eyes lit with mischief as he cheered in protest. "If your highness has ordered it, then finish this round and I'll go on vacation." "It's Laoi." Laoi squeezed his eyes shut, trembling, but tried to remain standing. Van Triet grinned broadly, tossed his sword aside, not caring about anything. Suddenly a little girl clumsily lugging an enormous wooden tray came running up, calling out shrill, "Big bro, second bro Laoi."
Đề nhất here.
The runt proudly displayed her chili spoils. "I snagged you guys some honey lemonade iced cold enough to chill your teeth and these crispy baked apple pastries." She braced her hands on her knees, panting with pride. "Rare stuff. Normally you'd only dream of eating this." At the sight of food, Van Triet and Laoi tossed aside pride and wooden swords and pounced on the spread. He bit into a huge piece of pastry, munching enthusiastically. "Delicious to the bone. Denis, you truly are the universe's #1 treasured little sister." Laoi ate more calmly but nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, angel sister." Denis handed a chilled glass of juice to Van Gie. "For you, big bro." He downed it in one gulp, wiped his mouth refreshingly. "Sweet to the heart, thanks, beloved sister." The 4 siblings leaned on one another chatting animatedly, their laughter echoing across the training yard. The girl lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Did you guys hear? The estate is hosting some commanders from the Southern Cavalry today. Auntie Fat has been stuck in the kitchen cooking since dawn." Denis tilted her head, pointed at her 3 elder brothers and claimed credit. "I had to use internal skill to sneak the food. Good stuff like this isn't easily eaten entirely by one person." At the word, "steal," Van Gie choked on his drink and scolded, "Good heavens, Denis, you stole it?" Van Triet slapped his thigh laughing, cutting off his decorous brother's rebuke. "No wonder it's so tasty. Agree, Laoi?" Laoi glanced at his accomplice and nodded, going along with the bad habit. Yeah, perfect." Everyone erupted in raucous laughter. Only Van Gie wore a worried grimace. Back then, Van Triet's worldview about dungeons and great knights was still vague and naive. Back in the brutal present, Van Triet's finger trembled but resolutely pressed the confirm button on the system panel, murmuring the final confession of that teenager. "My only dream is to live in peace, happily with those I love until the end." He raised the hand clutching the glowing seedling. A vivid green light flooded the space. Fragments of the mirror past shattered like invisible tears. He bitterly realized, not everyone in life gets that. He clutched his head and screamed in agony and despair. "I don't fucking understand." Laoi, bright red blood seeped from his broken heart, sliding over the shattered glass pieces of the past. He roared in hopelessness. Decades of brotherhood were swallowed by darkness, devouring sweet memories. How could you be so heartless as to trample everything so casually? The hazy face with cold, glaring yellow eyes of the tyrant appeared, pronouncing an inhuman justification. for the greater stability of the empire. Van Triet's vision blurred with hatred, the enemy's demonic visage now stamped vividly in his mind. The system spat out 2 blazing notifications in succession, marking the birth of a vengeance machine and a successful class change. Martial peace right. Activated healing mode privilege. Activated intimidation mode privilege. Van Triet Lu Thuong stepped out from the pitch-black portal. Dark chi roiled around him like a malevolent god descended. He coldly pronounced sentence. The next target to be sacrificed is, before he could finish speaking, Van Jia came rushing in from nowhere, panting and clutching her chest, looking up with a tear-streaked face and screaming pitifully, "Van Triet, please save me. Didn't you say you owed me 2 lives? I beg you. Go save Van Am. They're about to tear her apart. The Shadow Guards." Van Triet froze, spun his head, eyes wide with shock. "Van Am? Shadow Guards?" He grabbed her shoulder, barking. "What the hell do those hounds want with Van Am? That girl had nothing to do with the massacre at the Hero Dungeon." Van Jia avoided his burning gaze, stammering the truth. Because her true identity is a descendant of the traitorous Van family." Hearing that devastating line, Van Triet went rigid as if turned to stone. Van Jia sobbed as she recounted the catastrophe. "Van Am is the last seedling of the Van family, so the Shadow Guards named her as their top suspect, pulling the strings behind the dungeon collapse. They stormed straight into my manor. They've already shackled the little one. I swore that when old Din Khan was killed, Van Am was beside me but powerless. The commander treated my words like trash. I begged every VIP contact I had, but there was nothing to be done. I'm desperate. I don't know how to keep her alive." Killing intent erupted like a volcanic blast. Van Triet pulled his hood down, hiding bloodshot eyes glinting with death. "Where are they?" Van Jia panicked and pointed in a direction. "Let me lead the way." He spun around, cutting her off in a cold voice with no mercy. "You handle rear support." With that, he shot into the air like an arrow ripping the wind, tossing back a cocky line. "Time to solo them cleanly." The system chimed coldly. "You have exited the mirror world." Van Triet's eyes flared with boundless killing intent, steady as a rock, not a flicker of wavering. Right beside him, a private chat window popped up. He muttered, analyzing the situation in his head. Is Van Am really a descendant of the Van family? Laoi wiped out the Van clan entirely. How did that girl escape alive until now? Van Sa furrowed his brow and hurriedly explained over the comms. "From what I gathered, back then the Van family had left behind a bastard child outside the estate." He frowned in confusion. "A bastard?" "Father was extremely ascetic. Lived and died for honor. There's no way he was lecherous outside. Could she be the eldest brother's child?" Van Jia babbled on, recounting the tragic origin. That pregnancy, whether out of pity or nostalgia for past master-disciple ties, the old king chose to turn a blind eye and spare the child. He then dumped the child in a poor neighborhood near the palace to fend for herself. The mother never showed her face beyond that corner, and died never knowing who had gotten her pregnant. She eventually went mad and took her own life. Van Am was the product of that illicit affair, growing up wandering in that dilapidated manner. Van Triet lowered his head, voice dark as he demanded, "Then how did she get out into society? How did she become your personal bodyguard?" She sighed, then continued, "You probably don't know my true origin. I am the daughter of the 3rd prince of the kingdom. When I met Van Am, she was only 7. I hated those lessons teaching noblewomen how to be proper, so I'd sneak off to the palace's hidden corners whenever I could. I happened upon a scene of her being bullied by a council. The area around the palace was full of entitled offspring who ran wild. A rebellious mark was stamped on her brow, so even as she was beaten mercilessly, no one bothered to intervene." The bully boy's voice echoed in memory. "You traitor breed lot pretending to read prince and princess fairy tales? Disgusting. Do you know how to write the word happiness? Orphan." Van Jia lowered her voice and continued. "They even made beating Van Am a pastime to earn favor with the king." The arrogant boy bulged his eyes, snatched the storybook and flung it to the ground. "This real book is for noble ladies. Your filthy hands taint it. Take your hands off." Tear it up and burn it. Little Van Am could only brace herself, grit her teeth through the pain without shedding a single tear. The insults cut her like 1,000 knives. The man still held the book, spat contemptuously. Clinging to this torn thing like it's a treasure? I heard your mother is insane. Maybe you inherited her madness. The slur struck a raw nerve. Her last shred of pride snapped and Van Am lost her mind. Without thinking, she lunged forward, clamping her teeth into the bully's chubby arm. Despite being beaten to a pulp, she hugged the ragged book to her chest and curled up in a corner. Looking into Van Am's eyes then, it seemed every escape was blocked. Only a crazed stubbornness remained. Vanjia spoke solemnly, the haunting scene etched in her memory. I've seen countless people beaten, cursed, begging and crying, but I'd never seen such desperate yet resolute eyes as when she risked her life to protect a flimsy paper book. The rich kids grabbed their bleeding arms and shouted, "You dare bite this young master? See if I don't beat your father to death." At this point Van Sa's throat tightened. I really don't understand. Then the little princess rushed out to intervene, sternly shouting, "Stop it all! What are you doing here?" The boys flinched, turned and stammered excuses. "Princess, Your Highness, this girl stole library books. We were disciplining her and she bit back. Your Highness, she's like a mad dog." Vanjia's face went cold and she snapped, "Royal books are stamped with seals. Does this one have a seal? Are you blind? She found it in the trash. She didn't steal anything." The entitled boys were silenced, faces pale as banana leaves, not daring to utter a word. Van Sa hugged the pristine new book in his arms, stepped forward slowly and held it out to Van Am in a condescending tone. "I give this to you. Throw that torn one away." Van Am looked at the brand new book, her eyes brightening, but she immediately shook her head vigorously, firmly refusing the favor. Instead she knelt, gathered each crumpled scrap from the ground and clumsily pieced them back together. She still didn't dare look up at the haughty princess. Vanjia was shaken, sensing a painful truth. A ruined, discarded thing could carry more weight than a brand new treasure. Staring toward that dark corner, she understood. Though dilapidated, it was the only place where a few rays of sunlight shone through. She vaguely realized it was the only warmth and faint hope the girl was ever allowed to have. So, no matter how tattered, one's own ragged thing is more precious than someone else's perfect gift that can be taken away at any moment. She took a deep breath and continued recounting how she took the girl under her wing. "After that, I often hung around that corner of the yard, sometimes tossing her a scrap of bone, sometimes acting indifferent. Finally, I risked asking the king directly to grant her as my personal royal guard." She sighed bitterly for her bodyguard's fate. The princess's hunting dog label helped her avoid some public beatings, but the covert abuse continued daily. Only when she changed identity and entered this school did life get a little easier. But fate trapped her in this mire. The woman urged, her voice breaking with fear. "That Shadowguard hunting squad is directly on the king's payroll. Their methods are bloodthirsty and brutal. Better to kill 100 innocents than let one slip. Wrongful convictions are countless. There are also many wrongful exterminations, so you must fly to save her immediately. If you save her, I will repay you in any way, serve you as I can. If you need someone to clean up the aftermath, call my name." In an instant, Van Triet swung his sword and tore the fabric of space, manifesting right inside the mirror world at the dark holding site. His gaze darkened dangerously as he scanned and assessed the layout. Here, what met his eyes was a heartbreaking sight. Van Am hung suspended on an iron stake, her body striped with lashes bleeding steadily. Her demeanor now was like an empty corpse, eyes hollow and drained of all will to live. The black-clad thug swung a barbed whip through the air and laughed savagely. "Stubborn. Huh? Well, I'm on night duty, this night is long." He narrowed his cruel eyes and licked his lips lecherously. "I've got a whole VIP torture manual collection to test on your body." He growled, cracked the whip hard against the stone floor with a sharp slap, and spat threats. "Scream to the heavens and no one will come to save you." Before he finished, a blinding streak of light tore the night. Van Triet plunged down from the sky like a meteor, delivering a killing blow to Hak Vo's face at lightning speed. The black-clad man was slammed into the wall in a horrific impact, sending bricks and stone flying. Van Am jolted back several steps, eyes wide, unable to believe the sudden appearance of a savior before her. Van Triet slowly turned to look at her. His tone instantly softened into warmth and gentleness, a stark contrast to his earlier cold, killing aura. "Are you all right?" Thrown aside, Hak Vo scrambled up, blood streaming from his nose, soaking half his face. He wiped the blood with his hand and hissed with a mix of hatred and excitement. "Finally caught a big shark. You're the one who punched Din Khan to death." He spat a mouthful of bloody saliva to the ground and snorted derisively at the national hero. That old man was just a decorative vase to display in a glass case. Besides the hero title, what real power did he ever have? Hak Vo's eyes narrowed as he sized up his enemy like a veteran killer. "This assassin act, I bet you're a remnant of the Van clan. In this whole world, only Van people would bear such a grudge against him to the point of massacre." Ignoring the taunts, Van Triet immediately activated his magic, pouring energy into healing skills to soothe the myriad wounds covering Van Am's body. Seeing his words ignored, Hak Vo kept babbling boastfully about the trap he'd set. "We used this traitor breed as bait, and sure enough you stepped into the trap and hauled yourself to our door. Luckily His Majesty had the foresight to keep these two lures. Otherwise your ghostly stealth skill would have been a real problem." At once, a gigantic formation sigil on the floor flared brilliantly. The ceiling formation was activated, turning the room into an impregnable cage. Hak Vo roared in triumph. "You dragged yourself here, so don't think about retreating." His eyes rolled wide and red as he patted his chest smugly. "This ceiling formation is so solid even S-rank experts would be stumped. Only I can unlock it. Cross your arms and be bound. I'll make sure you die peacefully, without torment." Saying that, he swung two long hooked blades that scraped together, sparking electrical arcs, then lunged forward with a savage scream. "But first I'll play with this traitor breed." Seeing the murderous intent aimed at the frail girl, Van Triet stomped his foot and raised a dazzling energy shield that enveloped them both. A sharp system message appeared. "Peace domain, profession skill type, adjudication quality." Within the cast area, allied units receive 10% less incoming damage, and enemy unit speed is reduced by 20%. Van Triet strode forward forcefully, using both hands to parry the assassin's storm of attacks. He spoke coldly, eyes like daggers. "So you torment her this cruelly just for your own amusement?" Hak Vo kept unleashing strikes, chains whipping through the air as he screamed in sick excitement. "Of course. Our title as Shadow Guards carries enough weight to drag you here to die." A demonic red light began to pour from his body, coiling around the chain links on his weapon and amplifying its brutal damage. Then he crazily swung his hooks in a flurry, shouting, "Take this!" Van Triet's blade storm erupted. Just as dozens of phantom blades were about to strike, two Lin Bon Bons suddenly materialized from the void, using its massive body as a steel shield to protect Van Triet and Van Am. The system continuously flashed defensive skill notifications. Bon Bon used iron armor, shield plate, guardian aura, and mass protective barrier. Under absolute cover, Van Triet stood observing the battle, his eyes blazing with murderous fire. He growled, each word cold as a 1,000-year frost. La Oi personally led the Shadow Guards to carry out the massacre. Spare not a single life. Raise everything. Slay to the end. Not one left. But you made a fatal mistake. No sooner had he finished than Van Triet, with nimble footwork, dodged all of Hak Vo's deadly hooks. From his palm, a blinding light flared, coalescing into a long reinforced iron chain and a short, razor-sharp dagger. A bitter thought rang in his head. You cold-blooded Shadow Guards massacred my entire clan, and now you dare trample on an innocent child? The system repeatedly signaled peak combat state. Peace Warrior, Intimidation Mode, Attack Power plus 10%. You used Reverse Rhythm of Auditory Law minus 20 Mapex, Activated Illusion Blade, Activated Valor minus 15 Mapex, Activated War-Rousing Strategy minus 20 Mapex, Activated Heroic Aura minus 15 Mapex. His whole body erupted with golden power and Van Triet shot forward like a lightning bolt, his sword tearing through the air toward the target. He shouted, rattling the space. "Today you won't walk away alive." Across the battlefield, a compact circle appeared in Hak Voa's hand, radiating a demonic aura and spinning furiously. He frowned and eyed Van Triet's mutated weapon with suspicion. "What kind of demonic weapon is that? Does it have a strange transformation ability?" Immediately, a series of jagged circles appeared and hovered around him. Hak Vo roared as he unleashed his secret technique. Linked Fire H-Art, 1,000 rotating blades. He sneered loudly, openly belittling his opponent. "But I see you only using healing buffs and support auras. Clearly you're a shifted class into support. What attack skills does that trash profession even have? You think turning your weapon into a whip will scare anyone?" Ignoring the arrogant taunts, Van Triet decisively swung the steel chain, shattering several of the flying hooked blades. At the same time, rectangular white mirrors appeared from the void, hovering to surround the entire battlefield like a phantasmal formation. He leapt into the air, stepping on the mirrors and roaring mightily. Domain of force intimidation. Despite being surrounded, Hak Vo showed no sign of faltering. He harnessed his inner power and shouted tauntingly, "Not bad agility. A cripple who took down Din Khan isn't to be dismissed, but compared to my level you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. You don't even have a chance to touch my sleeve." But before he could finish gloating, Van Triet's illusion vanished in an instant, then suddenly appeared right behind him like a weightless ghost. A chill ran down his spine. Black Marshal began to panic, sweating profusely, hastily whipping his head around, stammering in terror. But before he could finish speaking, 2 cold chains carrying critical damage had been driven into his back, plunged deep into flesh. Black Marshal spat a mouthful of blood, staggered back several steps in horror, clutching the wound, and pointed at the boy. "You crawled out of that mirror? Is that your stealth skill?" Seeing Van Triet take a step back to gain momentum, he grabbed onto a sliver of hope and frantically charged forward. "But with only this little wound you've already shown all your cards. Even if you're skilled, you're nothing but a useless support." Yet death did not smile upon him. Right behind him, a suffocating murderous aura surged. Van Triet pronounced coldly, "Blade of Malevolence." System parameters immediately pressed upon the enemy's vitality. Blade of Malevolence, an occupational skill type with execution quality, exacerbates damage and adverse status effects inflicted on the target. Cornered, the shattered chain fragments from Black Marshal's weapon began to reassemble. He roared with fury and resentment. "An offensive skill? What kind of aberrant occupation are you? All right. From this moment on I won't go easy on you." A mass of chains split and multiplied at a dizzying speed, obscuring the view. He hissed madly, "Taste the exclusive skill of the junk skill thief." The divisive junk gas linked countless barbed chains into a terrifying dark swarm that surged like a storm. Standing amid the encircling killing intent, he proudly pounded his chest crazily. "You can't use that mirror trick anymore. What spirit beast can you summon to withstand my next attack? You and that cursed spawn are about to receive corporal punishment." Facing the killing blow of an S-rank powerhouse, Van Triet remained utterly calm. He slowly raised his hand to the sky, a gigantic golden bell embossed with ancient patterns radiating brilliant, divine light descended, piercing the darkness. He shouted the exclusive ultimate of the Peacekeeper, "Final Dance, Celestial Soul Calming Bell." The skill destruction info flashed brightly. Final Dance, Celestial Soul Calming Bell. Type, exclusive skill, legendary quality. While channeling, an overwhelming presence will subdue all targets in the area. Any attack aimed at the angelic illusion will be reflected 100% back to the attacker. After it ends, the entire team's attack power is increased by 40% for 20 seconds, and skill cost is reduced by 20%. Black Marshal's pupils contracted to extremes under the terrifying pressure of the divine artifact. Deep within his eyes, all that remained was the reflection of a youth surrounded by blinding light. He dropped his weapon, muttered unconsciously, and surrendered to death. Immediately, the entire barrage of his own wind armor attacks was reflected 100%. He endured an onslaught of relentless, consecutive strikes with no moment to breathe, utterly powerless against the celestial soul-calming Bell's counterattack. Black Marshal screamed miserably in a sea of blood. Invincible damage resistance and still reflex. How can an S-rank named like this possess such cheating skills? At the same time, under the aftershock of the legendary ultimate, the solid wall of the ceiling formation cracked and shattered into fragments that scattered into the air. The formation was completely destroyed. Van Triet withdrew the radiance, bearing a pressing murderous aura, and took slow, steady steps forward. At his feet, Black Marshal, covered in wounds and bloodied, could only slump to the ground, staring at him with the wide-eyed horror of the defeated. Van Triet coldly turned his head and spoke gently to shield the little girl's eyes. Van Am, turn your face away. Turning back to his enemy and seeing Van Triet pressing the bloodied blade to his throat, Black Marshal felt goosebumps and begged with a trembling voice. You? What the hell are you going to do? He issued a bone-chilling verdict, the sword edging forward another inch. You will pay a price 100-fold for the crimes you've committed. Face smeared with blood, Black Marshal panicked and clung to the power behind him to threaten. The reinforcement shadow guards are charging in. You won't be one-on-one. Nowhere to run even if you sprout wings. I am the close shadow guard of His Majesty. If you dare lay a hand on a single hair of mine, His Majesty will not spare you. Van Am, witnessing the bloodlust and uncontrollable rage of the young man, also recoiled in fright. Screams echoed through the room, pleading with him not to come over, not to come here, that he was insane. Boom! The rear wall was suddenly blasted open, debris flying everywhere. 3 dark figures darted through the choking dust, landing like phantoms. 3 Shadow Guard reinforcements had arrived. One of them angrily pointed at Van Triet and shouted, "Bold traitor, drop your weapon and submit if you value your life." Despite the arrival of new S-rank enemies, Van Triet stood towering like a war god statue, his face unreadable and emotionless. He merely glanced with half an eye. His pupil flashed a brilliant light soaked in the hunter's killing intent. Moments later, everything fell silent. Van Am stood stunned, staring at 3 lifeless heaps sprawled on the ground, her mouth agape and speechless. She looked up at Van Triet, shaking the dust from his clothes, and trembled as she blurted, "My God, those 3 notorious S-rank shadow guards were cut down by you in an instant?" Holstering his sword, Van Triet turned and gently instructed her. "Lhasa has already arranged a safe nearby haven to receive you. Go to her first. These summoned death spirits will clear a path to escort you out safely." Van Am hesitated, anxiously asking, "What about you?" Before she finished, Van Triet waved her off, eyes fixed on the endless darkness. "I still have a few blood debts to settle." He frowned thoughtfully, calculating his next move. "I don't know how many of them have been called in total. How long can this pile of corpses stay hidden?" After Van Am left, silence returned. Around Van Triet, many writhing black shadows of the recently slain began to gather. Under the power of the mirror world, they gradually took shape as obedient death spirits. He coldly recalled the deep grudge. The shadow guards were the hunting pack Laoi sent to annihilate the Van family. He scanned each subdued shadow with a blade-cold interrogative tone. "On the night the Van family was slaughtered, were you there? Which of your shadow guards was involved in that massacre?" A shadowed death spirit stammered in a nether voice. "There were Shadow 1, Shadow 3, and Shadow 5. Hearing that, he nodded silently and assessed the enemy roster. "I see. This organization hides in the dark and even numbers its members for easy calling." He pressed on, his gaze hard and pressing. "Is that all? Who else?" The trembling shadow bowed its head and released a shocking name. There is also Van Nee." The name Van Nee had barely left its lips when Van Triet's pupils instantly contracted, flashing utter horror as if struck by a sledgehammer. The image of his gentle, kind older brother who used to lecture his siblings vividly surfaced in his mind. He staggered back a step, muttering unconsciously, his heart breaking. Van Nee, big brother Van Nee, his own blood brother? Returning to the underground force's main base, a shadow guard captain knelt on one knee and solemnly reported the unusual situation. After 22 shadow guards received the secret order to capture Van Am, all communications were completely cut off. A subordinate immediately dispatched the shadow guard closest to the area to scout. However, upon arrival he reported back that the prison only contained scattered corpses of comrades, and Van Am's whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Supreme Commander Van Nee sat silently, pondering for a moment before speaking in a flat, indifferent voice. All dead. It seems the remnants of the Van family have been hiding quite deep. Immediately send out radio contact to every outpost. At this moment all the soldiers' eyes focused on the large screen at the center of command. An emergency directive was issued, enlarging Van Am's identification photo and attaching an S-level arrest notice. The order was cold and harsh. This girl is a descendant of the Van family. Broadcast her widely to every corner. He waved his hand in anger and muttered that he never expected the thorn in the Van family's eye to stubbornly survive until now. Why only reveal herself at this point? How could she have lived through all these years? In a bustling street corner where public opinion always runs hot, Loch Nan hurriedly asked his friends, "Hey, did you read the breaking news about Van Am?" No Loy shrugged and, chewing seeds, replied, "Gi Hone. Everyone knows how things are unfolding." Loch Nan's expression shifted. He frowned, skeptical of the authenticity of the arrest notice. It felt off somehow. Yet who dares challenge a government bulletin stamped in bright red? Standing nearby, Zhang Lam clicked his tongue and interjected with rare sympathy. "Assuming the report is true, how old is that girl? The old rebellion wasn't her fault. Like that kid Kyochi. Innocent but framed, forced to endure suffering for years." Hearing that, Loch Nan sighed deeply, hung his head, and murmured that Zhang Lam had a point. But in this society probably only a handful like them would think compassionately. If I voiced such thoughts in front of the family, the old patriarch might drag me out and beat me senseless. No Loy nodded in agreement, eyes glancing around. "I'm scared too, after all. That girl carries the demon blood of the traitor Van Triet." Not far away, the ordinary crowd kept spewing vicious gossip, dissecting the matter with narrow minds. Disgusting. The Van family committed crimes against heaven, yet that trash still has the nerve to survive like a leech. How thick-skinned must she be to exist? She should kneel before His Majesty's statue and commit suicide to atone. That would still be too humane. She should be dragged out and quartered before dying. Every sarcastic barb cut like a dagger. Van Am, hiding in a shadowed corner, heard every word, not a syllable missed. Her hands clutched the hem of her coat as she gritted her teeth and endured. They continued to pick apart the story, pouring acid into her wound. "I support that girl going to meet the King of Hell." But Mr. Tan's voice sounded somewhat human. "Look, even if she's a descendant of Van Triet, wasn't she raised with proper education? You all know what scum Van Triet was, the greatest traitor in the kingdom's history. Because of him, tens of thousands of innocents were buried. If His Majesty hadn't risen to quell the chaos, do you think you'd still be alive to virtue signal here? Your father was killed gruesomely by him too. That cursed bloodline is surely just as vile. This calamity must not live. Honestly, if that girl had any decency, she'd kill herself now and spare others the mess." Van Am slowly slid down, leaning her back against the cold brick wall. Every scathing word sank into her ears and tore at the little girl's heart. Public opinion kept unloading merciless insults on her. The offspring of that kind of criminal have no right to breathe this air. Look at her eyes. So young yet so sinister and wicked. The child of a despicable person is a despicable person 100%. Her mother must have no shame. Who knows which random man she slept with to give birth to this mongrel. Better if she killed herself with her mother, so we wouldn't have to see them. All hope of survival seemed extinguished. Van Am hung her tear-soaked face low and trudged heavily toward the ajar door, where a few weak rays of light were trying to seep in. Her figure lonely and utterly desperate. The scene returned to the present at the secret base. Van Triet suddenly spoke, breaking the silence and cutting off Van Saw's wandering thoughts. "Captain Tryon has crawled all the way here. The base is exposed. We must move to a new location." Van Gia frowned in confusion and pressed. "Where is the leak? How did they storm in to take your life the moment you showed up at the academy?" Van Triet's voice faltered slightly as he slowly analyzed the enemy's links. Tryon and the Shadow Guards are clearly of the same cloth. They must have caught wind that they needed to seize Van Am. Earlier, Tri-An's intelligence agents had been tailing me. The night she sneaked to find me, they caught us in the act. I only managed to lose their tail afterwards. He exposed the Empire's plot. Moreover, on the night the Shadow Guards were massacred, Van Am also vanished. Those facts alone are enough for them to pin me as the prime suspect. On top of that, in the hero's murder, Van Am's identity as the descendant of the traitor was revealed, creating a flawless motive for the crime. He sighed, mentioning an indisputable loophole. Worse, at the time of the murder I had led a cloaked stranger into the secret chamber. They suspect I was that cloaked man, and the hero's killer conveniently fit the role. If they forced me to demonstrate my power, they could then stitch together the remaining pieces of evidence into a complete case. His expression softened a little as he remembered his benefactor. Fortunately, the old headmaster had stepped in and chased that petty captain Tri-An away. Van Gia nodded in agreement and breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky indeed. If he hadn't been quietly protecting me recently, with the army and Tri-An's layered encirclement, any slip would have been catastrophic. She felt guilty and blamed herself for not being more careful about comings and goings. Van Triet raised an eyebrow, his tone dropping in surprise. I never expected that headmaster to be your maternal cousin. The headmaster stroked his silver beard and sighed, looking at the young man with helplessness tinged with admiration. Young man, you truly don't know fear. I could back you to run off that petty Captain Tri-An, but if the Imperial Satellite Shadowguard forces get involved, this old body is powerless. Van Gia grabbed at the old man's sleeve, coaxing and pleading. Come on, uncle, you're mighty and resourceful. There must be a way to avert the danger. He frowned and decisively brushed her hand away, his voice stern and admonishing. Stop flattering me. Young lady, do you think the Shadow Guards are mere B-grade S levels? I warned you from the start not to involve Van Am, but you didn't listen. He waved his hand and delivered an ultimatum to cut off all hope. Take this chance to resolve it. His Majesty La Oi has already issued an imperial edict summoning you home from school. If you bring Van Am back, that crowded palace will surely have ears everywhere. The Shadow Guard network can easily trace her whereabouts. If you're sensible, take her corpse back to the palace alone. Hearing those ruthless decrees, Van Am lowered her head, her insides in turmoil. She bit her lip, thinking bitterly that this fated day had finally come. The curse had been carved onto her brow, a child rejected by the whole world. She stole a glance at Van Sa, heavy with guilt, clinging to the few days of peace she'd just found with La Sa. If not for the burden she carried, herself, La Sa could have freely enjoyed wealth and privilege without being shunned by other royal clans. Her eyes turned to Van Triet, and her remorse dug even deeper into her heart. Now this label of traitor was dragging Van Triet down into the mud as well. No matter what his true identity was, he could have fled to safety, yet he risked himself to save her and brought disaster upon himself. Even now, if he abandoned her, he might still be safe. Suddenly the image of her kind mother from the past surged up and filled Van Am's mind. In the illusion, her mother offered no reproach, only a warm, gentle smile, softly calling, "Mother." Making a life-or-death decision, Van Am decisively spun around, intending to slip away. It's time for me to go. But Van Triet was already standing blocking the threshold. He folded his arms and looked straight into her eyes. Van Am, come with me. She looked up in surprise, eyes wide in disbelief at what she heard. He gave her a smile warm as spring sunlight, dispelling the room's chill. We'll slip away secretly. Coincidentally, I plan to explore a secret realm. Hide in there, and not even the hounds can trace us. At that, Van Sa slapped his hands and jumped up excitedly in support. Right, why don't you come too? I want in. Let's form an expedition team to explore the secret realm and lay low for a while to see how public opinion plays out. She blinked and offered an innocent defense. After all, she's been wronged. Where's the ironclad proof to convict her? Wait quietly. I'll personally go to the palace to beg the emperor. We can still go to school together. Van Am awkwardly avoided their sincere gazes, twisting the hem of her coat. Clearly, I'm bringing disaster to everyone. She looked at the young man, choked up. Van Triet, You really don't need to trouble yourself so much for me. She turned to Van Sa to remind her of harsh reality. The imperial edict has been issued. She cannot defy the royal decree. Van Sa grinned mischievously and waved away the worry. We'll disguise ourselves as commoners and hit the road. Uncle Headmaster, the situation's chaotic. Let us vanish from school without filing leave. Please cover for us. Van Triet suddenly interrupted them, his voice tinged with guilt. The truth is, it's my actions that implicated her and led to this tragedy. Van M frowned in confusion and asked back, how could that be? Van Triet bore a 1,000-pound burden in his heart, tormenting himself as he looked at her misery. Since birth she has tasted nothing but bitterness. He ground his teeth, restraining his anger. It all stems from my enmity. The hatred between me and that bastard La Oi ignited the extermination of the Van clan. But when it came to family, his mind grew tangled. Van Ni, my biological brother, what role are you playing in this brutal drama? How could you don a Shadow Guard's uniform and massacre your own clan? Van Jia edged closer, eager. Have you locked in a date to explore the secret realm yet? Van Triet's gaze flashed sharply to one side, his tone laced with killing intent. Of course we need to question the Death Spirit's Shadow Guards. He named the target clearly. That Van Gi is currently encamped in the Golden Imperial City secret realm. No sooner said than done. Van Triet, Van Am, and Van Sa quickly formed a teleportation spell, ripping space to land directly in the center of the Golden Imperial City secret realm. Van Triet narrowed his eyes and scanned the desolate terrain ahead to pinpoint their target. According to the Death Spirit's Shadow Guard's report, Van Gi is near that colossal pillar of light. At this distance, it'll take about half a day's travel to reach him. He drew his sword and assessed the swarm of spirit monsters hovering in their path, hoping those little fiends wouldn't slow them down. Suddenly he froze, realizing something interesting. Wait, these spirit creatures look familiar. Memories of a past life surged vividly. I remember clearing out a mine-ruined secret realm full of these same species. Killing them could drop gold flakes and raw iron or perfect materials for reforging the Leuven sword. At that moment, the system interface exploded with successive notifications about the status of the legendary weapon. Leuven sword, chain blade form, severely damaged, auto-adapt profession and level trait. Attack plus 2000, agility plus 10. Morphing skill has been restored. Leuven sword, great sickle form, severely damaged. Attack plus 5200. Movement speed minus 50%. Arcane chi trait, spirit force plus 2. Attack plus 20%. Leuven sword, colossal sickle form, severely damaged. Attack plus 6240. Spirit force plus 2. Movement speed minus 50%. Defense minus 50%. Integrates arcane chi technique. Wasting no more time, Van Triet lunged into the fray against the swarming spirit creatures. Waves of pure power exploded, rushing along the keen blade and shredding the monster's ranks. Van Jia watched the massacre safely from the sidelines, eyes wide in astonishment, and taunted. That's the legendary Leuven sword. Look how mangled it is, and yet its attack power is terrifying. Van Triet smirked as he swung, replying, its original damage wasn't this shredded. Luckily, she messed things up with her antics, so I got a chance to start repairing it. He pierced a monster and explained the cause. The old headmaster's promise was repayment for my brave rescue of teachers and students during the secret realm collapse. He intended to reward me with some top-tier skill manuals, but she nagged and fussed him until his head ached. Terrified, he grudgingly swapped them for this item. That life germ sap he would never part with for anything. The system chimed good news. Successfully collected the World Tree Life Resin item. Van Triet silently assessed the rarity. The old headmaster used the life germ as fertilizer for that young world tree. How long would the state toil to filter even a bit of this rare tree resin? It's the finest adhesive I've known for patching weapons, good enough for a temporary reforging. The system proceeded to show the weapon restoration progress. The Leuven sword absorbed the World Tree Life Resin. Repair progress 11.2%. Activated accompanying trait. Adaptive restoration. Skill effects copied from the wielder will be applied directly to the Leuven sword. Simultaneously, loot notifications popped up. Successfully collected iron gold or X2. He nodded. Pleased with the spoils, these monsters dropped some nice loot. The system updated immediately. Lu Van's sword consumed iron gold or X2. Repair progress 11.4%. Van Triet slid his fingers along the blade as it began to glow again. As predicted, these secret realm spoils exist to be used to smash and fix the Lu Van sword. This iron gold or differs from that scrap tree resin. Clear the monster fields and it drops abundantly. So long as this spawning ground isn't depleted, the sword will gradually revive. Hopefully by the time we face my brother Van Guy, the sword will have regained its peak form. Cutting off his wandering thoughts, Van Triet unleashed his internal energy and shot upward like a beast. He expertly wielded the enchanted chain blade, each strike pulverizing a spirit into fragments with absolutely no mercy. Suddenly he froze, hovering in midair, looked down and waved, calling loudly for Van Am. She understood. Nimble, she swung her blade, leapt up, and with an upward slash finished off the monster. At that moment the system rang out in celebration. Congratulations, level up. Van Am looked up and anxiously called across the magic. You're carrying and protecting us like this. Won't it slow your own leveling progress? While the system steadily reported picking up iron gold or X15, Van Triet curled a confident half-smile and replied in a warm voice, Don't worry. I summoned an automated Death Spirit's disciple team to continuously farm monsters. To avoid causing a stir, I locked those Death Spirits in the mirror world so they can farm industriously there, quietly and optimizing experience points. The system updated. Lu Van's sword consumed iron gold or X15. Attack increased by 300. Repair progress 27%. Van Sa descended lightly with magic onto a rock, clapping and commenting. Earlier you kept insisting on entering this secret realm. Now I see you've already planned everything. Every step was calculated. She pointed curiously toward the distant horizon. What on earth is that blinding pillar of light? Van Triet turned to look that way. His face suddenly fell as he said heavily, That's the ruined estate of my Van family.
Van Gia gaped in surprise, incredulous.
What? The Van family estate is right in the middle of this secret realm? He patiently explained the spatial distortion. 4 years ago, the Van estate was swallowed and absorbed into the Hong Kim Tan secret realm, so it got trapped here. Turning to the orphaned girl, he affirmed, Van Am, it's highly likely your grandfather is stationed in that area. Meanwhile, in a makeshift war room of the antagonists, tension filled the air. An intelligence officer reported to his superior, The Shadow Guard forces still haven't picked up Van Am's signal. That brat's personal information was leaked long ago. Black Marshal folded his arms and nodded, his voice cruel. Exactly. With the pressure from the online community and the public so intense, she shows her face on the street and she'll get beaten up. She'll be caught for sure. The system will report her location to us. Moreover, by your order, I secretly implanted a tracking device on her. Once this locator staff comes within a 1-kilometer radius, the alarm will sound immediately. He stroked his chin and smirked smugly. The trackers have been scattered everywhere. No matter how lucky that brat is, she won't hide for more than a few days. After hearing the detailed report, Van Guy, who had been meditating with eyes closed, abruptly stood up decisively. His deep voice rang with the authority of a leader. The nostalgic prelude ends here. It's time to plant the flag and slaughter the last sprouts. A digital screen suddenly lit up before his eyes. Seeing the information displayed, Van Guy's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he let out a soft exclamation. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Van Triet and Van Am were still hard at work clearing the remaining spirit monsters. The familiar system tone sounded. Collection successful, iron gold or X2. Van Triet sheathed his sword, slowly turned his head, and studied Van Am's complicated expression. He reflected on the revelations from a few hours ago. Van Guy now sits arrogantly as Chief Shadow Guard under La Oi, and he was the mastermind behind the Van family massacre. Standing before Van Am, his hand clenched into a fist until the veins stood out. He bowed his head, speaking with sincere heartache and inner turmoil. I honestly admit my ignorance. I didn't know how rotten he truly is. I couldn't predict how he'd behave toward me. He looked up into her eyes and reaffirmed his purpose. I just want to tell you once more. The Van family was framed, and you are an innocent victim in this dirty scheme. Offering a fallback, he suggested. If you feel afraid and don't want to continue with me, stay here and camp. I'll assign a Death Spirit's guardian to stand watch and protect you. Van Am's face suddenly went pale, her expression panicked to the extreme, her body trembling as if in a storm. You dropped this bombshell on me so suddenly. My brain hasn't had time to process all the data. What? Grandpa slaughtered the innocent Van family. News like that is earth-shattering. I'd chew on it my whole life and never digest it. However, she clenched both hands and regained her composure. Regardless of whether the Van family is guilty or whether that man is hero or demon, the harsh reality is I'm an orphan for life with no one to care. He's a high-ranking official and shadow guard now. She looked up, eyes resolute, and stared at Van Triet. If I duck and hide here, my miserable fate won't change. I've decided to follow you. Van Triet nodded, pondering inwardly. Maybe leaving her hidden here is the best move. Wait until I confront Van Guy face to face. Then decide whether those two should be allowed to reclaim relatives. Suddenly a bitter cold wind swept across the bleak ruins, carrying a swirl of dust. Van Triet's gaze fixed on a single point. A faint holographic image materialized clearly before him, evoking the past. A reproach echoed. Don't take the sword out to play. Van Triet's pupils contracted. He recognized the setting. This was the ruined martial training ground. Patchwork memories flooded his mind, stirring a bad feeling. Don't tell me Bon Bon's spirit from that year is still trapped here, seething with resentment. Are the restless souls of my relatives wandering in this demon-haunted place too? Van Triet hurriedly activated the mirror world mode and scanned the training ground ruins, but found nothing. No ripple of spirits anywhere. Out of options, Van Triet shut the mode off and exited the mirror world. He sighed and muttered, "There's nothing at all?" He resumed scanning the area. This time his sight locked onto a rusted, broken sword protruding from the soil and rubble. Van Triet stood rooted, staring at it as if entranced. A tangle of thoughts began to whirl through his head. The vision dragged him back to a blazing arena of past glory. The clash of metal rang out crisply. Two fighters were trading blood on the arena. The crowd around them roared frenziedly. The audience erupted in non-stop cheers. These two were the top talents of the tournament. The final seemed to be happening early. Suddenly one of them stepped on an unlucky stone on the arena floor, stumbled, lost his balance, and fell headlong, exposing a deadly opening. He paled, closing his eyes as he realized the foolish mistake. It's over. This match is a total beatdown. Van Guy raised his sword to finish the fight, but froze. He didn't strike when he saw his opponent trip clumsily. Sheathing his sword, Van Guy smiled with magnanimity and helped his opponent up. The arena is a place of fairness. A few stones shouldn't ruin the match. Let's restart from the beginning. The crowd burst into ecstatic cheers at that knightly spirit. Van Guy was magnificent, the epitome of the Van family's knightly bearing, radiating charisma. The match concluded well. Even after giving his opponent a break, Van Guy gently took the championship trophy. He descended the arena to thunderous applause from fans. His superior skill, having yielded a beat yet still dominating, made other contenders quickly concede. Who could stop the champion? Another spectator sneered and offered a pragmatic view. On a real battlefield, playing gentleman like that would get you killed. Hearing this, Van Guy just shrugged off the criticism and replied frankly, "If I faced that situation on the battlefield, I'd still choose to play fair and create my own chance to win." His composed demeanor earned deep respect from many, truly worthy of being the Van family's young master. However, while Van Guy was still floating in the intoxication of victory and thunderous cheers, a brutal slap of reality dragged him down into a steep downfall. Standing before him on the arena now was his younger brother, Van Triet. In this internal bout, champion Van Guy was knocked out by Van Triet after only a few rounds. The spectators were stunned. My God, what's happening? Van Guy taken down by that kid? That boy Van Triet, for years junior yet a prodigious monster. His skill is unbelievable. The scene fast-forwarded back to the Van estate ruins in the Hong Kim Ton in the present. A dark figure slowly crawled out from the pile of crumbled bricks. The figure was none other than Van Guy. He scanned the area with a sullen expression. In the past vision, Laoi smoothed his stylish hair and draped an arm around Van Gi, speaking with barbed mockery to sow discord. Big brother, you really are the nation's exemplary elder brother. If my elder brother saw his younger sibling suddenly gain such power, he might get jealous enough to plot to kill me. Van Gi forced a smile to hide his discomfort and replied, Don't assume my thoughts are yours. Van Triet is my blood brother. Seeing him skilled makes me swell with pride. Laoi snorted and turned away, finishing with a cutting barb. Come on. Admit you're jealous so you'll feel better. Hit by that provocation straight in the chest, Van Gi froze. Inside he screamed at the injustice. Whether it was the young master or the old tutor, everyone doted on Triet like a fragile egg. The usually dignified tutor would completely lose restraint around him, showing no reserve. Maybe the fool would even hand the title over to him one day. Van Gi's expression twisted increasingly, filled with unease and jealousy that began to eat away at his reason. Then a fateful dark night fell, forever altering everyone's destiny. Screams of panic, wails tearing apart the peaceful night, and repeated alarm bells. Bandits swarmed down on Lam Nguyen village like ants. Ruthless flames rose high, consuming the sky. Amid sea of fire and blood, Van Gi fought desperately, cutting down enemies to protect the villagers. He charged into the fiercest front lines, fighting with abandon regardless of danger. Van Gi poured all his strength into serving as a living shield for the weak commoners. He swung his sword and severed the heads of cruel bandits, his movements quick as he intercepted every poisoned spear aimed at the people. But human strength is limited. After continuous fighting, his stamina waned and his breath grew labored. He planted his sword into the ground, grinding his teeth as he assessed the dire situation. This feels wrong. Our forces are too thin. Beside him, Laoi also wielded a bloodied sword and fought. He felled a raider, then shouted at Van Gi, We can't hold the whole village. Villagers are already dying. We must concentrate damage to take out the leader first. A nearby soldier panicked and objected. But if we abandon the line, who will protect the people? Casualties will be catastrophic. Unmoved, Laoi snapped decisively, his ruthless gaze revealing his nature. There's no choice, we must accept sacrifice. All pleading eyes of soldiers and villagers turned to their supreme commander. Van Gi urged him to make a life-or-death decision. Team Captain Van Gi, quickly decide. Now Van Gi panted. Sweat drenched his brow. The crushing weight on his shoulders made him choke. He didn't know how to choose between the lives of the people and military victory. While Van Gi hesitated and delayed making a final call, a phantom streaked past him like a lightning bolt slicing the air. In less than a blink, that phantom had felled dozens of bandits, leaving them sprawled on the ground in ruin. The one who leapt forward and slaughtered the bandits was none other than the kid Van Triet. That lightning-fast, powerful debut left the whole village gaping in shock. Cheers began to rise. Look at Van Triet, he's charging into the enemy lines alone with his sword. With ultra-fast footwork and rare, savage agility, Van Triet was like a meat grinder, wiping out the ragtag bandits without blinking. Clearing away the remaining obstacles, he dashed straight for the leader in a flash. A few swift sword strokes and everything was taken care of. The youth's face was stained red with the enemy's blood. A cold, murderous look emanated from his eyes, terrifying everyone. Swoosh! A powerful stroke severed the leader's head. The skull tumbled to the ground as dust billowed up. Van Triet hoisted the bloodied head high in a show of dominance and proclaimed in a clear voice that echoed across the battlefield. Your boss is dead. Whoever raises a hand to surrender, I'll spare you. Watching his younger brother's stellar performance, Van Gi could only stand rooted to the spot, eyes wide. His mouth went rigid, no words came out, and cold sweat poured down, soaking his armor. After the bloody battle, when the triumphant army returned home, the patriarch Van Hang joyfully slapped Van Triet's shoulder and praised him lavishly. Well done, son. I knew you'd achieve something. Proudly he told everyone. This one is more battle-hungry than his brother. Standing to the side, Van Gi hung his head, clenching his hands. Gnawing guilt mixed with inferiority began to eat at his soul. He recalled his moment of weakness. I almost gave the order to abandon the villagers. As the elder brother, I should have thought bigger. His friend La Oi approached and patted Van Gi on the shoulder, consoling him with cold-blooded reasoning. For the greater good you must accept sacrificing a small group. That's inevitable. Who would recklessly risk their life like Triet did? It's too risky. Even Triet won't always get lucky. He curled a lip, injecting the future commander with the toxin of cruelty. The tactic of concentrating to eliminate the leader, that's proper textbook strategy. The memory shifted to a damp prison reeking with filth. A gaunt prisoner crawled on the cold floor, clinging to Van Gi's pant leg, weeping and begging pitifully. Sir, spare me. Starvation drove me to steal. My wife and children are near death. I only borrowed money for medicine and will repay principal and interest. The prisoner looked up, grasping at old ties. Master Van Gi, don't you remember when I taught you to ride as a child? For old teacher-student ties, turn a blind eye and let me go. Van Gi frowned, moved slightly by the familiar face. But La Oi stood beside him with arms folded and a hard tone. Don't be soft. If you spare this one, 100 others will break the rules. Is our family's honor a trash bin? A small error leads to disaster. Show mercy to one and the whole army collapses. Lose the battle entirely, and this kingdom is gone. He continued to use Van Triet as a lever to stoke Van Gi's jealousy. Triet acts impulsively and emotionally. Without a seasoned elder brother like you to shoulder the big picture, this clan would have collapsed long ago. Brainwashed by La Oi's venomous words, Van Gi's reason was gradually consumed by darkness. He turned vicious, drawing his sword and without hesitation ending the crying prisoner's life. From that perverse moment on, Van Gi's blade never knew restraint again, each slash stained with the long-suppressed jealousy and pent-up hatred. He became so cruel that once he strangled a female prisoner barehanded until she gasped, his gaze vacant and utterly devoid of mercy. Under the blood-red moon that hung like an omen of death, the silhouette of a rider on horseback cast onto the ruined ground, forming a grotesque shape like a demon. The one holding the reins was none other than La Oi. He looked up at the moon and murmured, swearing his cruel ambition. For the greater good of this kingdom and for my own seat of power. He sneered as he outlined a perfect plan to annihilate the clan. Van Gi must be sacrificed to wipe the Van family clean, and all the sins dumped onto Van Triet. Back in the brutal present, Van Triet still stood rooted, gasping as he processed the horrific memories of that blood-soaked past. Suddenly all his senses rang alarm bells, goosebumps crawling up his spine. He spun around, drew his sword into stance, instinct warning that something huge was coming. A bizarre aura of pressure descended, and a colossal burst of demonic energy ripped the ground apart, sending stones flying and blinding the view. Through the shockwave, Van Triet recognized the now corrupted familiar magic of Van Gi. His hands trembled as he gripped the hilt of his battered sword, and he roared in despair and fury. Brother, what demon has corrupted you into this? Tearing through the dense smoke and dust, the first thing revealed were the 4 legs of a white royal steed clad in dazzling golden armor. Van Triet looked up at the majestic figure atop the horse, his pupils dilating to the limit in utter shock. Instantly recognizing the visage of his eternal foe, he ground his teeth and hissed between them. You are La Oi. The enemy appeared in the guise of a robust young man standing arrogantly, prompting Van Triet to exclaim in astonishment. La Oi! He sat arrogantly on the horse, curling his lip in a mocking smile as he looked down at him with half-lidded eyes. Surprised? You actually had the eyesight to recognize me in this form? The boiling hatred in Van Triet's chest seemed ready to burn away his reason. Ignore that taunting attitude. La Oi continued to swagger, smoothing his clean-shaven face. I'm rocking this disguise just fine. I'm 20 in the prime of youth. Where did you dig up info that I look like this? Van Triet refused to waste words on his sworn enemy. He only clenched his teeth, his whole body radiating killing intent, ready to leap into a fight to the death. Seeing his opponent silent, La Oi kept mocking, boasting of his cunning. Meanwhile, out there the wanted posters all used my portrait from when I posed as a 40-year-old tramp. He maintained a terrifying calm, stepping back a few paces to stand outside La Oi's danger zone, ignoring the ranks of bodyguards tightening the encirclement on all sides. Van Triet merely glared at him with utter contempt. From atop his proud horse, La Oi cracked his whip and pronounced like a king. "You must be Van Triet, right? The name sounds impressive." He laughed triumphantly, praising his subordinate's scheme. "Using Van Am as bait for my chief guard worked brilliantly, luring out that remnant reactionary who killed the old hero. That black-clad figure who abducted Van Am that day also casually slaughtered a few of my men." A cruel gleam flashed in La Oi's eyes as he swept them all. "And now you, Van Triet, and Brat Van Am are all gathered here." He raised a finger, pointing at the three standing there. Drawing power from the void, he formed a tiny beam of light on his fingertip. But that tiny light suddenly swelled into a colossal sphere of energy with destructive force, accompanied by a cold decree of execution. "You're the last thorn. You vermin, all of you go down to the golden stream." The overwhelming force of the luminous sphere terrified both Van Am and Van Sa. Their legs trembled, a violent quake erupted as the sphere struck the ground, sending the two girls tumbling and flung far away. Even La Oi had to shield his face with his hand because the aftershock was so intense. The energy beam swept away every obstacle in its path, turning the battlefield into a desolate flatland choked with swirling dust. Van Sa and Van Am screamed in panic amid the grim scene, watching the destructive beam gouge deep furrows in the earth, steaming and smoking. She stood rooted to the spot, murmuring in utter terror. Hit by that move, even immortals would perish. Through the smoke, La Oi grinned broadly and spoke with fake jocularity to soothe his niece. "Sa Ni, my dear, you're being rebellious again. I nearly roasted you." Ignoring the jest, Van Am, eyes rimmed red with despair, scanned desperately for her protector and murmured through tears, "Van Triet, could you be dead?" La Oi spurred his horse forward, lowering his voice to coax his rebellious niece. "Behave, my dear, don't cause trouble. Come to me, we'll take the carriage home in a bit." Suddenly the space above cracked open. Van Triet tore through the mirror world's fabric and emerged, already enveloped in a suppression state that radiated terrifying majesty. His eyes were bloodshot like a demonic king reborn, roaring and shredding the silent air. He used illusion techniques to flicker in and out, continuously closing in on the enemy, hurling curses with all his contempt. "You worthless scum. You have no right to trample on the Van family's land." Attack power increased by 10%. The hatred pent up over so many years exploded beyond endurance. He kept screaming at the conscience of the man who was once his brother. "All the shelter when we were starving, all the blood-bound brotherhood through the years, was it all cheap rags for you to trade away? You squeeze the lemon and throw the peel away, treating us like garbage to trample." System status notice. Continuous muscle has exited the mirror world. Accumulated attack power increased by 10%. Van Triet's roar echoed through earth and sky, carrying boundless resentment. "This blood debt you must repay in full today. Principal and interest." A sword strike of mountain moving, sea-filling force descended from above toward La Oi's crown. But the Emperor's power could not be underestimated. He casually lifted a hand to brush it aside, the backlash of demonic energy repelling the blade, his gaze leisurely flicking over to Van Sa. The sight left both Van Am and Van Sa gaping in horror at the earth-shattering clash. The gap in power was too vast. La Oi smirked slightly, snapped his fingers with a click, and a gigantic fireball like one from hell flared in his palm, immediately hurtling forward to engulf Van Triet. Consumed by the magic flames, he felt roasted alive, his body drenched in blood, clothes charred to tatters. Van Triet collapsed to his knees, gasping, crying out in pain. SSS-level power. La Oi finally lowered his hand and blew the smoke from his fingertip. Van Triet was blasted away, hurled far off, scraping a long trail across the ground. But the blood-soaked battle was not over. He cruelly unleashed the next flame. The eerie fire writhed into a gigantic hand that grasped the small body, intending to crush it. Just as the flames flared fierce, with a pop, Van Triet's body became invisible, vanishing without a trace. La Oi was slightly surprised, withdrew the flaming hand, and clicked his tongue in grudging respect for his foe. Sneaky escape. Didn't expect you to hide an elite invisibility technique I couldn't detect. Hiding in another dimensional plane, alarms blared wildly from the system about his body's critical condition. Mirror world. Shredded condition. Internal organ bleeding effect ongoing for 60 minutes. No cure possible. Magic shock state. Severe mental disorder. Martial artist Van Triet. Remaining HP 272. Dying state. Mirror world time left. 4 minutes 47 seconds. Outside, Van Saw lunged forward, anxiously asking the tyrant uncle, "That guy? Has your majesty finished with him?" La Oi nonchalantly brushed a speck of dust from the hem of his imperial robe and smugly declared, "Go rest easy. That ragged traitor took the full brunt of my automatic counter damage and is shredded, probably gasping and waiting to die." He curled his lips cruelly, a devilish smile. His life is counting down by the second. Arrogantly, he turned on his heel to leave, not forgetting to order his hounds to clean up the aftermath. "You, guard Van Gie, gather several regiments to raise this area and scour it for me. Even if he's nothing but a maggot-filled corpse, bring it back to be destroyed to keep the environment clean." Van Gie stood at attention under military orders, nodded coldly, his command voice crisp and steel-like. On the brink of death's stupor, warm, beautiful memories flooded to warm Van Triet's cold soul. In the vision, his father Van Hong raised both hands in surrender, pleading for peace with his wife. "You spoil the boy too much. The sun's already up and he's still burrowed under the covers. He should be out at the training ground practicing the sword by now." Mother Hoa placed her hands on her hips, pointed at her husband and defended their son. "Oh please, look who's talking. You not an oversleeper yourself? Back when we were newlyweds, I caught you every day." Van Hong flustered, straining his neck to interrupt his wife to save face as head of the household. All right, let him sleep in." He turned away, murmuring in embarrassment, "Why do you always drag up those delicate matters in front of the kids?" Just then, little Denise scurried in carrying a steaming plate of cakes, calling out, "Big brother, eat these cakes." Van Triet's soul stood at the edge of the memory, watching the warm family scene as tears welled and rolled down his cheeks. His parents tenderly received their little daughter Denise, doting on her completely. But just as Van Triet's trembling hand reached out to touch that happy image, Denise shattered into streams of white smoke that drifted and vanished into the void. He froze for a beat, his face sorrowful, a sharp pain stabbing his heart. But suddenly the girl reappeared in another corner, beaming as she teased her lazy brother. "Big brother, you're so lazy you'd rot. Always skipping training and causing trouble. Dad gave up on you and even hired that terrifying swordmaster to train you. This time you're done for." Eldest brother Van Gie stood with his hands clasped behind him, his face stern, joining his sister. "That old master's skill is at the grandmaster level. Our father might not even stand a chance in a duel with him. Thanks to your good fortune, I even got to secretly pick up a few moves." Hearing the gentle voice of his brother from years past, Van Triet lowered his eyes in aching sorrow and whispered hoarsely, "Big bro." He clenched his fist until it bled, looking around the peaceful scene that could never return, repeating the mournful, gut-wrenching words, "Big bro." A moment passed in memory. Van Hong sat drinking tea, praising his eldest son. "You performed fiercely on the training ground today. Watching you wield the sword reminds me of my own prime." Hoa smiled brightly like a flower, pruning a rose branch with scissors, gently admonishing, "Van Gie, you make an effort to straighten your brother out. Don't let him be idle anymore." He turned, patted his chest confidently to reassure their parents. "Trust me, mother, Triet's just a bit scatterbrained, a little crazy, but his internal foundation is solid." Little Denise jumped up beside Big Brother, pouting, "You're lying. I think Triet's Hoi Trian Tram sword form is brilliant. Beats Big Bro's clumsy moves any day." In his subconscious, Van Triet heard the kids bickering noisily and gave a sorrowful, faint smile. In the blink of an eye, Petite Denise transformed into a beautiful young woman standing close to him. She merrily cast a few magical golden butterflies that fluttered around and proudly proclaimed, "Triet, I've awakened my profession as a seal warden. From now on, if you come back injured from some scramble, Just drag your body here and I'll pump blood and heal you. Today I restored everyone's HP for the whole team. Everyone praised my support skills as top tier. He happily pinched his darling sister's nose and teased in a soft tone. That's right, you're the boss. Suddenly Denis leaned close to Van Triet's ear and whispered mischievously with crafty eyes. Triet, I have super hot news for you. I found you a really great wife. Sana, standing nearby, had her secret dragged out, blushing and stammering in denial. I didn't. The playful sister pointed at the future sister-in-law teasingly. You've been courting the Master Siobhan's daughter. Maybe he'll favor his son-in-law and be easier on you in practical sessions. He frowned and waved his hand to protest. No way. He might just beat me to a pulp for seducing his daughter. Denise slung her arm around Sana's shoulders, gushing as she pushed the idea. She's a cleric with powerful heal spells just like me. If you get wrecked later, crawl to her for healing. Do me that favor. You'll get healed and have an excuse to woo her. 2 birds with 1 stone. What could be more perfect? Teased beyond patience. Van Triet shot a glare and scolded the cheeky Denis. The girl stared wide-eyed and gaped, puzzled by his strange expression. What's wrong, brother? Is your face constipated? Why such a weird look? Van Triet's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out his deep longing. I miss our home. I miss everyone so much. The bright scene suddenly shattered, shifting to a dark living room on a stormy night. A small fire flickered in the hearth. Van Hong slammed the table with a whack, angrily berating Van Guy. You're exploiting the villagers' labor a bit too much, imposing harsh punishments like it's the Middle Ages. Handing you 3 managerial duties was too much. For now you clear out and calm down. And you're strictly forbidden from meddling in affairs anymore. Van Guy strained his neck and retorted without any deference. If I don't do it, who'll handle this mess? Let that useless Van Triet ruin the family enterprise? Do you mean I'm not capable of bearing the responsibility? Their father ignored the clenched, angry fist of his eldest son and continued his stern lecture. That's not something you need to worry about. Van Hong hesitated as if to say more, then decided to end it there. Van Guy's face darkened like New Year's Eve upon hearing his father's warning laced with threats. You'd better cut off that tail of yours serving His Highness La Oi immediately. That's a deadly quagmire. You shouldn't throw yourself into it. He bit down so hard his gums bled, and the fire in the hearth flared violently, like the rage consuming Van Guy's insides. He defended himself in a shrill, unhinged voice. Father, those neighboring lords are already pumping money into arms, preparing for war. If you keep clinging to that Buddha-like mercy, they'll overthrow you. Your indecision will bury this family. Van Hong boiled over, slammed the table and stood up with a shout that filled the house, scolding his defiant son. Is your knightly spirit meant to defy our lord, you unfilial brat? Do you intend to dig up our ancestors' graves and betray this family's ideals? At the peak of the uproar, Hoa-on stumbled in from the kitchen to intervene. This household's in chaos, always arguing. Stop it now, old man. And Van Guy, who allowed you to argue with your father in such an uncouth way? He spun around and lost control, shouting at his own mother. If you don't know anything, shut your mouth. Little Denis clutched her doll and hid behind the folding screen, frozen as she witnessed the terrifying family quarrel. The girl turned pale with fear, her whole body curling and trembling as she muttered through tears. Brother, try it. I'm so scared. He panicked, reaching out with his scarred arm, flailing in the air. Van Triet grabbed the girl and, his voice trembling but trying to be strong, comforted her. Denis, be good. Don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. But when his arms closed, there was no warmth. He touched only a cold, white wisp of smoke. The words, Big Brother, choked in his throat and tears welled up. Soon after, the faint flame in the hearth guttered out, leaving a gloomy darkness to descend. The sight of his 3 beloved family members' bodies strewn in a pool of stinking blood pierced Van Triet's eyes like 1,000 needles. He bit his lip until it split and bled, the pain tearing his chest apart. Van Triet collapsed into the blood, clawing at the floor with both hands and wailing, I'm sorry. This useless brother couldn't protect you. I'm the reason you died such a horrific death. Suddenly, A cold hand gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Van Triet jolted as if shocked, his eyes wide with horror. From the darkness, an apparition with familiar blue hair slowly stepped forward. Van Triet froze on the spot, eyes strained to take in every detail, almost holding his breath before the entity standing there. A little girl with the sickly blue pallor of a corpse smiled innocently and waved, golden magical butterflies fluttering around her, making Van Triet unable to believe his eyes, choking out, "Dani!" The memory abruptly shifted to a lavish royal dining hall. La Oi sat with his legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand and quipped, "Relax, my dears." He took a sip of expensive wine, arrogantly looking down at Van Sa and Van Am trembling before him, lecturing, "Don't be so shy and timid like a turtle retreating into its shell." Van Sa went pale, placing a hand on her chest and respectfully bowing as she probed, "Your Majesty, why have you deigned to grace this godforsaken place? This level of secret realm is so weak. Bringing you here wastes your talents." La Oi half closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, replying lazily like a magnanimous king, "To take her home, what else? Didn't I just summon her here to be fed?" The casual remark carried a vicious sting, making Van Sa's blood run cold. He propped his chin on the table, eyes sharp as he exposed each of his niece's schemes. "You thought bribing an uncle to slip past the checkpoint and sneak in would fool my rice-powered camera?" Seeing Van Sa trembling, he sneered, "Don't be so tense. I'm not furious yet. Just don't use those slippery tricks next time." Not long after, in a sealed study, the door creaked open. Van Gie, his hair wind-bleached from the battlefield, entered and respectfully bowed his head to report failure. "Your Majesty, I've turned over every corner, but that traitor has vanished without a trace. It looks like they have inside and outside support. Their stealth skills are top-notch. Even your Majesty was deceived." He clasped his hands and offered cautious advice. "To ensure the safety of the dragon body, I dare to suggest you withdraw the troops to the palace, preserve our forces, and avoid long nights full of schemes." La Oi waved his hand dismissively. "What's the rush?" He closed his eyes to rest, then softly called out his next target in a chilling tone. "Van Am, darling, I know you harbor deep hatred for me, don't you?" Van Am knelt on the ground, trembling all over, stammering a denial. I would never, your Majesty." La Oi burst into hearty laughter, personally ripping off his hypocritical facade. "Be honest with yourself, child. Back then I spared your mother's life not because I'm benevolent, but because kids don't understand guilt or wrongdoing." He smacked his lips and feigned reluctance. "That traitor Van Triet dragged the whole Van family into rebellion and endangered the nation, so executing him was justified to prevent the calamity from spreading to his children. Who would have thought the rabble's tongues would vilify the Van family so viciously that your mother hanged herself in despair?" Seeing Van Am lower her head in disbelief, La Oi tilted his head to provoke, "Don't believe me? Then consider this. Why would Triet's older brother be the head of my guard on my payroll?" Van Am's eyes widened as realization dawned. She was horrified to grasp the bitter truth. The ancestor traitor Van Triet mentioned was this very man. La Oi swirled his wine and spun a thin justification to whitewash himself. "Let me be clear, Van Gie and I were childhood friends. If Triet hadn't caused the uprising, your family wouldn't have faced this annihilation, and I would have had no excuse to act so ruthlessly. Now I'm depressed having had to make that cold-blooded decision." He shrugged and concluded, "In short, all the blame lies with Van Triet. That's why you're in this situation." Van Am could only hang her head, sweat soaking her clothes. Swallowing her anger, she mustered her courage and shot back at the tyrant king. "People smear my mother as the illegitimate offspring of those traitors. Tell me, if this Van Gie never raised the banner of rebellion, where would the rebellious blood in me come from?" Hearing that sharp question, La Oi frowned in annoyance. He glanced at Van Gie for silent confirmation, and Van Gie nodded. La Oi turned back to Van Am and delivered the final cold splash. "Your maternal grandmother is actually his biological sister. She's Van Denis, the so-called aunt you keep yapping about." He concluded matter-of-factly, "In short, tomorrow you'll pack your things and go serve him." Hearing the absurd decree, Van Sa jumped up and protested fiercely, Your Majesty, she's my VIP bodyguard. You can't just seize her like that. La Oi sneered and shut her down with an irrefutable point. Oh? Then who instructed you back then to bring her in as your personal guard? Van Am was stunned by the earth-shattering revelation. The sole salvation in her life turned out to be a staged performance. Van Sa clenched her fists, cheeks flushed, stammering awkwardly. That's... La Oi raised his glass to the air, exposing the bitterest truth. I personally told you to take care of her, and you played the kindly mistress superbly. I was planning to reward you handsomely. Van Sa broke out in a cold sweat and slipped back, trying to cover herself and salvage her image before her friend. No, it's not what you think. Impatient, La Oi used his power to manipulate space, snatching his niece into the air and roaring to assert dominance. Shut your mouth and give this family some private space to reunite. You and I are returning to the palace. Van Am stood frozen, helpless as her closest friend was dragged off clumsily. La Oi tossed a remark to Van Gi. The siblings at home are waiting for you to return. Van Am's eyes bulged like marbles. Her brain short-circuited from the barrage of shocks, leaving her unable to tell what in this world was real or fake. Back in the present with Van Triet, he still stood dazed amid the ruined wreckage. He stared straight at the ravaged little soul before him and cried out, heart constricted, Dani! In the next second, he lunged forward like a shot, screaming in helplessness. Dani, why are you wandering in this forsaken place? The apparition of Dani tilted her head and replied innocently in an echoing voice. Oh dear, this is my home. Of course I'm here. Only they turned me into a Tulin. In this grotesque form, do you recognize me? Her clear, unclouded eyes remained fixed on her brother. But a second later, she nonchalantly turned to play with a magical butterfly on her finger like an oblivious child. Dani reached out her scrawny, bony hand and unconsciously grabbed the tattered doll nearby, clutching it to her chest. Seeing that simple, mindless action, Van Triet sank into silence. He tormented himself, pounding his chest. Damn it, even as a ghost her instinct is only to cling, not to defend herself. Now she's this ruined, maddened body. I'm 1,000 times sorry. It's my fault. Van Triet knelt, clutching the cold corpse of Denise's apparition, crying like a lost child. I'm a useless bastard. I couldn't protect you. I'm the one who indirectly pushed you to your death. I'm sorry 1,000 times over. The little girl wrapped her arms around his large back that trembled violently. Her small hand patted his back with the same soft thumps as when she was alive. Denise spoke in a thin, piercing voice that echoed through the gloomy space. Try it. Let me transfuse blood into you. The electronic system panel flashed one last ray of hope. You are eligible to sign a life-and-death contract with this spirit. Once confirmed, you can bring this spirit out of the mirror world to fight. Van Triet wiped his tears away, astonished as he reanalyzed the situation. She just called my name, right? Could she still retain some recognition? He snapped awake, piecing together the clues. That's it. After the mirror was upgraded to level 3, the system gained additional power. At level 3, the two Lin began to recover memories of past lives. There's still a chance for salvation. Van Triet thumped his fist against his chest like cocking himself, wiping away his tears. His expression turned terrifying, cold as steel, resolving on vengeance. He swore to grind day and night to find a way to resurrect his sister. The scene transmitted to the outside. Van Gi cracked his whip, commanding the troops with a roar. Curfew this area. That remnant Van Triet is definitely holed up here. Squad 1, move. Tear through every bush. Van Am hid behind a tree, trembling, stammering to interject and plead with the monster. Uncle Guard, if you haven't found a body by now, he's probably dead and gone. Even His Majesty has withdrawn. Why keep us scourging this place? He gave a half-roll of his eye toward his reluctant niece and wore a chillingly sinister smile. Oh, that reminds me. Too busy earlier to settle your account. Without hesitation, Van Gi swung and unleashed a massive magical chain that wrapped tightly around Van Am. She panicked at being shackled like prey, screaming pitifully and struggling. Are you insane, Uncle? He hoisted Van Am into the air as lightly as a feather, murmuring as he calculated brutal methods of torture. Now should I chop you into pieces for fun? He pressed his lips, snorting a contemptuous cold laugh. Her face had lost all color, ashen like cinders, awaiting the death about to fall. Boom! A supersonic explosion erupted ahead, throwing earth and rock into the air and drawing the guards' full attention. The troops panicked, shouting and pointing at the blast. Something's wrong! Alarm! Oh my God! The secret realm is destabilizing. Who's brave enough to dare mass murder the domain master? Through the choking smoke, Van Triet appeared with imposing authority, arms crossed, standing atop a jagged rock. He cast a disdainful look down at the chaotic soldiers below, murderous intent blazing from him. Memories surged back. The final interrogation with his ghost sister in the mirror world.
Vâng triệt press, an xua me, đề nhi.
Did that cold-blooded big brother take part in the plan to wipe out the Van clan? The ghost child ground her teeth, eyes blazing with hatred as she accused her own brother of monstrous crimes. He came home wearing that sorrowful funeral face. It was just a ploy to lure father into a private room to talk. He stabbed father in the back while father let his guard down. Father, my mother, and the entire Van clan. It was all done by him alone. The last 4 words hissed through clenched teeth, cold with millennial resentment. That horrific truth was like pouring a whole barrel of gasoline on the blaze of hatred burning in Van Triet, incinerating the last traces of brotherly affection, cutting to a dawn morning in the past. Denise slammed the training room door, hands on her hips, shouting to rile up the young knights. Get up! Get up! All of you! You industrial chicken lot, it's time to grind training. When I was your age, I wasn't lazy and worthless like this. The youngsters, groggy and ill-tempered, tossed pillows and mocked the fierce young lady. Has this old maid gone mad? The roosters haven't even crowed. Why wake us up? They jabbed a few barbs and the ant erupted like fireworks strapped to her rear. Denise ground her teeth, glared as if to split their eyes, rolled up her sleeves and snarled. You lot still dare talk back to me? If my big brother shows his face here, I'll have him smash you to pieces. Anyone who's insolent enough to bully Xe Na. I'll tell Big Bro and he'll beat you into a cripple. Xe Na stood beside her, forcing a smile and tugging at Denise's sleeve to soothe her anger. Denise, let them be. Don't bother with petty stuff like this. The youths yawned and jeered with folded arms, taunting without restraint. Who knew that girl would be such a useless little flower? Claimed to be the beloved daughter of the Grand Swordmaster but hasn't learned a thing. She trembles holding a sword, an embarrassment to the Van cavalry. Hearing the barbs aimed at her friend, Denise's blood boiled. She bellowed, What did you just say? She kicked the training room door wide open, furious, and stormed off to fetch reinforcements. Father, lend me Big Brother to back me up for a moment. But when the study door swung open, Denise staggered back, frozen. A gruesome scene of blood and bones slammed into her eyes. A blood-drenched man was crawling across the floor, gasping out his final warning in dying breaths. Run, child! Before he could finish, a steel-toed boot mercilessly stomped down, crushing the old man's skull. All that violence and gore imprinted on Denise's retinas, becoming a permanent trauma. The traitorous knight spun around in panic, shouting alarmingly, Milady, run! Denise's body was frozen solid, her legs rooted to the ground, unable to move. Xe Na grabbed her by the clothes in a panic, yanking and shouting desperately, Denise, wake up! The 2 girls fled for their lives down the mansion corridor that was engulfed in flames. As they ran, Denise kept murmuring the names of loved ones like a madwoman, hoping to find someone alive. Aunt Nina, the housekeeper, the gatekeeper. Her face was ashen like ash and her calls grew weaker. A tin, father. Her mind spun with thousands of unanswered questions. Big brother, why did you go mad and slaughter our family? Suddenly a sharp, familiar female voice rang out amid the chaos. Denise, where are you hiding? The girl snapped her head up and stared ahead. Her panic deepened when she saw her mother running toward them. Mother, The woman spun around in alarm and screamed instructions to her elder son. Van Gee, bandits have stormed our home. Go find Denise at once. Protect your sister. Before the sentence finished, Van Gee coldly thrust the hilt of his sword, piercing his mother's belly from behind. Denis watched another family member fall right before her eyes at the hand of the very brother she once idolized. She collapsed completely. Her legs went limp like noodles and she couldn't take another step. Xena tried to hoist her friend and pull her along, whispering urgently their escape plan. We must find my father and beg for help. He's a martial master, the only one who can get us out. When we were kids sneaking off to play instead of training, Van Gee cut a little dog hole in the outer wall and crawled through the bushes. We can slip through there and bolt. But when they reached it, hope was instantly crushed. Xena saw guard patrols circling the secret dog hole. She ground her teeth and cursed under her breath. Damn it! They even have the dog hole blocked. These hounds know the Van estate layout like the back of their hands. She began to tremble, horrified as the realization hit. Could it be that Van Gee betrayed us? Xena turned to look at Denis' bloodless, hollow face, then resolutely made a sacrificial decision. Denis, if you stay hidden here, we'll all die. I'll rush out as bait and draw their attention. You slip through the dog hole and run.
Đề nhi ri mai Froren in shock.
But Xena pressed close and gave her final orders. Your mission is to get my father here to save me. Understand? Without hesitation, Xena drew her sword and charged out of the bushes. Denis cautiously shoved her head into the dog hole, but a bad feeling warned her. She froze and glanced back. Xena stood boldly with sword raised, shouting to provoke their fire. Come on then! I'm not afraid of any of you. No sooner had she finished than an arrow sliced through the air. A guard simultaneously plunged a sword into her stomach. Denis shut her eyes tight, unable to watch the horrific scene, and ran for her life into the night. A chill ran down her spine. Van Gee was prowling among the corpses when his gaze quickly caught sight of Denis fleeing. A cold, murderous light flashed in his eyes, all familial feeling gone. He murmured his sister's name. Denis! The blood-dripping tip of his sword pointed at the ground as his voice, icy as a death sentence, said, Don't blame me for being indifferent. Back in the present, the massive secret chamber suddenly vanished without a trace. A bewildered soldier scratched his head and asked, How the hell did the Hong Kim Tan secret chamber shut down? The troops posted outside panicked and immediately sent forces in to investigate. What on earth happened in there? The horsemen charged into the center like a frenzied mob. Standing on the summit, Van Triet went pale, gritted his teeth, and snarled the enemy's name. That dog Van Gee, your time is up. From afar Van Gee watched the change, his eyes narrowing as he deduced sharply. It's for sure Van Triet sabotaged the secret chamber. He's trying a diversion to draw attention east while he slips away west. Is he? He waved and ordered his men. Spread the word to the whole village. In 2 hours, Van Am will be beheaded and displayed. Heighten vigilance. Be on guard against sneaky rebels. Underground, Van Am slowly opened her eyes, exhaled in pain, and silently assessed the grim situation. It was clearly a trap to lure Van Triet out. Was it to make him throw his life away for my worthless existence? I'm so useless. Her face was ashen with despair, tears welling up. Must this life wither away in this corner? She stared distantly at the cliff top and prayed in vain. Van Triet, don't come here and throw your life away foolishly. Suddenly a magical firework exploded with a bang, lighting up a section of the sky like a battle signal. The soldiers gaped upward, but within 3 seconds a brutal shockwave from Van Triet erupted, sweeping away an entire squad and hurling them like fallen leaves. Amid the wreckage, Van Triet still stood arrogantly on the high cliff, casting a look of utter contempt down at the chaotic soldiers below, preparing for a bloody slaughter to avenge his clan. From the void, a silver-haired woman appeared, hovering in the air like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Van Triet stared at her, his pupils contracting in shock, and shouted in astonishment. Exe, nya? Van Gee saw that the fish had taken the bait, grinned triumphantly with a mocking tone. Finally caught a big haul. You've got a lucky streak. Huh.
Sa nyash aperan komleten sok vân triệt.
Thousands of questions flooded his mind. What? Xena isn't dead? This is unreal. She was stabbed through the gut. How can she and Van Gie's generals like La Oi and Lan San stay forever young? How are they maintaining this youthful appearance? As if reading his thoughts, Lan San began to babble, exposing secrets buried in the past. The price I paid for my guilty conscience in betraying you was that La Oi gave me a demonic skill manual. After learning that manual, I could siphon the life essence of relatives to extend my lifespan and toughness. But only after suffering the blows did I wake up to the truth. I'd fallen for his dirty trick. That bastard didn't bother training the skill himself. He used me as a guinea pig to observe the side effects. Van Triet's mind raced. He silently cursed. Where did La Oi get this bizarre longevity manual? I've roamed the Jianghu for years and had no clue about this. And what on earth is Xe Na up to? What exactly did that old veil hide beneath back then? Before he could analyze further, Hakvo, Van Gie's capable henchman, immediately jumped out to report, Subject 13 present, S-rank bodyguard, assassin class. No sooner had he finished than he drew his sword and charged straight at Xe Na. Xe Na disdainfully dodged the strike, her agility like the wind, and instantly swung her staff to launch the counterattack, oath word holy severance. Meanwhile, Van Gie calmly clasped his hands behind his back, standing outside the combat zone as if enjoying a play. He muttered an appraisal of the intruder's ability. Locked inside a sealed secret chamber yet still able to slyly breach the system to rank up a second time without anyone noticing. Only a city master-level expert could reach that level. It seemed the kingdom's security system was nothing but a sieve. He bowed his head with a wry smile, rubbing his chin. Upcoming quota fixes for the system. Just thinking about it made him tired. On the battlefield, Xe Na displayed supreme lightness skill, darting over to Van Am. With a single tidy move, she broke the iron shackle and freed her from restraint. Xe Na patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Van Am's eyes widened and her mouth fell open, her mind still unable to process the situation. She turned and demanded, Wait, Auntie, explain this to me. Where are you taking me? Before she could react, Xe Na grabbed her hand and dragged her along, urging urgently, Run first, think later. At that moment, the vanguard captain of the soldiers rushed out to block their path. He flared his nostrils and glared, barking aggressively. You think a military camp is an inn? Want to come and go as you please? Going alone to break the siege? We don't need bodyguards. Our gang can swarm you and beat your bones to dust. Watching from the sidelines, Van Gie joined in, taunting that Xe Na had to protect Van Am as if carrying a burden. Let's see how you'll weave your way past me. Without wasting words, Xe Na snapped her fingers with a click, instantly activating a sturdy protective cage around them both, forming a solid defensive shield. Van Gie coldly waved to order the attack, his tone full of contempt. Trash. How many seconds will that personal shield block bullets? Lose blood, lose armor in the middle of a wolf pack, and you might as well be the feast. Standing on the battlement, the guard still chattered loudly, pointing down at the battlefield. What's hot right now? I just saw a banner saying Van Am is about to be given a lethal injection. That traitorous girl is shackled? Preparing to take her to the scaffold? Who the hell showed up to storm the prison? The army's got them completely surrounded. Rebels are everywhere. Emboldened, the commanders shouted to rile up the soldiers' morale. Brothers in arms, get your strength buff. Smash them to death. Chain them all up. Better to kill the wrong person than let one slip. Open fire. On command, a downpour of fire-tipped arrows rained down like a storm, pounding against Xe Na's protective shield. Amid the deadly encirclement, Xe Na still held Van Am tightly, gritting her teeth and enduring. Clang. The crystal shield shattered under the tremendous pressure. But at that instant, a blinding beam flared and coalesced into a massive energy sphere. Xe Na roared and unleashed her last-ditch skill, Oath of Vengeance, Abyssal Azure Shield. The vanguard captain who had concentrated his attack was instantly incinerated to ashes by the fireball in the blink of an eye. However, Van Gie merely flicked his hand and casually issued a healing command. Miraculously, The charred skeleton of the captain was immediately regenerated into flesh and bone, fully revived on the spot. Van Gie folded his arms, smiling smugly as he assessed the kingdom's power. After years of pooling resources, they'd built a formidable military. When thousands of career players and elite soldiers combine, a few wide-area strikes from one person mean little. Recovery happens in an instant. He stared intently at Sa-na, calculating her limits. If you pour all your power into one point, how many lives can you take? 100? 1,000? Do you have enough energy to cut us all down? As he spoke, grotesque black streaks began to spread across Van Gie's body. He pointed forward and coldly issued an ultimatum. Raise your hands and surrender. I could let your sewer-dwelling life slide before, but now you dare show your rebel face here, you'll be hunted until your last breath. Sweat poured down like a shower, yet Xena frantically braced herself against the relentless waves of attack to protect Van Gie kept nagging, torturing their spirit. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can fight the whole state apparatus. The traitor label is stamped on your forehead now. Society will ostracize you. Anyone connected to you will be dragged off for questioning. There's no hideout in this world that can conceal you. Even if you crawl underground, it won't help. He clenched his fist and pronounced coldly, prepare to live lonely for the rest of your life. Having finished, Van Gie muttered an incantation and summoned his most terrifying skill, Shadow Hunter, Arrow Barrage. Hearing the skill name, Xena froze, helplessly staring as a hail of pitch black, deathly arrows screamed toward her. The poison-tipped arrows were only inches from her face. Kang! The clashing of metal rang out sharply. Van Triet descended from the sky like a war god, swinging his sword and slicing the entire arrow storm into metal fragments scattering in all directions. Both Xena and Van stared wide-eyed, stunned as they looked at the person who had appeared to save them at the last moment. Van Gie remained unflinching, smiling coldly and nodding as if he'd predicted it. Makes sense? Still one rat crawling up from the sewers. He fixed a chilling gaze ahead, scrutinizing his archenemy. You are Van Triet? Van Triet's eyes were as cold as knives. He merely glanced to the side, completely ignoring the question. Xena was so moved she was speechless, tears welling as she mouthed the savior's name. Van Triet. On the ramparts, the soldiers seized the chance to noisily gossip. Who else popped up now? Do these rebels all crawl out of the sewers or what? Ignore them, the bigger the catch the better. Sweep this kingdom clean in one go. Who can stop this mighty military force? At that moment, dark streaks began to slither under the soldiers' feet like venomous snakes, signaling the arrival of an ambush force behind Van Gie. Everyone simultaneously channeled inner power, focusing it into gleaming swords as murderous intent flared. One soldier roared a curse. You traitor who deserves 1,000 cuts. Heaven will strike you down. As tension peaked, Van Gie suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the battered weapon in Van Triet's hand. He blurted out in horror, the Lu Van sword. Jealousy erupting at being upstaged, he immediately vented his anger to mask his unease, shouting, that bastard parading a fake sword. What a pathetic show.